What's up? How y'all doing today? Yeah, that was a wild video, Cito. Corvus, thank you for 46 months. Mainly Mauve. Oh, that's from last night. Why is it bold? Why are you bold? Corvus, thank you for 46 months. Alright. Alright. Let's do it. Let's get to it. Do the old Unity. We're gonna try this today.
Yes, I am the Lord.
Co-wave.
JGW, thank you for 53 months. So, between last time I did a Unity stream and today, I spent a little bit of time with Tom's tutorial from the beginning, from scratch. So, it's going to be different from what we had, but it's going to make more sense. It's not random tutorials that I just looked up. So we're just going to continue with Tom's tutorial.
Yes, I am the Lord.
Holy fuck, did your voice get deep, Coco love?
I mean, it should be the same. Kiwi, thank you for 46 months. So I'll show you where we are with this. Basically, I got up to the point where I had bullet shooting, and physics using rigid bodies and better movement stuff, smarter movement stuff. Nearly there, Kiwi. 2 more months. Don't know how loud the music can be. Actually, it's probably virtually inaudible for you now.
Alright, last time we'd got as far as a player that can move around and shoot stuff and faces the direction they're moving, and indeed flies in the direction they're moving.
Might just do away with the music while we're
This
listening
time
to tutorial.
we're going to add physics to this, which is surprisingly easy in Unity. It's one of the nice things it mostly does for you.
Well, I've done this,
but
actually.
Before we do, I need to clarify something that I've been doing slightly wrong. I'm using a different code editor to you, or a different version of the code editor. This is.
Let me just jump through
if
here.
this bullet was 1 unit ahead, so it's at 0, 1, 1. That would be fine, wouldn't it? And there was a type as rigid body.
Yeah. Rigid body, blah, blah, blah.
Now we have solved the problem. So.
Right. So that's thereabouts is where I be. Go ahead and play it. Show. So we've got nice, smooth movement with a physical character. Collides with the walls there, and then we've got bullets. We've got physics bullets. Look at them go. Isn't that nice? Oh yeah, you can really have a lot of bullets. It is very satisfying. I love how they bounce off and over. They don't despawn or anything, so they certainly there's a limit to how much of this my computer can handle before it starts to get tired. I think it's already getting a little bit slow. Maybe not. It should very soon get pretty slow. Yeah. It's starting to chug a bit. Notice I'm firing fewer bullets as the update loop is slowing down as well. I like how if I just bury myself in this, it's gonna keep making bullets, and it's just spawning them underneath other bullets, so they're just gonna pile up and pile up and pile up. Oh god, can I get out? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, here we go, here we go. Yeah. Just had to shoot my way out. I don't know how many bullets there are, but it's definitely too many. I'm risking just freezing my computer with this. I'm gonna go ahead and stop that now. But yeah. Oh, did I not update the number? Thank you, Tenosis. Yeah. The movement is physics based for everything that you see. I'm just gonna fix that real quick so that it's updated for me for tomorrow. You thought it was a transform? What do you mean, the movement? Or so if we look at the code, the bullet behavior is rigid body, our rigid body dot velocity
Yes, I am
equals
the Lord.
transform forward times speed. So the number we use is a transform. It's based off of a transform, but it gives it velocity, which is physics based. So we're saying what direction and how fast. Solar Ice, thank you for 42 months. Originally, it was a transform. And when it was a transform, it was going straight through the walls. Even if you put a collision, like if you put a rigid body on it, it didn't matter because we were telling it, go ahead and go on through that wall and keep going forever until the end of time. So that's where we were with
Why
Tom.
aren't they just continuous by default? Why isn't that just how everything works? Well, it's just slower. It just takes up more processor time. Because
All right.
this is a bit of a layman's guess at how all this
Speed
is
'em up.
working, but I believe when it's discrete, what that means. There we go. After every episode, we do the mess around. I've left my project folder in a terrible state, and then I have to undo all those changes.
Oh yeah. So I think I stopped at the end of this, and he does some of his like fucking around.
Thing where we actually offset them ahead of us. We could have something below us. I don't think we need to though. I think probably just.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He's trying to put them below himself so he could like fly around.
100% understand. Because it's yep. There we go.
Jesus, the resolution on this. Please. I feel like I didn't have my glasses on.
Oh god, we're still moving. Technically, I'm focused on the player here, but I just can't see us anymore. Yeah, I don't know where we are now. What are its coordinates? It's a lot in the Y coordinate. It's a lot in the Z coordinate. We've gone a long distance.
I mean, presumably I could make the bullets bounce off
can
walls, but
Add force.
I'm going to stick to following the tutorial for now because I don't want to.
And now we're not talking
I don't want
about
to get
speed, but
lost.
We'll do it anyway.
I'd like to plow through this tutorial in
See
full.
if that works. So, like, the truest way to do physics is to just only ever add forces.
And it's a pretty wild.
Velocities directly, that's
It's a pretty wild tutorial because at the end of it, you basically have made a full game.
Fighting that, and air resistance is fighting that, and that's why things don't speed out of control.
It covers UI. It's going to touch on lighting. I think the next video is going to enhance the
It's strange. It's very sluggish.
the gun system, like where you could have different weapons and have bullets behave differently depending on what weapon it is and so on.
It's slightly counterintuitive.
Hey Simmons, thank you.
The other end of the
For
spectrum
now,
is
I mean, I'm open to backseating on this stuff because it's all about learning anyway.
you say controls responsive when you like them.
But
And if they're true physically simulated, they usually don't feel responsive because
I am going to basically just plow forward with this tutorial to start with because this is a good learning
drudgy business
method for me. This is what usually works for me.
Like Ori and one of the Wisps, D or trying to combine it there, but this is what we have for now. One more thing I want to drop that a bit and make it a bit bigger, so make it 24 in both dimensions. Our floor still doesn't have a rigid body on it; it's only the walls.
Oh
The
yeah.
walls fall down and they land there. And what I'm curious about, we can knock them off. I'm gonna change the bullet code back to what it
Ah,
was.
Tom, you're so
Which
cheeky.
is what we had before.
All right, let's go on to the next.
All right, so we just got
Yes.
working,
Hey,
I am the
Regu.
Lord.
I
Thank
think
you for
maybe, something
78 months,
some
dude.
of us, have physics. We can bump into them. And
Huge.
we get into this slightly weird state where we're sort of off the ground. We're
Appreciate it.
spiraling, spewing bullets into the air. Not 100% against that, but we might want to control it in some ways. And I realized what was the problem that's causing this is something I spotted in the screw around section of the last episode or at the end.
Oh shit! I think I've already done this too.
The way we're setting our velocity here is causing this problem, which is we create a vector that represents what the input is doing.
Yeah.
Being pressed.
I've already-
we set a velocity for that. We're doing that every update, just all the time. It's not conditional on anything, and so that means when you're pressing nothing, this vector is 0, and we're setting a velocity to 0 all the time. And so if the physics engine bumps us around and we're off the ground.
Oh no, I
the
haven't
physics
done
engine's always
this.
trying to make us fall under gravity if there's nothing below us, and if we got knocked a bit on the side, then we should have some rotation unless something actually collides with us to stop us. And it's trying to do that, but every frame we're setting it back to 0, and so we have this slow fall effect. In fact, I'll if while I'm playing, I just turn off.
Hopefully this isn't too confusing for you guys.
And uncheck it. Not that one. Anyone but that one. Then you'll see I'm sort of falling. I am falling, just very, very slowly. That's because the physics engine is trying to make me fall because I have gravity, because we added a rigid body to me, which means I'm a physics object now, so gravity affects me by default. But every time it starts to make us fall, we're all setting it back to 0, and so we have this weird tension of these two things fighting each other.
I mean visually,
If we were to make a game about jumping,
especially when he's in Visual
stuff,
Studio,
then we need to
sitting on top of
come to a proper solution to this and
VS Code. It's very. I feel like it's pretty
decide when
confusing
to
looking.
Control us and when our controls should control us, and how those two things should interact with each other. That's all a bit complicated for this early on. So for now, let's not make a jumpy, fally game. Let's just stick with this one plane of action. It's going to be a top-down shooter for now.
Oh, I have done this. Sorry, never mind.
Up or down movement.
The constraints,
And that means we have to code because
which
there's a nice
are-
and cheap way to ensure that this is not a problem. Because it's a common problem. Things like this are common problems.
yeah,
You often
these
want
here
not
in
full
the
physics.
rigid body. It's frozen in the
You get that with constraints.
in the
So,
Y
when I'm
position
playing,
and
it's
frozen in
very
the X and Z rotation, so that
there's a category called constraints, and we can limit our movement in some way.
you stick to the
And
ground,
we can do this while it's running, so you can see the effect of each thing. Obviously, because we're making changes.
or you just simply cannot move up and down.
We make them, obviously. So let's actually, if I turn off a wall again, am I going to turn off the wrong one again? I don't know why.
So I'm gonna skip past this.
Just either of the last two would be fine. So we're spinning around like that. I don't know if these hand gestures are going to translate at all. Whereas X rotation means if you jammed an axle
Yeah.
south wall.
I already know this, Tom.
Of a stretch to say, create a game object, 3D object. Let's make these capsules.
Oh, we're gonna do
Capsules, cylinder
enemies.
with rounded top and bottom. It's miles away.
Right.
In fact, let's just enter the coordinates manually and just say 0, 0, 0. Although actually that's puts you in the ground, so not quite 0. The capsule is actually taller than our cube. It sort of has a default size that I guess is, does that look like 2? I think it's 2. But the way it works out is the 1.5 y coordinate means they're just touching the ground. I think we should have a new material. We've got material for the ground. We don't actually have material for the player. They're just by default having no material distinguishes them from other things. We don't want the player to have the same kind of look as the enemy. So let's right click on our project area and go to create material. And I'm going to call it enemy material. Oops, I put a semicolon in the middle of that name.
Yes.
Okay. And up here in its properties, we can change its color. So obviously, red seems reasonable. And to apply
Absolutely
it,
does,
we
Tom.
select
Thank
our
you.
capsule. In fact, let's name it enemy while we're at it, so we don't forget. And just drag the material over to somewhere in the bottom. And again, you can't drag it on top of the material for some reason. And now because I've done that, it's expanded it. So I've got to scroll down the awkward way. And I've got to drag it to the very bottom of that. Now that
Hey,
it's done,
Manry.
I actually want to let's click on the material again, and we can just mess around with some of these settings. This is not stuff that I really mess with in my own work because I work with an artist. But if we did want to, there's a slider called metallic. We can make it more metallic. That looks kind of nice. And smoothness. I don't. Ooh, it's very shiny. Wow, that looks kind of surreal at the maximum thing. But a little bit of smoothness is kind of nice. It does have a kind of glossy metal feel.
It does, Tom.
And I don't think any of the other settings are as simple to mess around with. I did notice if you ever wonder what specular highlights are, they're here, and if you uncheck it, see what disappears? It's that little bright spot. That's what specular highlights are, apparently. It's nice to see those things in action. So we have a shiny blood red enemy, and we want it to do something.
Yes.
I think a good basic enemy behavior, just to get started, is to have them move towards you. Let's say, since we have a gun, let's not give them one and have them just move mindlessly towards us. And that's one of the things where that is easy to program. The easy part is dynamically adjusting their velocity in real time to smoothly track the player regardless of the player's position. That's easy. Knowing who the player is really hard. It's a problem with no really clean solution that's sort of as easy as it feels like it ought to be. So click on our enemy, and we're going to add a component, and we want to add a new script. Right at the bottom here, and we're going to call it enemy behavior. And once it's finished adding, I'm going to double click it.
Right. New script.
And we want the... Oh, actually, before we do this, sorry, I forgot we need to give it a rigid body. So this is going to be a thing that's moving in real time. We want to change it.
Oh, I didn't do it off of...
We do want a rigid body.
Well,
Actually, I should just... I've got the
I can
word
add that,
typed in here, and that's why it's
probably.
showing me a limited number of things here. So when you want to add something, you can just type rigid body and it'll come up. And in fact, yeah, you should
There we go.
navigating through these menus is a pain. So it's got a rigid body now, but it's the behavior we want to edit. And we're going to do this in its update because we want it to be changing all the time. As the player moves around, it's going to adapt its velocity. And the first thing we need to do is get a reference to our rigid body, which actually, is that the first thing we want to do? Yes, it is. And we've already done that. We've done that for bullet behavior, we've done it for player behavior, and it's this line here that says declare a variable type rigid body.
Did he add a rigid body?
And the thing we want to say
If you did, I
is,
missed it.
A component on us, on this game object, that's of type rigid body. And we can just copy and paste that into our update. And then we're going to write something like, I'll do this.
Maybe he hasn't done it yet. He's just writing the code up.
Our rigid body dot velocity equals some kind of vector going towards the player. And
Don't look
the
at me,
player is
don't
the
talk to
player.
me.
How do we reference that? How do we refer to the player's behavior? The enemy needs to find out where the player is. And ultimately, when this game, depending on what kind of game we're making, if we're making a stealth game, the enemy's going to have like a vision cone, and we'd have to model that, and we'd have to do some maths about whether the player is like scanning that whole area and detecting all the objects in it, and then saying, is that a player? Is that a player? Is that a player? If we were making, I used the example of Geometry Wars earlier, which is like a just top-down action shooter. I'm pretty sure in that game all the enemies know where you are at all times, so you wouldn't program any kind of detection logic for the enemies, because if it's not going to be a factor, you don't need it. And in that, there's probably some way that they have like a global reference to the player.
Yeah, we have a channel on the Discord called Game Dev Jam Streams.
So I don't do that just yet.
So if you want to share anything related to that,
Same
go
way
ahead.
that players refer to the bullet prefab. Remember, we created we declared a public variable of type game object called bullet prefab, and then we were able to just drag the bullet prefab from the project folder into our player so that it knows what a bullet is and how to create one. We're going to do something similar here, but this time we are not going to give it a reference to something in the project folder, an asset. We're instead going to give a reference to an actual object in the scene. So right up top in our enemy behavior, this is in the loudspeaker area where you get to declare things that apply to the whole script. We want to declare a public variable type game object, and we'll just call it player. And now that we've done that and we save it, when we go back to Unity on our enemy, we should see that there's a little slot here for player once it figures out what's going on. And it's set to none for the moment, but we can just find the player in the hierarchy over here and drag them over into that slot. And now the enemy has a reference to the player.
All right, hold on, Tom. Hold on, Tom. Yeah, he added a rigid body. I think just a regular rigid body. I don't know if he did anything to it. I don't think so. It looked normal. Maybe he has it up right now. Yeah. It's just all default. Okay. Yeah, that'll do. Tight.
So I guess that wasn't that hard, but I'm coming from a game maker where I could have just typed a global variable name that would have all been done for me. The way we'll eventually end up doing it is, well, I guess I'll cover that when I do it. But for now, we have a reference to player. That's all we need for now. We just get some behavior working just to see how it feels and decide what kind of game we're making. So we are indeed going to type our rigid body dot velocity equals, and now we need a vector that is represents what direction and distance we'd have to travel to get to the player. And the way to figure that out is we take their position, player dot transform dot position, minus our position, transform dot position. This is one of those very common things you need to do when you need to know. Tell me the difference between these positions, or specifically tell me how to get from A to B. And the answer is
Makes sense.
B minus A. You always start with the destination minus the origin. And
Yeah.
feels slightly backwards maybe, or it's just, it's...
No, it makes sense.
A journey starts with the source and then arrives at the destination. This line of code, the destination comes first and the source is afterwards. I'm just going to explain why it's that way around, just because this is maths, not programming, but it's one of those things that sort of...
What's wrong?
It comes up a lot, so it's worth just sort of having it straight in your head why
One
it's the case.
problem is...
So in scene view, this is our enemy. Our player hopefully is at 0, 0. So X and Z are both 0. If our enemy is at, let's say, let's put them at 4, 2, and the enemy wants to get to where the player is. This is the vector we're looking for. In fact, I can draw it with this. They want to go there. Then they've got to get from 4, 2 to 0, 0. And how do you change your 4 into a 0? You have to reduce it. You have to move them yeah. As I move them towards the player, you can see that.
I'm being chased by a kidney bean.
So if you're at 4 and you want to get to 0, you have to travel minus 4, which is 0 minus 4. If the player, and in the Z dimension, we're at 2, we want to get to 0, we have to travel minus 2. So at 2, we need to be 2 less. So it's
No, get away.
So
Shit.
that is why it's negative our position.
It's hard to target this idiot.
So 1, 1, and we're at 2, 2. How far do we have to travel? We have to travel -1.
I can kind of fend him off,
-1 in that dimension. 2.
but it's hard to hit him right on target.
So that actually, that will run. What we've written there should work, I think. So let's just see what that looks like
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, go away.
This isn't...
Get away from me.
I didn't anticipate this.
Oh,
So this is
no,
why
no,
this is
no.
better than what I hoped, but I forgot that we didn't fix their
It's
rotation for
really
reasons.
hard. Like, this is definitely going to
It
need
was like
mouse
the velocity was
targeting
slow, but 'cause they're
to
nice,
hit anything in the
like,
future.
falling all over the place. We can bump into them.
Sharing movement
Fix this.
with
There we go.
targeting is always a nightmare.
I didn't have a reason for making a capsule, but now I do. Now I think it's a great idea. So there was something a little bit odd about this behavior, or it's actually fine. I think this kind of feels right. Look how slow they get when they get close to us. They chase us really well when we're far away, and then they get close. They sort of seem to almost lose enthusiasm. Like, I've basically caught him now. What's the point?
Yeah.
So we can make them less lethargic. Do you know why it's doing that? Do you know why it goes faster when you're further
Because
away? And
the value keeps getting
because we
smaller.
set
The distance
the
between.
velocity to basically the distance between us. Like it's not just
Yeah.
the direction; it's also the distance. It's the entire journey you
Yep,
have to
yep,
take to
yep.
get to us. That's your velocity.
So we need
Velocity when you set it. If I set it to 1, that's 1 meter per second. If I set
we
it
need
to 2,
something.
that's 2
I don't know
meters
what
per
we.
second. So we set it to however far away we are, meters per second. So when we're 5 meters away, we're going 5 meters per second, which is pretty fast. And then, but we don't stay at that speed because next update.
Oh,
so
we
now
literally
it's
need a-
speed, and so it goes
We need a
faster.
speed.
That's not what we want. There are times when you might want to do. This is actually basically
An independent speed
like
setting.
like racing games, and where if you get really far ahead of the AI, they just make the AI faster, so they get close to you. But then once they get closer to you, they'll go slower. So there actually are some legit reasons to want things to behave this way. But right now we have no control over it. It's just like that value is kind of set in stone. And I think we just want.
It's in the tutorial food. We're gonna get there.
For now, we're just trying to make quite a simple game. We just want everyone to move at a fixed speed. So what we want to do is we're going to do something to that vector before we set our velocity to it. So we're actually in the line above, we're going to declare a vector3 variable called vector to player, and that is going to be exactly what we typed there. That's just the exact same thing we were talking about before. But rather than directly setting the velocity to that, we will do vector to player dot normalized. Normalize means shrink it down to
was wrong.
be 1
Very
to
wrong.
1, basically. So same direction. Don't mess with which direction it's going, but just make it always.
Or
1.
probably this
Now,
times
if you
speed, I
shrink
would
down,
bet.
it's less than 1. Grow it up. Make it exactly 1 long. So that eliminates the distance factor. Now it doesn't matter how far away it is. We're still going to get the direction, but we're just going to fix it.
Okay. Okay.
And that would make us move exactly 1 meter per second towards the player. I could show you that, but probably you don't need to see it to understand that, or to understand what we want to add to that, which is we probably want to vary the speed, right? We want to be able to set the
Yes.
the enemy speed, and because that's the kind of thing we might want to tweak at runtime, let's do it the same way we did everyone else's speed, which is a public float called speed.
I'll float, right.
I'm not even going to say what it is here. We're just going to rely on the fact that when we go back to Unity, we will see a slot pop up there for speed.
So that's gonna be times
And I
speed,
can put 4 as a starting point. I don't really know what
most likely.
feel like. And then we actually haven't applied that yet. So on this line of code where we set the velocity to the normalized player vector, it's actually not just going to be the normalized one, it's going to be that times speed. So that's
Right.
forget how big the vector is, make it just 1 long.
Okay.
And then do care about how big our
And
speed is.
then
Make that be the actual distance,
make that
the size of the vector.
10, I
Speed.
guess.
So that should now be a steady speed of 4, and we can
Oh,
get in runtime.
you put it to 4, whatever. 10 is fast.
I love that they tumble over it so good. So actually, I can't remember if I explained this, but I could just type numbers in here, but
My computer shoots so many bullets compared to his.
but you can actually
It's just a storm of bullets all at
you
once.
can actually sort of drag it.
Because there's no limiting factor. It's as many as it can make as fast as it can make them.
Like 20. And then I'm going to click back in the game. Oh my god. He's so fast he's making me faster. He's actually pushing me towards where I'm going. 20 is too much.
That's awesome.
Let's try.
10 is probably going to end up being just right, I imagine.
And that's alright. I'm still faster. I think we're 20, aren't we, the player? But it feels threatening. It's coming towards me for sure. I'm trying to shoot it. It's easier said than done because we can only shoot in the direction we're facing. And also because it's a weird shape. And it keeps tumbling out of my way.
We try just 1.
I think I like our speed. We could try 8, I guess.
Now what?
All these changes we're making go
Oh, there we go. There we go. This is very manageable.
Yeah, 8 is not too slow. I think that's good. Oh, it can trip on our bullets. That's great. Okay, so the next thing you might want to do with enemies is make more than one of them. And so we could just duplicate our enemy, but if we do that, I'll show you what I mean. You can right click and say duplicate. I just did Control D there. Now, if we start making changes to one of them, well, if we change our minds about how we want enemies to work,
We want to make a
change our
prefab.
enemies to a single enemy at a time, and that is going to mean that they then behave differently. They also start in the exact same position, which was not intended. So one of them is now moving faster than the other because I increased it. And if I increase it at runtime, now one of them's going very fast, and the other one's going very slow. And yeah, if these two things are meant to be the same, let's tell the game that's what we mean. So let's not duplicate it. Let's do that duplicate. With our original enemy, we just drag it to the project folder, and now it's prefab, just like our bullet is. You remember we made a bullet we actually made that in the scene and then dragged it to the project folder to make it a prefab. In the case of the bullet, that's just the abstract. We didn't want a bullet to be in the scene at startup. We just wanted that to be an idea that the player has in their head that they can, not the player, but the player behavior knows about, so that it can create a bullet when it needs one, knows what it's creating. In the case of the enemy, we are making it that kind of thing. It's this sort of like ideal concept that's never going to change and is set in stone and could be created at runtime while the game's running. But in this case, it is going to be in the scene. And if we want another one, we can duplicate it, because now that it's a reference to the prefab, it's still true that if I edit the individual values of this instance, it will only affect this instance. In fact, let's just, again, I've started in the same position, which is not what I want. I mean, they get out of it because they're physics objects, so they find a way to resolve it. But yeah, so it's still true if I up one of their speed, it only affects that one. But if I do want to affect them all, then I can double click the prefab in the project folder, and we go into this. Remember, it's like you're in the matrix when you're editing a prefab. It's just the prefab, nothing else. That's good. That tells you you're in the right mode to edit this thing. And now if I set that to 10, we should find all our enemies are move at the same speed, and it's 10.
Okay.
They remind me of those like sort of executive toy magnets you can get that, you know, they're very satisfying shapes. They really like sit together really strongly.
Yep.
There's no code telling them to sit together. They're just both in the same place doing the same thing. So, and in fact, maybe that's the thing we should change right now. Let's not make them spawn inside each other. That was stupid. But what the hell? Let's have a bunch of them.
This is so cool, man.
Control D there to
I love this.
And I'll do it again.
It's amazing. Oh man, they got me.
And
They got me, dude.
they all come towards us really. 10 is too much, definitely.
Gotta fight.
And
I gotta fight my way up.
again.
I did it.
That's kind of cool in itself. Actually, they're like red blood cells, aren't they? This could be like a sort of microbe.
I like,
Oh, it's
they're
horrible.
like
They mob you.
chili
It's like
Tic
trying to lock
Tacs.
you in. Oh, that feels so bad in a good way. Like it's a fate you want to avoid. So that's cool, but yeah, like I say, I want to edit the speed, so I'm going to open prefab to do that, and I think we decided 8. The other defining feature of enemies, other than mindlessly moving towards you, is that they should be affected by bullets. We're making such a conventional game, but we have no shame about it. So to do this, we want to detect when a bullet hits an enemy. For now, bullets are only going to hurt enemies and not care about anything else. That's the only collision we're interested in. If we could put that bit of code on the enemy or on the bullet. I think it makes more sense to put it on the bullet. So either a bullet can be checking, did I hit an enemy, did I hit an enemy, did I hit an enemy, or the enemies can be checking, did a bullet hit me, did a bullet hit me, did a bullet hit me. Since, I mean, I think eventually our bullets will only exist for the time that they're flying. You know, they'll hit something and they might catch onto the ground or something, but then they'll fade out. Their existence will be brief. And all of the time that
There you go.
exists,
See?
you want to be doing that check.
We're gonna make them despawn.
Something. It may not be true that all the time an enemy exists, we need to be worrying about bullets. So it makes more logical sense to me to put it on the bullet. This is one of those things. It's a matter of opinion.
I agree.
I think that makes more sense. So,
Sounds fine to
in our
me.
bullet code, it's also kind of nice because our enemy behavior is probably longer than our bullet behavior. That's not really the way you should make these decisions, but it is kind of nice. One massive class and a load of smaller classes script. I mean, so bullet behavior. The functions it has right now are what to do on start and what to do on update. I think of these as events. I don't know if that's a name that's actually officially used, but these are functions that will be triggered at a certain point when something happens. In this case, when the thing is created, and in this case, all the time, like every frame. And we want a new one of those. We want an event that triggers when a collision happens. And there is one already.
I was thinking of the idea of like
collision enter. So I'm going to write
a game with shooting, but you just,
when it does that,
this probably already exists,
and a whole
but
load of code appears.
you have to like just shoot
I think it will.
piles of bullets to get around. Like it's the only way to advance. So you have to fill in gaps with like just 1 million bullets so you can walk across.
Function, but that's it. And even if I've forgotten that as I'm typing it, you know, even if I got it wrong, it would you'd be able to see that it's this. So the name on collision probably sounds pretty logical.
Oh, we're doing a
the
new,
part is a little bit,
whole new thing here.
Less logical. That there's we're not going to use this, but there's on collision exit as well. So a collision, in our case, they're things bouncing off each other. So in our case, they don't really enter each other. It's really just saying the first time they touch, and technically, you know, whether you call that them entering each other or not is kind of semantics. But that's why the word enter is there. Well, it's not just on collision. On collision exit would be something passes through something and then it leaves it. So when the collision happens, we want.
I gotta go back and hear why he did that. I was distracted
just to
talking.
sort of show you. So
He copied and pasted this from somewhere.
the functions it has right now are what to do on start and what to do on update. I think of these as events. I don't know if that's a name that's actually officially used, but these are functions that will be triggered at a certain point when something happens. In this case, when the thing is created, and in this case, all the time, like every frame. And we want a new one of those. We want an event that triggers when a collision happens. And there is one already that Unity already knows about, and it's called on collision enter. So I'm going to write on collision enter, and it's going to tell what I mean. And when it does that, I'm going to hit enter, and a whole load of code appears.
I typed that all out.
I think it will. It knows not only that I wanted to write on collision enter, but it also knows all the other stuff I've got to say around that, like find a bit void and all this stuff in brackets, which is great because I remember that. I remember the name.
Well,
of it.
VS Code doesn't know about that.
As I'm typing it,
Maybe I need another extension.
you'll see that it's this.
Oh, wait, I typed it wrong. That would be why. On.
The enter part is a little bit less logical. That there's we're not gonna
Nope,
use this bit,
still
but
doesn't know about it.
as well. So A collision, in our case, they're things bouncing off each other. So in our case, they don't really enter each other. It's really just saying the first time they touch. And technically, whether you call that them entering each other or not is kind of semantics. But that's why the word enter is there. And it's not just on collision. On collision exit would be something passes through something and then it leaves it. So when the collision happens, we want to destroy the enemy, if it is indeed an enemy that we collide with. Just to sort of show you that that this is working, I'm going to write destroy brackets game object. So this just says kill us, destroy the whole game object we're on. When I write game object on its own, that means I'm referring to.
Oh well, this is just gonna like you can just run into them and kill them.
Game object that we're attached to.
If we write it like this.
That refers to the transform that's on the game object we're attached to. And destroy, pretty intuitively, destroys whatever you put in those brackets. So I'm doing this just to show you that this will detect collisions already. There's a difference between, sometimes we're going to be writing functions that we just made up. We just think of something and do it. So now when I fire bullets, anytime they hit anything, they're just disappearing. They're not.
Oh, it's on the bullets. It's on the bullets.
That happens when the enemies are smothering me.
And that is working.
Forwards,
I thought that for some reason I thought I put it on the enemies. Mine collide into each other before they can even go anywhere.
It's not being added to theirs, but it's
Actually, that happens to him too a little bit, but not as much. All of mine are hitting each other. Oh, one got away.
That's not what we want, but I just wanted to show that works. What we want is to we want to know what we collided with. We don't want this to happen on every collision. We don't want something to happen when we collide with an enemy, and so we need to know something about what we collided with, and that's what this word collision up here is for. So what this is really doing is declaring a variable of type collision with the name collision. Because of that, I'm actually just going to change this name. I'm going to say this collision. And I'm doing that just to make it clear to you that this is the name of the variable, this is the type. I find it weird.
That is helpful since I don't know C#.
Makes it harder to understand what's been written. So this collision is just the name. You can write whatever you like there.
I can make a PP.
It is a collision type variable. So
it's true.
That this rigid body, our rigid body its type is rigid body. This thing is a collision. What is a collision?
Gotcha.
It's a bunch of data about what just happened. So when we write this collision and put a dot there, there's all these different things we can get. So we can get contacts, we can get type, we can find its relative velocity, we can get its rigid body, but actually up here there's game object, and this collision.game object will tell us, will get us reference to whatever.
What we've collided with.
And
right.
Remember how when we wanted to know if we had a rigid body, well, we actually wanted to find our rigid body, we did get component. We're going to do that to this game object we found. We're going to say, this game object, get their component, and the type we're interested in is enemy behavior.
Oh.
So if this thing has an enemy behavior, then it's an enemy. So that's how we're telling. When we collide with something, we're saying, hey, do you have an enemy behavior component? I'm going to look at those things. I'm going to do
That feels cheaty, kind of, but it makes sense.
Just a reference to that, to whatever the enemy behavior they have is. So we want to check whether this thing exists, and I guess we can just do, if we do if and then brackets, all of this equals null, close brackets, and then we do these curly braces for what happens with the if. This is, in case it's been a while, all the way back in the player behavior, remember we did if this button is being pressed, then do this. So we have regular brackets for what it is we want to check, and then we have these braces for what it is we want to do, if it's the case. So the same syntax here. So if all of this thing, right now I said equals null. Null is what will happen if this thing doesn't exist. If you say, hey, what's the enemy behavior of this?
Right.
It doesn't have one because it's a wall. It'll come back and say null. So right now we actually run the opposite of what we want. We don't want something to happen if the enemy behavior doesn't exist. We want something to happen if the enemy behavior does exist. So we don't want to say equals null. We want to say not equals to null. And the way we write that in this language is exclamation mark equals. So exclamation mark equals, you read it as not equals. So this just says find their enemy behavior and check whether it's tell me if it's not null. If it's not null, we want to do something because that means they're an enemy. And in fact, what we will do is we will destroy ourselves, but we'll also destroy them. We'll destroy them first, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll actually break if you do it the other way around, but it certainly makes more sense to destroy them first. So destroy brackets. This collision dot game object. So we already referred to that, didn't we?
Right.
We've got that game object.
Neat.
And now we
I have done it.
And in fact, I might just make a little change to this. This is just something that I would normally do if I'm
Tom!
write something like this. Because we refer to this game object twice, we might as well make a variable for it and save it.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
declaring a new variable
I'm
called
with
game
that.
object, and I'm going to call it their game object. And that is going to call this. So new variable type game object, call it their game object, and it's this collision, the game object. Whatever game object we just hit. And then I can replace that here and here, and I slightly type with that. And that also makes this line of code is getting kind of long, and I just wanted to make that a little bit clearer what we're doing there. There's one fewer levels of complication there. So yeah, their game object is this thing. If that thing doesn't, if that thing, it is way written. It is kind of weird because it says what this really says is if it doesn't not have an enemy behavior, we are saying look for an enemy behavior, and if it's not null, if you didn't fail to find one, then do this.
Yeah.
there is there's a way to avoid that double negative, but I think it's weird in its own way. So I won't teach you that. And I'm trying not to, as I said at the start, I don't teach you multiple different conflicting ways to do the same thing. This works, and not equals is useful.
There's so many
and not equals null is really
in
complicated.
bullet.
So we will.
With every click, it's just
it's quite common.
it's just a fistful. They stand no chance.
Game object is not equal to null. Then
This-
do something to their game object. Game set their position to something.
That should just be the sound effect as well for shooting
You get a crash.
this weapon, whatever this weapon would be.
If this thing is not null, let's do some stuff. So it might seem a bit weird, but you are going to have to get it. So this is not that weird. So this is going to be collide. We look at what we collided with. If it has an enemy behavior, then we destroy them and us. We could make it so we don't destroy ourselves.
Very good.
There's something sort of intuitive. The bullet's kind of like absorbed.
Oh, no.
It's actually very difficult to shoot them because you fire in the direction you're running and you want to run away from them usually.
Yeah, Tom. Maybe we should fix that, Tom.
And they are not killing.
Just kidding.
No, wait, they are killing the enemy. Bouncing off the walls, killing enemies. Exactly what we wanted. So that's it for this lesson in terms of the actual things we wanted to teach. I do want to mess around with this a little bit as well. Because our game is very annoying to play right now. We've made a game that it kind of has a nice feel to it, but then actually like shooting things is hell. Because you can
I was going to try to shoot them one at a time.
You want to shoot in. So let's play around with what we can do about
Look at
that. I don't know what we're
look at
gonna
that
do next
stack of bullets I'm firing.
Well, I know what we want to do.
You can see it actually. Hold on.
So for now, if we went to the
You can see it like coming. They're coming out like a vertical. Right. And you can actually witness it getting less, and the stack gets less tall the longer I fire, right? Because the update loop gets slower and slower and slower. So watch very closely the pyramid of bullets in front of me, and I'm just gonna hold it down. It's not really as much of a pyramid now, and I don't know why. I was closer to the wall when I did before. Maybe that was why. Yeah, there's a little bit of a pyramid. Well, now you can't see it because of the... Not a pyramid. I don't know what I'm saying. Stacks of bullets are coming out of me. It's getting shorter and shorter and shorter, though, until it becomes a single line. It just looks like stacks of bullets. They're going so fast that it's... Oh, wait. Okay, that's an interesting side effect I didn't think about. So, come here, idiots. Haha, you've fallen into my trap. That's excellent. Very, very good. Okay.
player behavior. So this is the part that spawns a bullet, and it spawns a bullet prefab at our position plus a bit forward, and at our rotation. If I change that to minus forward, now it's going to spawn behind us, so that's a start, but it's still going to be facing the same way as us, so that would shoot us in the back, which wouldn't hurt because the other bullets don't hurt us. But actually, no, this is a screw-around session. We should see that. I want to see that happen.
I don't think that...
They might just go straight through us. I can't remember if we actually if bullets collide with us or not. Oh no, they do collide with us, don't they? So, wow. They propel us. I'm not pressing any direction keys there. That's all the bullets.
Okay, that's really good.
Oh, I'm so glad I tried this.
I gotta try that. Hold on. So, I'm behind, and they're gonna be like rocket propulsion. I didn't press the directional. Oh, that's very good. Yeah, I'm not actually driving the character. It's just bullet driven only. It makes a serious mess. It's very chaotic too, because when you run into bullets, they change the direction you're facing, which means that changes the direction you're being propelled towards, or which way you're facing, and therefore which way you're firing. That's fun. Now I'm a bug digging through the dirt, digging through a bunch of rice grains. Insane. Look at that. Oh my god. Damn, we're getting down to 7 days to die levels of performance. It's that easy. Seems to hold pretty strong once it gets down this low though. It's harder to get it to go lower at this point than it was at the beginning when there was nothing. So you lose the top end very easily. Turn on batching. I don't even know how to do that. Is batching like basically what it sounds like? Batching things together, kind of like Minecraft. I'll be real, I don't even know what dots is. I basically only know this tutorial. That's the extent of my knowledge is what's been covered in the tutorial. Good night, Simmond. It's in my bullet prefab, eh? Could turn that shit off. I don't want to go too off-road from the tutorial just yet. Yeah, I have no clue. Batching? I don't know what that does. I don't know what any of this does. It is Tom Francis's Make a Game in Unity with No Experience. And there's a full playlist on his YouTube channel. There's 23 videos, and it basically covers making an entire game from nothing.
And that was super effective for destroying the enemies. Because actually, our bullets don't care how fast they're going. So I bet if we left a trail of bullets, there would also be like landmines because the enemies would die as soon as they touch them. Like, I wonder if I can make that happen intentionally.
That's what I did, Tom.
Yeah, look at that. It deletes a bullet when it happens. So there's only one bullet left and one enemy. Oh, he waggled over it. Are how rotations are stored, and I'll explain them in a future lesson. Well, I won't explain them because they're nightmarishly complex.
Oh god, hold on.
Well, that's great. I don't know if we need to do anything else. Force gets something that you don't really need to understand yet. Comparison. What I was going to do, which now seems a lot kind of boring by comparison, is change their rotation as well. And this is something that you don't really need to understand yet. But if I want to look backwards, I can do quaternion.look rotation. This is quaternions are how rotations are stored, and I'll explain them in a future lesson. Well, I won't explain them because they're nightmarishly complex. It's just like enemies rotation. It's a type of rotation. And in this particular case, we're calling the Quaternion hotline, and we're going to ask it, what would be the rotation for if I wanted to look in this certain direction? And instead of forward, I'm going to do minus transform dot forward. So that's the opposite of forward, just the other direction to forward. So that ought to make them fire behind us.
Does it?
Yeah, wow.
It does.
It's a lot more precise and effective. In a future lesson, we'll give these enemies health, and so it will take a while to kill them and stuff, and so and we might reduce your rate of fire a bit. Right now, it's kind of all over instantaneously. But yeah, that feels promising. Shooting backwards game could work. Like I say, I'd like us to aim at the mouse because then we've got 2 axes of input for the player, and that's more interesting. So another thing I wanted to try was the player has this slot for a bullet. What if we put the enemy in there? What if we fire enemies? I think. Let's find out.
Oh,
no. Oh, wow, they actually ended up standing up. Oh, this is actually slowing down. We've successfully made the game kind of chug. Remember how many bullets we could have without any slowdown? But with just this many enemies, we have an issue. And I believe that's because they're all doing stuff with... like they're all adjusting their velocity all the time. Does that make sense? It may just be because they're capsules instead of cubes and the collisions between them is more...
Yeah, it doesn't look like any but the originals are chasing him.
Commonly used type of collider in games. When you
That's
are
interesting.
in a
He hasn't
position,
noticed.
your character is probably being treated as a capsule in a lot of cases, and they have a few nice things where they sort of vaguely match the sort of broad shape of a human, but also the curvy bottom part is means that when you're going up like very small steps, you're not constantly catching the edge of your collider. Instead, it's sort of like it smooths things out kind of for free. And I thought, I was just guessing, but I
Make steps, ramps.
very efficient to calculate collisions because
Always.
on the math side of things, if you're in like the cylinder part, then all you're measuring is how far away you are from like the core axis, and if you're at the top, then all you're measuring is how far away you are from that top of that axis, because a sphere is I don't know what that's supposed to tell you, but anyway, that's what I thought. In practice, we're seeing like a big performance hit from having a whole load of capsule colliders around, which is curious. This is not the game we were going to make anyway, so
It's probably because capsules just have a lot more
all right, hello. This
triangles or whatever.
we're going to make our player face the cursor and shoot towards the cursor, and then
Oh,
we're
hell
going to
yeah.
use timers,
Let's
that
do
are
it.
useful for various things in our game, like rate of fire and
Wait, what did I do? I have to undo
The cursor
something.
thing is one of
I have
those
to
things
undo
that
the shooting out of my
are
butt.
less simple than
Or
it seems.
into my butt.
And to some
Right
extent,
here.
I'm going to have to ask you to just write what I write and not worry too much about it. As I said at the start of this tutorial, in general, I want you to understand what we're doing and why.
Yes,
and I will talk through
I am the Lord.
Excuse me?
Writing it, but it will be
Project.
mathsy and a bit complicated.
Thank you for
And
46
you don't
months.
need to know it. Look, this is a bit of code I wrote 6 years ago. I have never touched it since until today. I've used it in almost every project, and you just write it once and you forget about it forever. Like I say, I will talk through it.
I'm good with this.
And I want to explain why this
Code that you just write once and then just copy and paste in every project forever till the end of time.
If we were in a purely 2D game, like if the view was like this and there was no third dimension, the whole Unity didn't even know about third dimension, everything was just X and Y.
I'm on
then
episode
because there's only one place.
5.
It's, if my cursor is here, I'm definitely in the same spot as that enemy. But we're in a 3D world, and even though our game might just be on a flat plane, and only really deal with 2D stuff, it's still, when we're looking at it from any kind of angle, it's ambiguous where our cursor is in 3D space. Our cursor is actually in several different places in 3D space. If we don't do this, but I'm just to illustrate it, if I had a second ground layer, we're making like a multi-level game, and I put my cursor is here. Where is my cursor? What's the
Right.
flat position?
That's a
of the cursor?
common problem.
According to the higher ground, it's in way in the bottom left corner, right? And on the lower one, it's actually like
Up in
the
the-
side of it.
The
It's
high
on
corner,
center.
yeah.
So this single position on our screen corresponds to several different positions in 3D space. In fact, it corresponds to all the positions in 3D space that we would hit if we fired a laser from our eyes. This is actually a thing with not quite a laser, not quite from our eyes, but that's where our cursor is in 3D space. The answer to that question is a line that goes into the game world from our eyes. It's like a beam that shoots out of us. All of those positions along that line could be where the cursor is. It makes sense to say that in all
Got
cases.
it.
But obviously we need a clear definitive answer to this. We want the player to look at the cursor. And so the answer to the question in our case is, well,
We want
if you travel down that line, when you get to the player's height, where are we then? That's what we
Yeah.
do. When I put this cursor here, I can intuitively say, well, where's the cursor? It's between the two red ends. You can tell. That's what we're doing automatically, and we just need to tell the code to do that. So, but like I say, it's a bit of code that. Sorry, I'm trying to get a reference doc up here, and something's yelling at me. I haven't touched it in ages. If I look away from the screen, the reason I'm getting a reference doc up is I don't remember this code. I just have to look at it and write it out. So you are not at all behind me if you don't understand this. So the first thing we do is we want that laser that we're shooting from our eyes, and that is a ray. So we're creating a new variable. Oh, sorry. This is in player behavior, and I'm writing it just after this WSD to move section and before the face the new position. Because once we've done this, we're going to face that position. We're no longer going to face the direction we're moving in.
Right.
And yeah, the first thing we want is this laser firing from our eyes. That is a variable type called ray, and a ray is just a name for a line in 3D space. Think of it as laser beam.
Okay, Ray.
And we're going to call it ray from camera to cursor. And to create it, we are going to tell the camera to do it.
Excuse me.
We can reference the camera by writing camera.main dot
nice.
screen point to ray. So
Point
that
to
is
Ray.
a function that is going to take a point on the screen where our cursor is and turn it into a ray
Nice.
that's firing out of our eyes. It's weird.
That's cool.
Don't worry if you don't understand why we're doing this. And what we pass into that is input.mouse position. Input.mouse position, we're calling the input hotline, we're just saying where is the cursor on the screen? That's the easy question to answer. If we're making a 2D game, that would be all we needed. Just where it's on the screen. Unity does have a fixed answer for that, and it's very simple. But if we want to know where it is in 3D space, we're going to have to ask about where we want to look along the laser beam we're shooting from our eyes.
Sick.
And yeah, I'm probably just going to have to copy this code out because I think trying to understand every single term and where it is pretty complicated at this stage. So the next thing we want to know, after we've got the ray, now we want to know.
It's not that bad, Ray.
Which at what height do we care about? Basically, in our vision of this, we're sort of intuitively saying that, well, the place we care about is the ground level, right? It's where the player is. It's kind of the player's height. If the player's going to look at this cursor, if I want this white thing to turn around and look at this cursor, I don't want it to look up or down. I want it to look on its level, wherever the cursor is on its level.
Yeah.
So that flat ground level is called a plane. You might know that term already. In fact, yeah, it's kind of similar to the geographical concept of like planes. Although that's spelled differently, so ignore that. We're creating a new variable. The type is a plane, and what are we going to call it? I'm going to call it the player plane, and we're going to create it from scratch. So sorry, I'm trying to write the word new just once. New plane, and in brackets, to create a plane, all Unity needs to know is where we're starting from and what way is up. And so actually it's the other way around. It's what way is up and where we're starting from. So the first thing we want to tell it is which way is up. We're just going to use vector3.up for that. And remember, that's calling a vector hotline and asking it for, just give me a vector that represents up. And then for where we're starting from, it's going to be our position, transformed position. Because remember, it's the player. I have done something wrong here, haven't I? Have I? No. Bear with me a sec while I figure out why this isn't now. Oh, maybe I just mouse over it and it'll tell me. Plane is an ambiguous reference between system.numerics plane and Unity engine plane. Well, I want the one that is useful to us. What is going on? I wrote the same code earlier tonight and it was fine with it. Is it because... Wait. Something strange has happened here.
I do appreciate that Tom has never heard of a jump cut.
Truly.
All this stuff stays in.
Just now.
I like it.
All of this has gone horribly wrong as well. Everything has completely... Like, it can't understand what vector 3 is now? I guess let's look at potential fixes. What if... actually, just to see if I delete that, we're still in trouble. It doesn't understand the code, our existing code. That's a little bit alarming. What's going on?
So good.
I'll tell you, mate. Let's close and not save our changes. Now it's fine. If I write the exact same code, it's fine. What? I think it was when I typed new. I think I broke the universe. I really don't know what's going on there. Sorry, that's a strange thing. I haven't really encountered that before.
I think VS Code wins a point in this one.
Okay, so that's the plane we care about is it starts where we are, our transform position, and if we tell it which way is up, then Unity can figure out how to make the plane from there. Again, don't worry if you're not entirely following this. And now, player plane.
Yeah, he did import it
We're going to ask it to
accidentally.
The
But he didn't notice,
ray from
which would be easy to miss.
and we want it to tell us to spit something out.
Raycast.
A float variable that tells us how far it had to go along that ray before it hit the plane.
Okay.
So how long is this laser? How long did this laser have to travel before it hit the ground? And that's just going to be distance. We can name this whatever we like. I'm just going to put distance from camera. And then the very last thing we do to actually get the cursor position is something to do with the ray. It's with the ray from camera to mouse. Camera to cursor. Get point. So now I'm talking to the laser.
Cursor
Saying,
position.
give me a vector for the position. If I travel down this laser this far. And how far are we talking about? Well, it's that distance value we just got. Distance from camera. So this is a bit weird, I gotta say. Like, I mean, these two lines feel like we're doing the same thing twice, don't they? Like, one of them is saying, how far do you go down the raid before you hit the plane? And the other one is saying, actually do go that far down and get us that coordinate, I guess. It seems a little bit complicated to me. And like I say, you don't need to understand this one. This is a bit you can just write once and forget about it forever. At the end of it all, we have a vector that is the
Right.
first position. And this line of code below it, this lookout position, do you remember we wrote this, we changed our movement code actually to enable this, where we wanted to know what position we're about to move to, and look at that. Well, we don't look at that anymore, we want to look at the cursor position. So lookup position equals cursor position. So yeah, all this chunk, I rushed through it, and I didn't really explain this out thing is a bit weird. We're defining a variable in the middle of
It's
a function,
fine.
which is a bit weird.
It's
we don't
fine.
really do that.
You got a value coming out that is a float that we're setting
quite a lot of stuff
right there, and it's called distance from camera. It's not that hard.
Play,
And I assume
should find that the player turns towards the cursor, and better than that, they shoot towards the cursor. Because that bit was done for us for free, because we already shoot bullets in whatever direction we're facing. So as long as we're facing towards the cursor, we'll shoot towards the cursor. So that's actually done. So that's a nice thing. If we might,
oh no, never mind.
It's possible that later
That's
we
not
might
right.
want
We
several
want
other things in our
change
world might want to know where the
this.
cursor is, and we might want interface things, buttons and stuff that might want to know this. If and when
Yeah.
that happens, we'll pull this out and put it somewhere else, and it won't be on.
All right, hold on. I want to confirm that I've done that and it works. It's looking like it's working. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. That is nice. And it doesn't freak out when it's close to the mouse either, which is also very nice. Beautiful. So smooth and cool. I love it. Right? Isn't it so cool already? It's going to get way cooler too, Richie. I haven't watched ahead, but I've seen the thumbnails for the later videos, and there's going to be lighting. There's going to be, there's a lot. There's a lot coming. It's going to be good. I'm excited to get farther in the tutorial because it covers so much, and I really want to see as much as I can, you know?
This code for knowing where the cursor is would be gone as well, which would be a bit weird. But I'm leaving that stuff till when we actually need it, when it makes sense to do it. In the meantime, there's a few things. I noticed there's some of the shortcomings of our game revolve around timing. So we are firing bullets every update, and like I say, updates inconsistent.
Yeah.
Computers. And also, we want to be able to control this. We want to be able to control how rapidly we fire. Another thing is that if we play our game and keep firing bullets for long enough, we will eventually start to get some slowdown because they're just going to clutter up the place, stacking up. They can cause some slightly weird physical behavior. Our player
Yes.
use that now because we restrained their position, didn't we? But yeah, eventually this slows down. So the simplest case, both these things can be solved with timers, and the simplest one to do is the bullet one, so we'll do that first.
Sure.
And we are just going to create a new public variable, public float seconds until destroyed. And we're not going to set it here because it's a public variable, so we want to set it in the inspector.
Oh, what am I doing?
Our bullets are prefabs, remember? They don't live in the scene yet. They're just this single ideal. I double-clicked it there, and it's opened up
Hold
prefab
on.
mode. And now the second thing destroyed thing that we just defined.
Sorry,
is
brain broken for
it's
one
public variable, so
second
we want
there.
to inspector, control how rapidly we fire. Another thing is that if we play our game and keep firing bullets for long enough, we will eventually start to get some slowdown because they're just going to clutter up the place, stacking up. They can cause some slightly weird physical behavior. Our player is immune to that now because we restrained their position, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah,
We're going to find out.
So the simplest case, both these things can be solved with timers.
But I would say it's going to be just a lot of common stuff. A lot of typical stuff.
We are just going to create a new public variable, public float seconds until destroyed. And we're not going to set it here because it's a public variable, so we want to set it in the inspector. And our bullets are prefabs, remember? They don't live in the scene yet. They're just this single ideal. I double-clicked it there, and it's opened it in prefab mode. And now the seconds until destroy thing that we just defined, it's there, but it's 0. We don't want that. I'll go for like 4 seconds. That's pretty short. We could go for longer, but I want to actually see it happen for one thing. I don't want to be sitting around waiting
Keep
for
the value or delete the value. It killed the value. What speed was it? Oh no.
Is anything disappearing?
Oh, 40 is what he
There it is.
has.
What the hell am I talking about? I completely forgot to write the actual code. I'm so sorry.
I love Tom, man. He's great. He's very good. Let's make sure this is still working. Yeah. Still working. All right, we're good. We're good.
Seconds until destroyed. We defined the variable, then did nothing with it. I'm a bit out of it tonight. what we want to do is tick that down. So
He was really expecting some
right
magic
now
there.
it doesn't do anything in the update, but now it's going to take that seconds value and reduce it. Do you remember when we wanted increase by, it was plus equals? Well, if we want to reduce something, it's minus equals. Reduce it by time dot delta time, which is how much time passes since the last update. So when we're working in seconds and we're using time dot delta time, that all works out. It's all in the right units. So that will tick down to 0, but currently nothing happens at 0. To do this, we're just going to check if seconds until destroyed is less than 0. If you haven't seen this before, that pointy bracket is less than. The other pointy bracket is greater than, and should be easy to remember because the left side that's less than is the smaller side of the shape, and the side that's greater is the wide side. And so if 0 is the greater thing, then we are 0 or less. And sorry,
Unlikely, yes.
0.
Except
and
it's not
that is
happy
the
with me.
destroy bracket.
Not valid.
We do it right down there.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so we defined the timer, we set it in the inspector. I briefly forgot we hadn't written any code. The reason for that is because I do a trial run of these things, so I have written that code tonight, I just forgot that it was in the trial run, not now. And then every update, basically all the time, we are ticking that down, and once it hits 0, if seconds until destroy is less than 0, then actually do destroy us. Now we should see some actual effect. Sorry, I want to check something. Why isn't that saved?
I need to actually set that.
Yeah.
Which is...
There
it is. What does he have it set to?
There we go. And of course, they ping out of existence in reverse order.
4.
While we're on this, they do disappear rather abruptly. And if we want that to look a bit nicer, normally I wouldn't really be polishing at this point, but we can actually do that fairly easily, which is by changing their scale. So this is seconds until destroyed, starts at 4, it's ticking down until it's 0. Shortly before they destroy.
All right, hold on. I've clearly made a boo-boo. Seconds. What did I do wrong? Oh, greater. Yeah. Yep, it was a sword. I invented a sword. That's not bad. That's a great thing, right? There we go. Isn't that nice? There. Still not not enough to keep it performant. It's somewhat performant, but damn. Beautiful. Well, unlike those who've come before us, Clark, I realize the question is not, can I make a Keyblade, but should I make a Keyblade? It's a question of morality, Clark. They were so concerned with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think whether or not they should.
We would like them to shrink. I think that's a nice way of having them transition from existing to not existing. It's very commonly used in games. And we know how to access our scale, right? It's transform.localScale. Excuse me, not local order angles. Local scale. We can set that to something. And if we set it to seconds until destroyed, sorry, it has to be a vector. So we start with a vector 1, which is just 1 in all directions.
Oh, right.
No, we're not going to do this. Sorry. No, we are going to do it. So this is a thing I did in practice, and it turns out to be the wrong way to do it, but it will be funny.
We're going to do it anyway. Sounds good.
So yeah, if we set our scale to however many seconds we have left, so when we have 1 second left, we're 1 big, and when we have half a second left, we're only half the size, and then when we're 0 seconds left, we'll be 0. So we should smoothly shrink down to nothing. Obviously, we don't want to do that right from the start, because seconds until destroyed starts at 4. That's bigger than 1, so that's not normal scale. So we'll do, if seconds until destroyed is less than 1, we do this. Excuse me, I didn't do an opening bracket. I'm gonna have to...
Jesus Christ.
Go crazy. Okay. All I'm trying to do is get the formatting to look consistent. And if you copy and paste something, cut and paste something rather, it will format it for you when you paste it, which is kind of nice.
It's my favorite tutorial
so if
ever.
it's less than 1, let's use it as our scale. And if it's less than 0, let's destroy ourselves. This is wrong, but I'm going to show it to you because it's kind of funny.
Hello?
So shoot some bullets. And they explode. It's actually pretty cool. They're basically exploding bullets at this point.
Whoa!
And
Oh, that's awesome.
Really pop off.
That looks great. Yeah, what a cool effect. It really is like exploding. Well, this game's got some effects now, dude. I'm firing dynamite now. That is so sick. It's like popcorn. Wow, that's so awesome. What a cool effect. Oh, I love it. That is so cool. And because they all have rigid bodies,
Yes, I am the Lord.
they
Where's my
really
popped corn?
they really do behave like little explosions, right? They push everything away. Ends, thank you for 87 months. I got your popcorn right here. Right here. It's right in the corner here. Right there. Pop this. Even pushes the player. Boop. See? Very cool. That's awesome.
This is actually kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of thinking maybe we want something like this. We're going to put it in our back pocket, something we might do later. But if we do want them just to vanish, though, our intent is to make these just shrink out of existence. There is a better way of doing it. We can just, instead of setting us... Okay, sorry. The reason that's happening, I forgot to explain, is our bullet scale is not 1, 1, 1, right? If we open up our bullet prefab, our scale is actually 0.1, 0.1, 0.6. So when we set the scale to 1, 1, 1 at time equals 1, we actually made it bigger, and we made it square, or cuboid. We made it a cube. And that's why it went big and spewed everywhere in this quite fun way. We don't want to do that, though, in this particular case. So the easier way I found of doing this is just that if we multiply, anytime once our seconds left to live is less than 1, if we multiply our scale by that, that will make us smaller. It will, if our seconds left to live is 0.8, then we will shrink our scale to 80% of what it was. And this will kind of stack up because we will shrink ourselves, then we'll shrink ourselves again, we'll shrink ourselves again, and the amount, the fraction of our previous size will be smaller and smaller, which is actually quite a nice way to scale something.
Cool.
Fire loads of bullets. Maybe I'll just keep on firing. Yeah, look at that. It's lovely, isn't it? That's a really kind of subtle disappearing thing. We could, it would take more code to make them exactly linearly go from 1 to 0, so that, it goes 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, whatever. Kind of a fancier smoothing algorithm.
Really got to control that rate of fire. It's a bit much right now.
Turns out to be quite nice for our purposes.
This is a sneeze gun.
So that's using a timer for bullet life.
Yeah, I can turn
also use a timer
him up a
for
bit.
rate of fire. So on our player behavior, I'm going to declare a new public float called.
Let me know if that's
seconds
good.
Between shots. You'll notice I like to get the word seconds in there because that way we're being clear about what the units are, and we know it's not number of frames or number of something else. So just like to be as explicit as possible with variable names. And then I keep forgetting to do this. I'm going to remove this debug log on startup. That was just a test thing. We didn't need that. Down here in the firing code, I think I'm going to change this comment to just say firing because we're about to make it a bit broader.
Yes, sir.
What do we want to do? We want to, excuse me, pasted the wrong thing, not having a good night. We've got a value for the seconds between shots. What we really want to do is something like, if the time since the last shot is greater than seconds between shots or equal to it, then we can fire. So we need to track that. And the seconds between shots, I made it public so that we can adjust it in the inspector. In fact, let's just go and do that now, because watch me forget that I haven't programmed anything yet and test it. Where is our scene? Here is our scene. Seconds between shots, let's say 0.2. Seems reasonable, that's 5 shots a second. But if we want to count how long since the last shot, there's no reason for that variable to be public. But we do want it to persist. We want it to be something we can refer to. We change it this step, and its value will be kept next step. So we do still want it up in this area where we declare things that we want to kind of be universal to our instance. I don't know if that's the same way to say it.
Yes.
So we're just
I
going to
understand.
It's just going to be float seconds since last shot. You can put the word private in front of it, but I'm pretty sure that if you don't, if you just leave the word out, then it's fine. So basically, if we say public, we want it to be public, and if not, it's fine. And we are going to define that one here, because remember, we're not making this pop up in the inspector. The reason we don't set any of these values in code is because the inspector is going to set them, because we made them public. Since this one is not public, we actually do need to set it here. I'm going to set it to 0. How long since the last shot? Wait, that's actually wrong, isn't it? We want it to, like, how long since the last shot when you're just created? It's not 0. We didn't just fire, right? We want to be able to fire. So its initial value is actually going to be seconds between shots, which we can't use because it's not a static field. Are we going about this wrong?
I want to work with this guy.
Seconds since we last fired. We could just start this at 0. It wouldn't be a noticeable problem, but it's a bit weird because it means basically your gun is locked when the game starts, and there's no reason for that to be the case. If we gave it like a really long time between shots, then this would be more of a problem. I guess we just define it, and we don't set it to anything here, and then in start we say seconds since last shot equals seconds between shots. So this area, setting values to each other in this area is a dangerous game, it seems, and you're really supposed to do it in start, so we'll do it then. Fine.
Okay.
And then seconds since last shot, that's the thing we want to tick up all the time, right? Every update, that should be increased by time.delta time. We don't need to know if we've ever fired. We don't need to know anything about the current firing state, whether you're holding down fire right now or you're not. Regardless, we're just going to increase that. We're just going to keep adding to it. And then only if... so we're going to have... This is now going to depend on two things. Right now, creating a bullet depends on are you holding the fire button? And now we want it to also depend on if seconds since last shot is greater than seconds between shots, and input.getButtonFire. And is done by 2 ampersands, one after the other. That's just a thing. That's just how you do it. So, and greater than I would explained, we're actually going to modify this slightly because strictly this doesn't really matter, but it ought to be greater than or equal to, and that's just greater than with an equals after it. That means, so that will be true if seconds since last shot is exactly seconds between shots. In practice, that's almost never going to happen because time steps are uneven and very precise.
0.111.
It kind of matches the spirit of what we call these variables. If the amount of time since the last shot is the same as however many seconds we're allowed between shots, then we can fire.
Well, let's see what this looks like first. Uh-oh. I don't think that code was complete. Oh no, project. Did I set the wrong bar? Seconds between shots. Oh, since last shot's probably what we want. Here, right? That would be why. Thank you. Is that working? That was weird. It's clearly not working. Greater than seconds between shots. Float plus equals delta time. No. Not resetting it. So it works for the very first shot. So I want to see how Tom handles that.
So that should be right now.
No. No, it's not.
Yeah, I guess that's a bit slower. It's not much slower. Let's increase it and check that it's actually having an effect. It's not having an effect. It's doing nothing. Okay. Why this time? We don't reset it. That's the problem. Seconds since last shot. After we shoot, we should set that to 0, shouldn't we?
Okay, that's what I was gonna do. I just wasn't sure if that was how he was gonna handle it. Wrong one. Okay. Let's give that a shot. Haha, pun. Yes! Yes! Oh. Okay. Now I'm going to set it and it's going to work. And Sito, you're going to tell me. Oh, did you already? It's more like 9 times a second. Is that the fact? Oh, this is Samus's power beam? That's awesome. I'll bet you know all of Samus's parameters. That sounded lewd, and I didn't mean for it to. Oh, that works well. That's very good. Excellent. I'm very pleased. You can play this more like a game now too, instead of just sneezing a ton of bullets at them. I can boop, 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 boop. Now it's basically asteroids. No, I know. I know. I know you can do things all kinds of ways. I'm at a big disadvantage because I don't know C#. Um, so I very much want to see how he does everything in this. But I imagine that in terms of bad habits, I'm going to pick some up one way or the other anyhow. I don't really know any programming language. I've copied and pasted a lot of Scala, JavaScript. I could claim to know HTML and CSS, but those aren't really programming languages now, are they? What else? Python. I have copied and pasted a lot of Python. You see, the weird thing with me is I don't know any of these things, but I have copied and pasted my way to full applications. Multiple full applications. Scala is kind of Java-ish. At the startup, I did Prolog, which is an ancient old programming language for oh god, what was it really? It was like for processing logic trees. So it's sort of ish artificial intelligence ish. Yeah, it would have been contemporary with like Fortran and COBOL. Prolog was not very complex. It was a really weird language. In fact, most of the work that Prolog does is not written by you. It's not there's not much to the syntax. I kind of thought of it like a data Plinko machine. So you send in a bunch of data and then you write all the rules, and the rules are like the knobs that decide where the data is going to fall until you've processed something that comes out the other side. Yes, Enduin, you got it. You define a bunch of stuff, and then it runs like a state machine. That's a good description. I wrote a whole automatic placer for analog circuit components. So you would get all the data in from the schematic. It would translate the schematic into just, the details of the devices. and then it would try to try to determine the most optimal layout for the circuitry. Kind of similar to like box packing, except for that you have parameters that matter in terms of like for routing. So if they're not laid out in a good way, you're not going to have efficient routing later, routing the metal to make the connections.
So
Anyway, I
the
don't
next
know
one,
anything.
We started ready to fire, and then when we did fire, it was always passing this check because we start in a state that passes this check, and then we also never reduced it because I forgot to write that line code. So yeah, when we fire, seconds since last shot is now 0, right? So that should be obvious to any idiot writing this code. Okay, that's definitely slow. In fact, that's probably too slow. Need more enemies to test it against.
Depends on your weapon there, Tom.
This is a good illustration of a principle I've talked about recently called show me too much. It means when you're tweaking a variable, don't stop when it feels about right. Only stop once you've gone too far in the other direction. So when I was suggesting that seconds between shots, it's like, maybe this is better, maybe this is working. Didn't feel bad, but actually it was having no effect at all. And so you need to keep going until you see like, okay, this is bad now, it's too slow. Because otherwise you might just be imagining the changes, because that does happen. Okay, that is probably enough for today on the main lesson, because I'm going to break even more things if I try and teach anything more serious. But while we're messing around, I don't even know if this is a mess around thing, but there's one more timer we could add here that would be fun, and so I'm going to add it, which is what if our enemies replicated? If they had a public...
So they're like slimes.
Yeah, is this going to work? We'll find out. A public float of seconds until multiply? Let's say spawn. And we'll give them a private float of... Sorry, we'll do it like our rate of fire. Seconds between spawns. And our private float will be seconds since last spawn. And we'll have to do the same thing where... wait a second. This is going to be 0. This is going to be 0. Unlike our rate of fire, this can start at 0 because we want it to tick up and not spawn anything until it reaches a certain value. And that value will be... So in update, we're going to increase it by time.delta time. And then we're going to check, is seconds since last spawn greater than or equal to seconds between spawns? And if it is, we want to instantiate if we say instantiate game object, that is copying ourselves. We're going to make a new game object so that's just the same as us. Just make a new one of those. But that's going to... I think the new one is also going to spawn another enemy immediately. So perhaps we want to, before we do that, say seconds since last spawn is 0. So the same thing that I got wrong with the rate of fire there, where I forgot to reset it to 0 after we fire. We're going to set this to 0 before we spawn a new one, because I think it's going to inherit our counter. Our timer will be copied as well, and so we want it to be back at 0. And then we're just going to create a new enemy on top of ourselves. I think this should work. Wait, no, it's going to go...
I'm going to go ahead and run it and see find out what he was realizing as he started it. I think he had to restart Unity, I'll bet you. Oh god, yeah. Oh, I managed to save it.
Horribly wrong, yep. This is an understandable error, though. I just hope I can actually... Has Unity registered my click? It's very hard to say. I could click pause, I guess that would help. This happened multiple times in practice as well, and I was always able to get out of it, but not right now. Is there... I think there's a keyboard shortcut to pause as well. I don't know if that's going to be any more responsive than clicking.
You're fucked, Tom. It's been far too long.
Okay. Yeah, ready to go Unity. Alright, let's curse Mike here at tutorial land. Why did that happen? Just because
God,
I
that's
hadn't
good.
gone into the inspector and set that seconds between spawns to anything. So it defaults to 0, so it spawns it infinitely fast.
Right.
I was so careful to avoid the infinite spawning problem in other ways. But yeah, if we want to set that value, we want to set it on the prefab. And seconds between spawns, I think something like, should we say 3?
3.
And then I want to double check. I've changed it in the prefab, but did that affect all of our instances? And if I click on them each in turn, I'm looking at the seconds between spawns, and yes, they're all 3. So we're good.
Yeah.
So let's see if this goes wrong. There it is. 3 seconds after spawning, they all replicate, and of course the ones that copy them are also replicating, and it becomes a roiling mass that I have to keep culling with my now reduced rate of fire. And I'm actually going to let it get out of control because, so at this stage, I think it's probably, yeah, I think it's replicating so fast now that I won't be able to take it out even if I wanted to. I kind of don't want to. I want to get mobbed by the horrible glossy mass. Oh god. Oh jeez. And if I let that carry on, it's going to obviously crash Unity again. So that's not a good game mechanic to keep because it will eventually crash the user's computer. But it's kind of a cool effect. And I'm going to stop there now because otherwise I'm going to ruin everything more.
I'm trying to thin them out.
Yes,
Okay, so
Yeah.
I am the
put,
Lord.
into adding a
31
tool
moths.
again, and
It's impossible now.
what I think the biggest problem we have is before we go back
Canned
to
pears. Thank you for 31 months.
thing I just made. I thought it'd be good to have a reference sheet for just very common things that is easy to forget in terms of like how do you, when you're declaring a variable, you say the type, and then you say the name you want to give it, and then equals, and then what you want to store. And a reminder of what all those types of variables are. I never thought of this before until I came to write this, but the ones that start with lowercase are kind of basic things, quite simple things, and the ones that start with a typecase are more fancy. I would be lying if I said it made perfect sense. Which ones start with capital and which ones don't. Because game object, for example, if it's a type, it starts with a capital, but if you want to refer to the game object you're using, it's a lowercase. So all kind of gotchas like that. In fact, I should add that here because that's not in there yet. That particular distinction. What a prefab is and what to watch out for there, how to write an if statement, all these weird little symbols for checking things or doing things. In fact, all these involve equals with some combination of other symbols to just remind what those are. And in particular, this one's important. Variable equals something, makes variable equal to something. Variable equals something, checks whether it currently is.
But yeah, I'm a weird programmer. So I cannot claim to know any particular
Yes, I am the Lord.
language. Dark Wolf, thank you for 29 months. Or I wouldn't claim to know any particular language. However, any particular language doesn't really matter to me because it's just usually syntax differences and the basic precepts are always or almost always the same. I mean, there can be gotchas, obviously, and defining things is usually where shit gets really wacky in terms of when you start getting to like classes and stuff like that. Shit gets, there's a whole bunch more stuff to a definition, but like, conditionals, loops, arithmetic, all of these things are essentially usually the same, and then there'll be quirks. Like JavaScript has, like if you want to do equals, you have to do 3 equals. I don't remember why that is, rather than just 2. They definitely have a reason for that, though. Python mainly, like Python just tries to get rid of a lot of syntax as much as possible. There's that. Oh, strict type and equality check. Right, yeah. Well, right, that's what I'm saying. Is I know there's a difference between equals and equals, but I just didn't remember what it was. But like I can get into a language and just start going in and just fucking around because I'm not really, I can see the syntax around, contextually. So but when it comes to writing anything new, I need to pull up references. Kind of, Clark, I guess. Kind of. See, so what you're talking about there, Tenosis, is one of those things that would be a gotcha for somebody like me, where not knowing means I would get tripped up by that, most likely. But it would be sort of relatively rare situation, but it could happen. And I wouldn't know why it was happening. Because I'd be like, well, it's equals. I would track it down, though. I mean, I know how to debug as well as another thing. And debugging tends to be generally the same across the board, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I've often felt limited by it and sheepish about it because I feel like when I talk to other people who do programming, I feel like I cannot claim to be a programmer in front of them because I'm not. in my mind, I don't view myself as one because I don't know this stuff really. I know the basics or the core, like I understand the logic, but I don't know the language. I just interpret and do whatever I got to do to get the job done. Usually it entails either a lot of copy and paste or a lot of Googling. My previous day job is the most egregious example of this, where I didn't set up the framework. I didn't choose the languages we were using. None of that. I didn't write the initial skeleton of the application. Someone else did all of that and then handed it to me, and I copied and pasted that shit from like almost nothing to a full-blown web application. And I've just been like thinking to myself, like, this is like NASA built a rocket with just nothing on the inside. And they put me in it and then fired it up into space. And then I've just been like adding parts based off of parts that were already there, just keeping it going until eventually, like, okay, I think I'm done with the rocket now. Quite the opposite of a rocket engineer. Well, I just feel a bit sheepish is all I'm saying. Whenever I'm explaining this stuff to anybody or talking about it with anybody who knows what they're doing, I always feel a little bit like imposter syndrome-y, I guess. So actually doing this in front of you guys is a bit difficult for me because I feel so like, well, I've really got to stick to what Tom's doing because I don't know. I'm gonna continue. But I did also want to illustrate the reason I started talking about any of that at all is because right now he's like going through a document where he's like explaining what a float is, or like what when you do greater than equals or less than equals or plus equals. I know what all that stuff means. So when I say I'm not a programmer, I'm not saying that I don't know that stuff. I can answer correctly if you ask me about pretty much anything that he has in this document. So I'm not completely totally an empty head on this stuff. I just wouldn't call myself a programmer.
It's good to keep these in mind when you're setting a float variable. Just anything with a decimal in it. If you're writing a decimal point at any point in that number, you have to put an F on the end. It's dumb that you have to do that because you already said it's a float variable. Should be implied.
Oh god, yeah.
But the F is
He's been complaining about that throughout this entire tutorial, that you have to put an F when it's already declared as a float.
If you change a variable on something while the game is running, that change will be lost when you stop playing the game. The exception to that is if you
I'm sure there's a reason though.
That change will stick around.
Because I think not all decimal numbers are floats.
To forget or not realize that you're editing prefab when you're editing an instance, or vice versa. So in general, just only edit things at runtime if you are trying to edit a specific instance in the scene and you're okay with those changes being lost. And then if you're editing something in the game world, you're not changing prefab. If you want your changes to apply to other copies of the thing, you have to edit the prefab itself. I don't know why I didn't think of this when I was explaining prefabs in the first place, but the analogy I came up with here is the prefab for an object.
Yeah, they could be. It would be doubles.
You know,
Makes sense.
to,
Scala had that as well. Well, actually, Scala had.
So anytime you're interacting in the game world, you're not
Scala had big decimal.
Instance, which is a copy of a prefab. In our game,
and that's what we use that for currency.
Remind us where we were.
The big
we can now
decimals.
shoot at the cursor, which is great. And the rate of fire is a thing we can now change as a variable, which is also nice. It's not just dependent on how fast the updates are going. And our bullets shrink out of existence. I haven't kept the change where I was making enemies replicate themselves.
Oh yeah, I need to get rid of that.
Last time I wasn't sure when I was doing it, what it wasn't around, whether it's part of the lesson. For now, we're going to leave it out because
I will
so the thing that is bothering me, I want to add a new enemy type.
leave the variables, remove
I'm going to hit when I do
this
that
bit.
is that every enemy, we have to manually give them a reference to the player. All of them have to be told, this is the player, this is you, this is the player, Tim, this is the player, James, this is the player, Anna, this is the player. And that's ridiculous. We shouldn't be doing that. I said at the time, this is not a great way to have for the enemies to know where the player is. They could be doing some detection logic. They should be casting out rays to find the player and expanding spheres to detect them and stuff. Eventually, maybe we want to do that if detection matters. The detection doesn't matter. In our game right now, we just want the enemies to know where you are. There should be just some fixed place that everyone can see that just tells them, that gives them a reference to the player. And so, do you remember when I've been talking about things like, let's see, in player behavior, when we wanted, do we have any references to this left? when we did like input get button, I described that as calling the input hotline and saying, hey, I want some information about whether a button was pressed. And,
Is there a player hotline?
And for timing stuff, for rates of change, we call up the time hotline. We say, hey, tell me how many seconds it was since the last update. Well, today we're going to create our own hotline. So this will be our first code that isn't attached to any particular game object. So rather than making it in the scene, we're going to click down here in the project window
Nice.
and say create C# script. And the name we're going to give it is just references, because this is just going to be a place that we store references to things, things that are in the scene. Because that's the problem we have. We can't. All our enemies are getting their data from a prefab, a single prefab, which is in our project folder. We can edit this. The field under enemy for the player. I can't set that to something that's in the scene because prefabs have to sort of have to only refer to other prefabs. It's a blueprint. So if you imagine like a blueprint for a building saying, oh, if you want a reference to the player, it's that guy over there standing to your 3 degrees to your left or something. Reading the blueprint, you're like, whoa, hang on, this is a blueprint. This has to work in all situations. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if that really helps edify that, but the important part is a prefab can't refer to a thing in the scene. That's our problem. And we want all our enemies that we ever create to always know where the player is, and so we don't want to have to set that manually. So we've created a file called references here, and we double click it to open it in Visual Studio. And Unity has assumed we want to make a mono behavior. So this is the same stuff we see every time we create a new script when we create it on something. Mono behavior is a behavior. It's a script that gets attached to a game object and tells it how to behave.
New behavior script.
Which is,
I don't want it to be called that.
The thing we're going to write now isn't a component. It's not a behavior. It's nothing like that. So we're just going to delete the word mono behavior and the colon that goes there. That colon, by the way, just you don't really need to know this, but when there's a colon like that, it's telling you that references is a type of a mono behavior. It's sort of like a subset of it. It's a special case of a
Type of.
But ours isn't, so we're going to delete it.
Okay.
Public class references, we're going to delete everything between these two brackets. Start and update, those are all things that apply if you're in our world. If you start is what happens when you're created in our world. Update is what happens every tick in our world.
Well, we're not doing that here.
References isn't going to be in our world. It's never going to enter our world. It
Right.
sits outside of those. So it's never going to be like that. And in fact, the
This
key
is
thing we want
just
here is
references.
we want everyone to be able to access this thing, and normally you can't. And so between the words public and class, we're going to write the word static. Static means it can be accessed from anywhere, and the reason that word has that meaning in this context is that
See, this is the shit I normally don't know.
is that Unity doesn't want you to write a line of code where the thing it's referring to might not exist, or it might be ambiguous what you mean. You know, when you say enemy, which enemy do you mean? Which one are you talking about? Right now we only have one player. Unity doesn't know that. Like, we could have hundreds of players. So we can't just write player because players are not a static thing. The number of players can change. There might not be a player in the scene. If we're just doing a menu, why would the player be there? Maybe they're not. And when you say static like this, you're saying this will always be here. This is automatically always and forever. It's timeless. It's Stonehenge. It's not going anywhere. And so that means we can refer to it from anywhere. At any time.
Stonehenge. I like that.
Easy. And then all we're going to do in here is we're going to write a public variable. Like, let's do it like this: public player behavior, the player. So we declared a variable, but actually we need to write the word static in here as well. Public static is what our class is, and that's also what this variable is going to be. So static again just means I'm telling you this variable is going to be here all the time, forever. Everyone do it. That's my oven getting up to 10.
I thought a flashbang went off. What the
And
fuck,
with
Tom?
that, we're done. This is our whole class. This is all. It doesn't do anything. I was going to say this is all it does. It doesn't even do this. It doesn't do anything. All it is just place to store one piece of information.
It doesn't even do this.
Reference is not player reference is because we will use this later probably to do things like keep track of all the enemies in the scene. You can have a list of all the enemies. That'll be useful to loop through it and see like who's the closest enemy to me and that kind of thing. Or if I want to delete all the enemies, we do it that way.
Right. Okay.
It's going to be very useful to have a place to store references. And so it doesn't have a reference
Nice.
yet, and it won't, before the game starts. But when the game starts, we want our player to call up this hotline and say, oh, you have a place for a player reference? That's me. I'm the player. So we're going to call the references hotline. References dot the player equals this.
Whoop.
I'm not, because I just realized I've done this differently to how I planned to do it, and I'm trying to decide whether it's worth changing it to how I was planning to do it or not. Let's see. Let's roll with it. Let's stick with this. So I've made this a reference to the player behavior in particular. It could have been a reference to a game object. I could have written game object there. In fact, yeah, sorry, I am going to do that. I'm going to write the game object there. Sometimes it's more convenient to store the player behavior part of the player, but if you write game object, you're storing the whole thing, and that is, we will do it that way because instead of writing the player was this, we're going to write game object. That word this, we haven't used that before, so
Okay.
don't worry yet.
All right. Okay.
The player is going to be referenced to a game object.
It didn't like that anyway.
Which is the whole player. It has its rigid body on it, it has its player behavior, it has its transform, all that stuff. Yeah,
Awesome.
The player behavior part. That is how I probably do it in the game I'm working on, for various reasons that we don't need to get into yet. So yeah, when the player starts, it's going to call up references hotline and say, hey, you have a reference to the player. That's a type of game object, apparently. That's me. It's my game object, because what we're writing here is the player behavior, and the player behavior has a reference to the object it's on, and it says, okay, this thing I'm attached to right now, that's the player game object. And now, enemy behavior, which is where, which has this problematic reference to public game object. I'm just going to switch back to Unity just to sort of, so I'm not switching between abstract windows of code all the time. Here's our enemy. and here's the enemy behavior. It's got this reference to the player that we have to set because it's the slot that we have to fill in. Just going to do that. And when I do this a lot where I know
Won't it
that
freak
it's
out?
this reference somewhere else, rather than try and remove all the references to it and then delete the declaration. If you just delete the places declared, Visual Studio will highlight the places that now are broken. Like, hey, you said player down here.
Oh,
I don't
right,
need a
yeah.
player anymore because you no longer told me about that. So we're going to replace that web player with references hotline dot the player, and that's it. And now we save that, and that will have. All our enemies have a reference to the player that we don't need to set. And if I play the game, it should just still work much as it did before. Yep, they're all seeking me correctly. And now there's actually a bonus, which is if I go to the scene view and I drag an enemy into there, I can drag those enemies into here and they all chase me. I don't know if you ever encountered this before with our previous code, but if you added any enemies that way, if you drag them into the scene, they wouldn't chase you. And in fact, there was a time when I spawned loads and loads of enemies, and they just kind of lay there, and the game ran really slowly. And that's because when you're just copying it from the prefab doesn't have reference to the player normally, and so they were not able to chase the player because they didn't know who the player was, and also that's why I was seeing slowdown. You remember I was surprised because I thought capture colliders were really efficient, and yet I was getting a lot of slowdown really quickly. It wasn't the physics; it was the fact that they had this reference. Every time they checked it, they were getting an error, and that is slow in Unity. If there's an error coming up all the time, that's going to slow the game down. It's one of many reasons you don't want to have errors going on all the time in your game. So to show you why what we just did is good, let's create a new enemy type. Let's over here. I'm going to right click and say 3D object, and we'll make this one a cube, I think. Yeah. And I'm just going to reset its transform up here. That's just the same as typing 000 in here. And sorry, I should be in scene view so we can see these arrows. Drag it around a bit, and I think this one should actually be big. Let's make it bigger, maybe even 3 by 3 by 3. Big hulking enemy. And is 2 the right height there? Yeah, that looks right, doesn't it? That's just touching the ground. And what does this need to be an enemy? Well, it needs an enemy behavior. So if we type add component and then find our enemy behavior, we can add that there. All these little guys, they are speed 8. The big guy, let's make him speed 3. So this is starting to get into like the sort of powerful thing in Unity. You know, we defined what an enemy is. We can just create any old object, put an enemy behavior on it, and it will work as an enemy. He says before he tests it. Aha. Okay. This is a useful and very intentional problem that it's kind of fun to like try and get trapped behind the big enemy. Anyway, it's not moving for this reason that it tells me down the bottom, which is the thing doesn't have a rigid body. If I bring up the console here, you'll see it.
Ah, yes.
And oh yeah, this is a good thing to know actually. When there's an error like that, I just double clicked it. It opened up Visual Studio. I'll do it again. And it highlighted the line that's the problem. This thing about, oh, we're assuming we have a rigid body. I'll do this to it. That line of code is actually fine. That's not the problem. The problem is I should have added one here.
Right.
So this is on our big cube enemy. And I've just add component. And let's make this actually cube enemy. I mean, go wild with your imagination. And I'm just going to test that now. So now, yeah, they move towards me and
Lovely.
tumble, and the other ones kind of interfere with them and kind of ride them along. That is kind of fun. That isn't what I want. Oh wow, I can go under it and trip him up. Oh man, this is too cool. I don't want this behavior though. I don't want to find out that it's great.
Got to constrain
that
it
might be
to
great, I might
the.
wanna keep it, but we're not going to keep it because
To the
reason why I've got a
ground.
new enemy type is that like tumbling lozenge enemies is kind of a weird niche thing, and the point of this tutorial is not for you to make this one specific game; it's for you to learn how to make games in general. So it's actually better if our game is a bit more generic. So I want this enemy to be more generic. I want them to be I don't want them to tumble around like a physics object. I want them to move a bit more intentionally, like they're a big tank or something. And so we are going to give them. Do you remember on the player? We didn't want the player to tumble around, and so on their rigid body, we locked their position on the y-axis, so they can't go up or down, and then we locked their rotation on both of the other axes, so they can still rotate around the vertical axis. So like if they have a skewer through their head, they can still swivel like that, but they can't somersault or they can't tumble over sideways. So that's locked position in y and locked rotation in x and z. We're going to do exactly the same for a big enemy. Lock their position in y, can't go up or down. Freeze rotation in x and z, can't tumble over. And then we should see that they kind of move a bit like the player. Ish. They don't tumble over anyway. They can still get nudged by the lozenges, which is kind of cool. So that still has an effect. There's still a physically feel to it. But they are not falling over. And in fact, they don't even face us. They probably should face the direction they're going, but I don't think we'll do that today. So that's kind of cool. If you want to... oh, sorry, I'm just going to check that this is recording. Every now and then I get paranoid that that's not. What other differences could our big enemy have? They're slow, they're big, they should be tough as well. And so we're going to
We're
give them
gonna do
value,
health.
and it's going to be a different health value to the rest of the enemies, and that's fine. We could do that right now. We could just, you know how to do this already, because we have already added a public float for speed. We could just add a public float for health, but we're not going to, because I want to take advantage of the way Unity does things and sort of illustrate what that is. What's different about Unity and kind of the way Unity likes you to do things is to do with these components on the game object. So our enemy behavior is one component. If we're going to give them health, it's not unlikely that we'll also want to give the enemy, sorry, we'll also want to give the player health. And we might want exploding barrels, and they'll have health. And we might
We're gonna
want
make a whole
ballistic
health
bystanders,
system.
And they have health. And if we put a tree, the tree has health and can be destroyed. Loads of things might have health. And if we just add the concept of health to an enemy, and then we add the concept of like, okay, if your health goes below 0, we want you to die to an enemy, that's fine, but we'll have to then write that same code again for the player, we'll have to write the same code again for trees, we'll have to write the same code again for, I don't know, explosive barrels, all these things that aren't really very similar to each other. They just have health in common. They just all have a health system.
Right.
Other than that, they don't have anything else in common really, and we would have to write that code for each of them over and over again, which is, you don't want to avoid writing code over and over again, because it's when you come to change it, you have to change it loads of places. It's a big pain.
Okay.
So let's make it a separate thing. Let's do it on the big enemy first, since there's only one of those. Go to add component, new script, and I'm going to write the words health system. We're going to create a new behavior. So the fact that we added a behavior here doesn't prevent us from adding other behaviors. We can stack them up as much as we like. And if I open that up, this one will be a mono behavior. You know, it's a component. It's something that determines how a game object behaves. And we will give it a public float, not flop, health. I won't give it a value because we're going to set that in the inspector because it's a public variable. What else shall we do right now? Let's just go back to Unity and just show that worked, and that we can now set health. So let's give this guy 4 health. And then what does this behavior do? What does a health system need to do? What I want to be able to do is, right now, when a bullet hits something in bullet behavior, we have this on-collision enter thing. This is when a bullet hits something, it just checks if it's an enemy. If it is, destroys them. So this is the line of code we're ultimately going to have to change. And what I want to write here, instead of destroy their game object, is, you don't have to write this yet, but I want to write a line that's a bit like, basically them.take damage 1. So I want to run a function that says take some damage, and I give it this argument, this detail, that the amount of damage you should take is 1. I can't do that yet because that function doesn't exist. No one's written that function. So we go write that function. So, start and update functions, we've been working within those. Now we're going to write our own one for the first time. And we're going to write public void take damage. And open brackets, float, damage amount. You can call this variable whatever you like. We're declaring a variable here. And then we open some curly braces. So I raced through that a bit, so I'm going to go through and explain what we just did. Public is, in this case, we're not making it public so we can set it in the inspector. We're going to write it purely in code, but it needs to be public for anyone else to see it. If we didn't make this public, then bullet behavior would not be able to run.
Tom, it's not happy.
You won't be able to tell this health system that it's taking any damage because that function is not public. So
Tom, it doesn't like
the
this.
word void, you would have seen this before start, you would have seen this before update. What that means is the function doesn't return anything. So when someone comes to you and says, you're taking 3 damage, you just take 3 damage, you shut the hell up about it. They're not
Don't need that.
back from you.
Is that one?
It's possible that one day we might change our mind about that. We might say, every time we tell someone to take some damage, we want them to report how much health they have left.
Because it's a whole thing, right? It's a function.
Void here, we'd write float because we're going to give back a number. But when we write
Dumb.
void, it means the function doesn't give back a number. We're not going to
Dumb.
damage and deal with it ourselves. Not great mental health advice, but that's what we're doing here. And so that's why start and update both have void on them as well. It's because when the thing starts, it just does some stuff. It doesn't tell anybody about what it did. And when the thing runs an update every frame, it doesn't tell anybody what the result of that update was. It just runs the update. So void just means a function that doesn't do anything else. And then take damage was our name for this function. We could have called it anything. And then we open brackets, and then within these brackets, we declared a variable.
Damage amount is incoming.
So we said we want a variable of type float. I'm going to call it damage amount. But it's not us setting what the value of that is. What we're really saying here is someone is going to give us a float variable, and for our purposes, we'll call it damage amount. They're not going to call it anything, they're just going to give us a number. But when they give us a number, store it as damage amount. So it's declaring a variable, and we don't have to set the value because the value will be whatever is in these brackets when someone calls this function. And then all the actual function is going to do is just say health reduced by damage amount. Pretty simple. And then after we've done that, we should check, is our health now less than or equal to 0? If so, then we should destroy our game object. So that is the same line that we had in the bullet code before. The bullet code was just forcibly destroying anything it hit. Now, the bullet code is going to very politely say, excuse me, sir, I wouldn't dare to destroy you, but I have to inform you you've taken 1 damage. And then very politely, the health system is going to say, 1 damage. Let me reduce my health by that. And then, how does my health feel now? Oh, it's 0. I'm dead. Destroy my game object.
I like how polite it is.
Interpretation of what's happening here. But that's why we're doing this. First, we reduce the damage, and then the health system is going to be the one that checks if we run out of health, and if so, destroy our game object. This is that difference that we just made. Rather than this outside object comes in and forcibly destroys us, instead it tells us something, and then we decide how to deal with that information. That's a good direction for your code.
It's very interesting.
I don't know if I phrased that right. That's a good principle in general. You want as much as possible for your code to be in these nice little self-contained parcels that they don't need to know much about how their processes work. They just deal with their own things. And when you define your own function like this, a public function, or a public method, it's sometimes called, you are defining a way in which the health system can be affected by outside factors. You're saying,
so
you
now
don't
how
get to
do
destroy me, you
we...
don't get to mess with my inner workings, you don't get to do anything like that, but you are allowed to tell me how much damage I just took. That's the way you're allowed to talk to me. And I know how to deal with that. I can handle the damage. With another system, we might have different ideas of how you can talk to it. But when you declare a public method, you're kind of saying, here's how things can talk to the health system. And it's good to do things that way. If we did, I won't get to counterexamples yet. Hopefully that's clear enough for now. We have a health system. It can take damage.
We have to access their health system.
When we run out of health. And so the last thing we do is go back to bullet behavior, and now that line that we almost wrote, we can't quite write it yet because we still need to. In fact, let me show you. I can't just write their game object dot take damage. Take damage is on the health system component, so we need a reference to their health system component. So
Right.
we will actually declare a variable type health system. Every script we write, we're creating a new type of thing. It's a variable type, just like vector is, just like game object is. We've created our own thing, so we can create a variable like that. And I'm just going to call it their health system. A long name.
Duh. Okay.
And
That makes
where are we
sense.
going to get that from? We're going to go to their game object dot get component, and the type we're going to enter in pointy brackets is health system, and then there's some regular brackets on the end there. So now we have reference to their health system. Now we can write their health system dot take damage.
Okay, kind of hard to
That's
write.
one.
Hard to write
So
when
you
it's
can
behind that.
Easily imagine that instead of that one there, we could have a public float damage up here. And then, in fact, let's just do this. It's going to be as easy to write as it is to say. So let's just do it. We declare up top a public variable called float. That's because it's public. We're going to set that in the inspector later. And instead of taking 1 damage, we're going to take damage. What I mean is, the bullet will deal as much damage as we tell it to in the bullet prefab.
Damage.
So, just to recap, this is a bit of code that used to just destroy the other game object. Now it checks to see if they have a health system, and if it does, it deals some damage to it, however much damage we say a bullet does. The health system, meanwhile, when it receives that damage amount, it subtracts it from our health, then it checks if our health is 0, and then it destroys us. By us, I mean whatever has this health system component on it, in which, in this case, it's the enemy. It's the big cube enemy. So back in Unity, we do need to say, so let's just do it. We declare up top a public variable called float. That's because it's public. We're going to set that in the inspector later. And instead of taking 1 damage, we're going to take damage. What I mean is, the bullet will deal as much damage as we tell it to in the bullet prefab. So, just to recap, this is a bit of code that used to just destroy the other game object. Now it checks to see if they have a health system, and if it does, it deals some damage to it, however much damage we say.
One,
the health
probably.
system, meanwhile, when it receives that damage amount, it subtracts it from our health, then it checks if our health is 0, and then it destroys us. By us, I mean whatever has this health system component on it, in which, in this case, it's the enemy.
Whoa.
It's the big cube enemy. So back in Unity, we do need to do one little thing, which is that bullet prefab. We are going to want to find squad under bullet behavior, and we created this damage field, but we didn't set it to anything yet. So
What if this happens to him
do
as
one
well?
damage, but later we might change that as we balance the game.
Oh, these guys don't have
Should we
a health
shoot
system.
this thing? After I shot it about 4 times, it dies. We did get an error there. Are we getting lots of errors? We are. Why are we getting lots
Oh,
of
and
errors?
I have error pause on.
I can't find
That's why mine stopped.
that.
Yeah. They don't have that component.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, sorry. We kind of we should do one more thing here, which is we were just saying get their health system and do some damage to it.
If health
we're
system
not
not
sure
null,
if anyone
probably.
has a health system, so we
Yeah.
ought to really say if their health system not equal to null, then we'll do some damage. So this it probably won't be a problem anyway because we're going to add a health system to every enemy. I think every attack enemy doesn't even have health. But Unity is quite right to throw an error on this. It's good practice to check that this thing is not null before we start doing things with it. It's not sort of automatically inherently true that anything's an enemy must necessarily have a health system. In our case, it probably will always be true, but if it's not necessarily true, it's good to check that it does exist before you do something to it. And so the whole reason we did that was so that the big enemy could have more health than the small enemies. What was the big enemy's health? It's not letting me scroll for some reason. It's loading. I have a terrible time finding. Okay, I'm looking at the bullet. I did click on big enemy, but I guess it didn't. It was busy doing something else at the time. Big enemy's health is 4. Let's go to little enemy. We don't want to edit the individual instance, remember? So when we do this, we go to prefab open up here. We can also, instead of having the console up here, I should probably just double click the enemy prefab down here. But you can also, from any instance, you can click on prefab open up here, and then get to the real, or not the real enemy, but like the source enemy, the blueprint for enemies. And we want to give them a health system. Add component, health system. And pops up right away. There's a health field. It's 0. That would be weird. Let's give them 1 health.
So the bullets are hitting them and just
So now we should find these guys can die again.
getting
I don't know if I
destroyed.
showed this before, but they wouldn't have died when I attacked them before.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
And yeah,
Cool.
the guy takes
Yeah,
more health,
that's why.
takes more damage than
All
me.
right.
So now we have a way of differentiating enemies. We can change their speed. We can change their health.
So
and
this.
so the whole reason we did it this way, I mean, it's cool that.
Oh,
we
this,
put up this actually have enemy behavior, so that that would have worked even if we just added health to enemy behavior. But the nice thing about the way we've done it is we can now just add health to the player as well. Just go to player, add components,
So now 1.
health system. How much health does the player have? I'm going to say 10. And what?
Yep.
How is their health ever going to be reduced? So our enemies can't fire yet. I think they probably will at some point, but we haven't allowed them to do that yet. But they do move towards us, so when they touch us, I think we can make them reduce their health.
Nice.
So
That's so
imagine, if you will,
cool.
a piece of code that when the game object is attached to touches something, it deals some damage. Hey, look, that's exactly what I'm looking at right now. Where is this? This is on bullet behavior. This is how bullets work. Bullets are just things. Bullets are just very fast traveling enemies.
All right, hold on a second. I'm going to also add the health system to the player. Oh, hell. Player. Health system. I don't know. 10? I have no idea.
So I am going to copy and paste this entire thing. We are going to edit it. I've said before, you shouldn't really be copying and pasting big chunks of code if you're just going to leave them as is, because if that code is the same in both places, you should probably find a way to only write it once and have both those places refer to it.
Yeah.
I am copying and pasting here, but we're going to change it, so that's fine. And on enemy behavior, we're going to just below update, make a few new lines, paste all this. Yeah, there'll be some issues here. But the first line we do want, so we do want to get a reference to their game object. What did we collide with? When this was lived on a bullet, we were checking, hey, do they have an enemy behavior component? Well, we don't want that now because we are an enemy. We're checking for a player behavior component now. If their player behavior is not null, then by all means get a reference to their health system. And if that wasn't null either, then they should take some damage. It shouldn't be damage, it should be 1 damage. And so again, we could set our own damage variable, and in this case I don't think I will, because this bumping into the player and dealing damage that way is a little bit weird. We might not stick with this, but it's a good way of just giving the player a health system. And we're going to remove this line at the end. That was to destroy bullets when they hit something.
That'd be
we don't
bad.
want them to die when they touch you, because that would make it too easy. So yeah, with a few modifications, that bullet code works fine for us. It's going to find the game object we hit, check if it has a player behavior. If it does, look for its health system. Assuming you found it, then tell the health system it took some damage. And our player has 10 health. So I'm going to keep the player selected in scene view here so that this inspected and the... oh, excuse me, I need to wait a sec. No, I don't. The selected in the inspector so we can see the details down the right side, and the one I'm interested in is health, the health system, because we don't have an in-game readout of health yet. We should have. What I want to see is what's that 10 value. It goes down. And so I suspect, yep, that killed us. When we die, obviously there's no way to respawn or anything, so we've got to start the whole game again. So I can shoot enemies, and they can hurt me. I'm just going to very rapidly click.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they hurt me.
Oh, that's interesting actually. He had me cornered there, and my health wasn't going down any further, because I think this is... all that stuff we wrote is on collision enter. That's on the moment we hit them. And so if they stay in contact with you, they're probably not triggering that again and again. They're probably just doing it once. And like I say, this collision-based damage thing is probably not going to stick, so we're not going to worry too much about it being a little bit janky and weird. It's just showing the player can have health, and when they run out of health, they die, and we can no longer play the game. We might notice we're also getting an error here. I expected this because this is our nice new player reference. Once the player is destroyed, we didn't just make him fall over and lie on the ground. We annihilated him from existence. That means our reference is now null and void. It doesn't work. So I think we should fix that. It's actually quite an easy fix, because I'll show you again. If we double click this error, it'll take us to the offending line of code. It's this thing in enemy behavior that seeks to the player. That's the time we're referencing the player. And we don't need to get rid of that. All we need to do is just check that the player exists first. So we just check if references dot the player not equal to null, then open some curly brackets and only do this part then. And in fact, now that we've written this, the only time we need to access our rigid body is if we are going to seek to the player, so we can put the rigid body thing in there too. So all of that code now is inside an if statement that just checks this references dot the player thing that we're going to use down here. Make sure that's real before we start to talk to it, because otherwise we'll get an error. So that should fix that. Not that there's much to do in the game after we're dead, but it's good not to avoid those errors as they come up. And yeah, it's good to avoid them because if you don't, you can...
I think later he says it's not good to avoid them.
Here that aren't justified. And in our case, it doesn't really matter because the player's dead.
That's my prediction.
We might modify this code and we might just see the fact that we referred to the player here and assume...
Because I could swear he had said in the past
and we haven't, so we should.
that he doesn't like fixing things like this, or prefixing or something or other like that.
Thing we wanted to do. We've got a health system. We can make different enemies. I'm trying to focus on things that once you've learned them, you can go off and do your own stuff. So now that you know how to make enemies with varying health and speed, you can make as many of those as you like. I assume that we could make this big enemy into a prefab just by dragging it over here.
There we go.
And once we've done that, we could drag others in there and have multiples. Remember we locked this guy in the Y dimension? I wonder what happens if we put him in the game, but off the ground. So he's still going to chase me, but he can't ever find me. What happens if he's like a bit off the ground, like too off the ground to hit me, but enough to collide with the other guy? Do they ever get... Oh yeah, they can bump into each other. It's made him spin, actually. Because he can spin on the Y-axis. Okay, so the top one is spinning and the bottom one isn't, because the bottom one has friction. The bottom one is on the ground, so it has friction against the ground. And the top one doesn't, so every time it gets a bit of impulse, it spins for a while. It would be kind of cool... Oh yeah, I know what I wanted to try.
Oh, he can leave.
Move this guy in the hierarchy because he's small things together. I don't know why did the enemy move? What I was interested in trying is, in our health system, now that we have a thing that's on both players and enemies, I thought it might be interesting to say, what if our... How could we do this? For every time we take damage, we change our transform.local scale. That is our size. We could multiply it by, so that's asterisk equals multiplied by 0.
Oh, is he in the screwing around phase?
We will halve our scale every time we take damage. Doesn't matter how much damage we take, we'll just halve it every time. And that's our current scale, so it's not like 2 shots will make us disappear. It's every time we'll halve whatever current scale we have left. I explained this in the reference doc, but yeah, when you set, basically every time you write a decimal number, you're going to have to put an F on the end of it, annoyingly. We could have done divided by 2 there, of course.
Hey, Vogel. Thank you.
So let's see what it looks
Thank
like.
you for enjoying the videos.
Oh, every time. Oh, what happened there? Oh, I know what happened there. I can't shoot him anymore because he's no longer on the ground. If I pause the game and then go see, he has, we shrunk his scale, and his center point is up here somewhere. And in Unity, when you resize something, it resizes around that, whatever it's actually called its pivot point, not its center. By default, it is the same thing as its center, but that's something we'll actually fix in a future episode, because it's actually not good, for this very reason. It's not good to have your center be, your pivot to be in the middle, because if you shrink, then you shrink off the ground. The way I've done it in Tactical Breach Wizards is that every character's pivot point, their true location, is actually at the bottom of their feet. It's in the middle of them, but the feet. Does that make any sense? What I mean is it's the center of the square that they're standing on, and that works out really well. It simplifies a lot of things if you just can always say your location is your ground.
Well, this is something that's so rudimentary. It's not really time yet for like trying to add some sort of a respawn system or anything like that.
Let us just fix that one thing. Let's see if. Oh, excuse me, I just did a bad thing there. These big enemies. Now that we have 2 of them, there's a prefab. I should open the prefab and I should edit that, not any of the individual instances. Let's not freeze position in Y, and that should mean they fall down now. And so then we can test.
Won't it float down all slow?
Yeah, so they can still follow us, and I can still shoot them. I think they fall quite slowly. And oh, I got smaller too. I'm off the ground now, I think. Yeah. There is a game about this, isn't there? I can't remember what it's called now, but it's like
yeah.
It's a deathmatch game where as you get more kills, you get bigger. And I think as you get shot, like in the head, your head shrinks when you next spawn, and so it gets harder and harder to shoot you in the head.
I forget what that's called.
It's a little bit of a nice self-balancing kind of thing, where like the more you've hurt something, the harder it is to hit, and so that'll naturally make fights a bit closer. Doesn't really factor into our game yet because it's absurdly simple. But yeah, that is it for this time.
Thanks, Tom.
Right, today we're going to make some health bars appear above our entities, enemies, and the player.
UI
so
stuff.
See how much damage we're doing to them, how much health we have left before we die. To do that, we're going to delve into the UI system, which means creating a canvas and putting things on that, which is a fairly sort of
awesome
big chunk of things to understand and learn. It's a whole separate thing to everything we've been doing so far. It's not in 3D, it's in 2D. It's going to be layered over the game world. So I think that's probably all we're going to do today is just a health bar thing. But you'll learn a lot that will come in handy later on when you want to do things like menus and stuff like that. Before we get into it, I wanted to show a GIF that someone who's following this tutorial sent me of their progress. Now I want to stress, I don't know Mikhail. I'm going to assume that they either have some pre-existing experience with making games, or they've just done a lot of research on their own separately from this tutorial, because what they're showing here is way beyond what I've taught you, and involves a lot of things that I just haven't taught you at all. So definitely don't look at this and think, oh, I should be at that stage. I want to show this partly because it's awesome and gives you an idea of what's possible, even with just the basic kind of building blocks. You know, it hasn't done any 3D modeling or anything. And also because people often ask, like, can you show me the final game that we're working towards? And the answer is no, I haven't made it yet. This is what you've seen is what we've made, doing this in real time, making it up as I go along. So
it's very cool.
Yeah, let's go on with health bars. So what we want is to create a little bar above each character that has, it's going to be the kind of health bars you see in things like Dota or old RTSs like Warcraft. And yeah, I guess probably like all MOBAs have something like this. And to do it, we're going to need a canvas. I think we'll just create that first. So yeah, if I just click in some empty space down here in our hierarchy, we're going to go to UI, and then canvas is in there. When we create it, it's just going to sit in our game world. We can't really see it. I wonder if it would be worth visualizing it. Yeah, this is a good tip to know in general. In fact, yeah, that's interesting. So the canvas comes with a whole load of components. You don't need to worry about most of them yet. We're going to add an image component to it. So just type the word image. And as soon as I do that, the screen goes white. That's why I added this, is I wanted to know where is the canvas, you know, because it's transparent normally, so you can't see like how big is it filling the whole screen or not. Turns out it is. The color of that image we just added, I'm going to change that. When you edit a color, you can change its alpha down here. Alpha is let me get this right. Alpha is opacity, so the opposite of transparency. So a full alpha is completely solid. Zero alpha is completely transparent. I just when testing and setting up a canvas, I like to have an image on it so I can see how big it is. And that, let me see what happens if I. Right here where it says free aspect, you can change the aspect ratio of this is good for like seeing how it will look on different people's computers.
Wait, mine didn't do what his did.
I don't want. I want to change one.
I think I might have to align it with my main camera.
Image we just add. All MOBAs have something like this. And to do it, we're going to need a canvas. I think we'll just create that first. So yeah, if I just click in some empty space down here in our hierarchy, we're going to go to UI, and then canvas is in there. When we create it, it's just going to sit in our game world. We can't really see it. I wonder if it would be worth visualizing it. Yeah, this is a good tip to know in general.
He is looking
in
at
fact,
the
yeah,
game.
So the canvas comes with a whole load of components.
I
we
am
haven't
now
shown
looking at
yet.
the game
We're
view.
going to add an image component to it. So we just type the word image. And as soon as I do that, the screen goes white. That's why I added this, is I wanted to know where is the canvas, because it's transparent normally, so you can't see like how big is it filling the whole screen or not. Turns out it is. The color of that image we just added, I'm going to change that. When you edit a color, you can change its alpha down here. Alpha is let me get this right. Alpha is opacity, so the opposite of transparency. So a full alpha is completely solid. Zero alpha is completely transparent. I just when testing and setting up a canvas, I like to have an image on it so I can see how big it is. And that, let me see what happens if I, right here where it says free aspect, you can change the aspect ratio of this is good for like seeing how it will look on different people's computers. I don't want, I want to change one thing about what we have here, which is one of these, the scalar, it says constant pixel size. I don't think we want that. I think that means if we make something 10 pixels, it's going to be much smaller on a higher res screen than it is on a low res screen. I think we want to scale with screen size. This is probably not mega important yet, but it's the first thing I do when making a new canvas, so we should do it. And when I say scale with screen size, now it wants to know the aspect ratio, the dimensions of the screen resolution that we want to match. Because if you think about, like, one of the things you'll discover about making a PC game, everyone's got different screen sizes, radically different screen sizes. Like ultra wide monitors, something like 4 times as wide as they are high, and other people are still on 5x4, which is almost square, which is a nightmare. It is generally accepted like 16:9 as a sort of standard resolution, and if your game works at that, then that's good. But you don't have to make it perfect for everybody, but you do have to make sure it's not unplayable at different aspect ratios. And so the reference resolution is just sort of like, I'm going to enter 1280 by 720 here, which is just standard HD. The actual amounts you enter here, I don't think they really matter. What matters is the aspect ratio, and this is a 16:9 aspect ratio, so it's probably what your screen has. And yeah, you don't need to really think about it beyond that. So I think basically what that means is that if we, I don't know if this will work, but let's try it anyway. No, it doesn't work. All right. I can't demonstrate what it means, but basically that should be the right setting for us. So we don't need that image anymore. I'm going to disable it. You could remove it completely. I'm just going to leave it there because, like I said, it's useful sometimes to check what's going on with our canvas. If, for example, we put something as canvas and it's not showing up, first thing we want to know is the canvas even where we think it is? What is the next thing to do? We're going to want to get a reference to this canvas. So what we're eventually going to do is on, how our enemy and our player, they all, like I said, it's useful sometimes to check what's going on with our canvas. So we don't need that image anymore. I'm going to disable it.
Oh,
You
right.
could remove it completely. I'm just going to leave
That's
it there.
what I thought he did. I just want to make sure.
What's going on with our canvas? If, for example, we put something as canvas and it's not showing up, first thing we want to know is the canvas even where we think it is?
The hell is that?
What is the next thing to do? We're going to want to get a reference to this canvas. So what we're eventually going to do is on, how our enemy and our player, they all have this health system thing. The health system is going to create a health readout. Excuse me. So what we'll do somewhere in the start event for this, I'm just moving this around to a more logical place. Somewhere in here, we're going to write a line that will be like, create our health panel. And because this is a 2D UI element, and what I mean by that is it's a flat sprite that appears on your screen, and it's not going to, for example, get smaller as you move your character around, or it's not going to get hidden behind a wall. This thing, the reason it's called a canvas is because it's as if there's a canvas over your screen and you can paint directly to that. And so when we create something on the canvas, we need to tell the thing we created, you live on the canvas. You're not out there in the game world, you're on the canvas. So it will say, like, create a health panel on the canvas. And for that, we're going to need to refer to this canvas. So first thing we need to do is make sure we can do that. So I'm going to add go back to our canvas, add a component, eventually, new script, and I'm just going to call it canvas behavior, just to fit the naming convention we've been using. And it's going to be a really simple script. It's just going to talk to references. In fact, let's go to our references class here first, and we'll say public static. Is it going to be a game object? For simplicity, yes. Canvas. And so now references has like a slot for us to put the canvas reference in, and canvas itself, when it starts, is going to say references canvas equals my game object. Yeah, and so we do that because this health system is about to say create a health bar on the canvas, and now it can just, when it wants to, it can refer to references.canvas. What I just wrote, there's a potential bug here, and I hope we hit it. I'll write it out here in a comment. Somebody in the comments did say that it would be useful to have more, for me to write more comments in the code to remind us of things, which is a good point. I should be doing that more. And I'm just going to say here, if we should be, how am I going to phrase this? The potential problem is that this reference is being established in the start event, and health system is also going to In fact, I'm just going to fix this rather than hoping a bug happens and then fixing it.
I actually find C#
we're about to write
fairly
all of
pleasant
the
so
code to
far
canvas.
and very similar to
It's
most
going to
other
be,
things that I'm used to.
Basically, we're going to have a prefab for our health bar. So it's going to be a public game object health bar prefab. And the line we're going to write is instantiate health bar prefab on references dot canvas dot transform. So we've used instantiate before, and like before, we have this master copy, this blueprint for what we want to create, which is the health bar prefab. We haven't set that reference up yet, but we will do in a minute. This is going to create a copy of that, and we'll remember reference to this, and it's going to create it on the canvas. And now this, I think we're using it a bit differently to how we have before. Instead of giving it a vector for the position and a quaternion for the rotation, that's the super specific way of instantiating something, where you say, like, you're going to be here and you're going to be looking over there. In this case, we don't really care about that stuff. Its default orientation is going to be fine, but what we do need to tell it is what it's going to be attached to. What are you going to be on? You're going to be on the canvas. And in that case, you give it the transform. Remember, the transform is this set of information. Okay. It's size and rotation and position. It's the canvas's transform that we need to put in here, and that means that that the health bar will live on this canvas. And I'll show you what that looks like once it's up and running. Anyway, the potential problem is this thing in its start event is referring to this references.canvas, and canvas in its start event is that's where that gets established in the first place. So we don't. Which one of these things is going to run its start event first?
It's a race condition.
There is a way to manually order the execution order of individual instances, but I think it's not good to go down that road if you don't have to. Generally, you want to write your code so that your code doesn't care what order things get executed in. Or, I mean, obviously.
Oh no, not your nerd girl.
Like that, but you don't want to be depending on. Oh, I hope canvas behavior's start event happens before my start event, because otherwise we're boned. So we would like this code to work no matter which order these two things run their start event in. And luckily, there is a really easy way around this, because there's another event that things run start up called awake. And so there's awake in their start. You can see why I didn't introduce both these things at the same time, because they're extremely similar. And the crucial thing to remember is awake happens before start. And in fact, I wonder if we could I write this in, let me see if I've got that. Reference doc, and I'm thinking we should be writing some of this stuff in. Yes, am I logged in? Can I edit this? Are people looking at it now? That's nice. Yes, I can. I don't know if this is a pitfall. Maybe it's just a thing to remember. I'll call it a pitfall. Awake happens before start. The way I remember it is you wake up before you start your day. Slightly trite way of saying it, but that's I've never forgotten it. And in this case, it's super useful just that one of these things we know for sure.
The opposite problem, Candor?
Establish the reference, and then in the start event,
some poop flew into your cat's ass.
Going to refer to it. And obviously, it doesn't sound sustainable if you have all these different things you want to have in different orders to keep on, trying to come up with new events that happen before each other. But actually, I don't think that's what we're doing. I don't think we're, laying rail tracks in front of the train as we go in a reckless way. I think it's not a bad idea in general to say that awake is where a reference gets established. If there's a reference that needs to be set up, you've got to do it in awake. And then start is a place where it's safe to use references that we think have been established. So if that's our rule, that's our general principle, then we should be okay on that basis. And if we ever mess that up, we'll find out about it pretty fast when the game crashes, and we'll be able to trace what we've done wrong. So while I remember, since we created this slot for the health bar prefab, let's go back into Unity and actually establish that. I think just for simplicity, I'm going to disable the enemies for now, because everyone has this health prefab. Everyone has a health system, us and the.
Oh right, yeah. We took out the code for that.
I'm also going to rearrange these things a little bit. I'm just going to drag the canvas up here. When you're dragging things around the hierarchy, be very careful. You don't want to drag it onto something. You want to drag it where there's a line. It tells you it's going to go between those things. This is just for my own clarity, but for a while there, I was trying to find where the player is, and the player's really high up in this list, and they should be kind of grouped with the other enemies, I think, the other entities. This thing called event system, by the way, don't worry about it. You didn't create it, I didn't create it. Unity just makes it sometimes, and you can delete it and the game will still work, but it will just every now and then put it back. It's something to do with, I think it was when I created a canvas, actually, I probably created it, and it's apparently necessary, but actually, yeah, anyway. What were we doing? We were going to establish, in the health system code that we just ran,
we need the prefab,
but I haven't set it yet. So I want to drag something in there, but I haven't made anything yet. So on our canvas, I guess we haven't really talked about this concept of parenting, so this will be a good thing to learn as well. So when I create this health bar, I'm going to make a health bar in our world, and then we're going to drag it out as a prefab. I'm going to right-click on the canvas and go to UI and go to image, and it's going to create it as a child of the canvas. Because I created it on the canvas, the image is a child. We can see it right there in the screen. So the transform for this thing looks a little bit different to the transform for these game objects we've been dealing with. It's pretty similar. It's still basically position, rotation, and scale, but there are some extra settings here, like width and height are different to scale. This is because when you're drawing on a screen, it's just often very useful to be able to say, like, I want this to be 800 by 600. I want it to be, some particular number of pixels. Remember we said our canvas is 1280 by 720? That's our reference resolution. So if I say something's going to be 640 pixels wide, it's going to be exactly half the screen width. For anyone with a 16 by 9 screen,
Yes,
even if your screen is 19,
I am
20
the
by
Lord.
whatever,
Colov.
if I create something on our canvas that's
Fiddler,
16
thank you for 21
it's only
months.
half of the width at that particular aspect ratio. And so that's why there's a width and height field here. It's just useful to be able to talk in exact pixel figures. And actually,
Tom made this tutorial
canvas stuff with UI
a
you
year
never use
ago.
Scale, I don't think I've ever changed those values. I just leave them at 111. You barely ever change rotation, in fact. It's really all about width and height.
It was his pandemic project.
And this little nightmare.
But yeah, he is on Unity 2018.
But you'll see what it's for. Okay, so we've made
2018.4.19 F1. I'm on 2020.3.4.f1. Or not .f1, but .4 F1.
Explain this? Maybe I didn't. But you can, if you click and hold on the word position X there and then drag, you can drag it around, which is really handy for just doing things by eyeball. So actually, position is not the problem. It's just a bit of a weird shape for a health bar, and I would say in particular, its height is too big. We actually want it to be pretty small, so I'm going to go for something like that looks about right. Maybe a little bit thinner. So we're making these tiny because everyone's going to have one, so that we don't want to clutter up the place too much. And for now, we're just going to leave it at that. So we've got more to do to build this health bar, but we have something, and we will call it health bar. And now I'm going to put a space there because it's bothering me already. And then we're on next to prefab, so we just drag it, as always, from the scene to the project folder. And drag the health bar, not the canvas. The canvas is the whole thing, and we're going to make lots of health bars on the canvas. It's the health bar that we want to make a blueprint of that we can copy from later.
Yeah.
And now we go back to our player, and that slot we created in health system. Again, I'm going to move things around a bit just for my own clarity. I'll keep these behaviors together so that we don't forget there's two separate things going on here. Health bar prefab, there's the slot. Here's the health bar we made. Drag it in. Done. So our canvas exists. Our canvas will set its own reference. The player has a health system. The health system, when it starts its day, it's going to instantiate, copy the health bar prefab onto the canvas. And we want to make sure we know that happened. We're going to test that now. And I think I'll just delete this health bar. Sometimes when you're working with canvases and you're mocking things up that are going to be created when you're playing the game at runtime, sometimes I leave them on the canvas and just disable them because it's useful to be able to see them to lay them out. But it might get confusing in our case, so let's just try playing a game and see if a thing gets created. Yay, there's a little health bar. So it doesn't follow us around. It doesn't reflect our health. So.
Oh, and he doesn't have any. Is he disabled his enemies? Is that why? Because they're not there. Yeah, he's disabled them all. That's why. Nope. Kind of like. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Cool. Wish I could disable my enemies. Tell me about it. Okay, that's working now. Cool.
Two of its primary jobs, I would say, are not fulfilled yet, but we can fix that. Let's do the following round thing first, because that's surprisingly not as hard as you might think. Well, maybe you wouldn't think it's hard, but I would think it's hard, because you're sort of doing something. You remember how weirdly difficult it was to figure out where the mouse is clicking? Like we have to shoot lasers from our eyes and create a mathematical plane and then check like distance along rays and things. This is a very similar kind of thing. We're trying to convert from this 3D thing to a 2D space, and what's intuitive to humans is not necessarily simple to code. But in this case, there is a nice little line of code to write. I say nice, it's fairly long and complicated, but I'm just going to write it out from my notes. So the thing is, we've created our health thing here, and now in our update, we're going to do something like make our health bar follow us, move it to our current position. But I can't write that line of code because I don't have a reference to my health bar yet, so let's create one. I think we're going to, so we could create a game object reference, my health bar, but I'm actually going to make it a health bar reference. Wait, do we even have a health bar yet? No, I don't think we do we? Whoops. Skip this line of code for now. Let's go and make a health bar behavior. So, yeah, one other good thing about deleting the health bar from the canvas in our scene is I can't get confused and start editing that one instead of the prefab. I can only edit the prefab because only the prefab exists. So this is our health bar. we're just going to add a component to it, a new script, and it will just be called, I think, just health bar. Could call it health bar behavior, I guess. But I think health bar is clear enough. And I guess maybe this wasn't the absolute most logical order to do this in, but it's fine. So for now, we're not even going to write the health bar script. We've added it, it exists, that's all we needed. And that lets me do the right line of code I wanted to write, which is health bar, my health bar. So we created a variable to store this reference in, and then when we create it, now let's see. Yeah, I'll explain why I've done it this way in a minute, because it does create an extra step. So we're going to say game object health bar object equals instantiate this, and then we're going to say my health bar is go to the health bar object and do get component health bar. Okay, I will recap what we just did because it might seem slightly backwards at the moment. Like I didn't make this a game object, and then I had to go and create a script to allow us to not make it a game object. And then when I created this thing, actually it gives us back a game object, so I had to create a game object after all to store it. And then after that, we finally go to that game object and say, hey, tell us about your health bar component, which is actually pretty much all the code that this thing has running on it. The reason is that what we're going to do now is... Okay, this is going to be even more complicated. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. So, all right, I can explain part of it, which is that one line we're going to write somewhere in this update is, so make a health bar follow us, we will do that, but we'll also say, make our health bar reflect our health. Remember, that's the other thing that's wrong with it. And for that, we're going to write something like, my health bar dot set show health, and then we'll put something in the brackets there. If the health bar reference was a game object at that point, we'd have to do get component to it. And if we can, we want to avoid doing get component in update. We don't want to be doing get component all the time because it's slightly slow. It's not that slow. You actually can do it and it'd be fine. What's really happening is a commenter mentioned that we do this elsewhere, like we do get component in our update here for player behavior is doing get component every frame. This is one of those things that, like, the commenter is absolutely right. This is not, get component is a slightly slow function, and you should avoid using it in update where possible. But also, don't worry about it. I was very slow to learn Unity, and it's partly because of warnings like that. Like, someone said that to me early on.
Because of optimizing on the fly.
Never do it. And that makes it really slow to get things done. Like, you have to just, there's so many steps to just add one thing. In fact, we've seen it today. Just to avoid that, I ended up complicating my code in so many ways just to work around it.
Polish, optimize. Prototype, polish, optimize.
But we'll stick with the way we've done it.
Thank you, Blockington.
But yeah, the bottom line is don't worry about it. But this is why we're doing it this way. It is a bit more efficient. So we've created the health bar object, then we've gone and fetched its health bar component, and we will now make it follow us by doing my health bar dot transform dot position equals, and I'm going to have to refer to my notes here because the next line is somewhat complicated. It's this whole thing. Camera dot world to screen point. Let me paste it in so we'll see.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
For now, we're going to write camera dot main, and this is all garbage code from the place I pasted it from, which is our current game, Tactical Breach Wizards. We have this code in that project, so I just ripped it out of there. Okay, yeah, now this is the valid line of code, and what it says is that our health bar's position should be, we'll go to the camera, we can get a reference to the camera with camera.main.
Golly.
And experience cameras are screaming in anguish as I say that, because camera.main is very slow, much slower than get component. But it has this function called world to screen point, where you give it a world coordinate, which is our own position. Remember, this thing is a health system. This is attached to our player. It's attached to our enemies. When the health system says, "Hey, what's our position?" We're talking about a place in 3D space.
Right.
And when we tell our health
it says
system,
right here,
here's your position,
transform position from world space into screen space.
Take this 3D thing and turn it into 2D. And amazingly, there's just a function for that. It's just one line of code. The fact that camera main is slow, we will address that at some point. But for now, let's just test that this works. We should have a health bar that follows us around now.
Let's find out.
Yes, it follows us around. Doesn't look quite right, does it? Because it is inside us, which is an unusual feature of a health bar. What we probably want to do is have it be offset vertically a bit. So what if it was...
Cool.
There's two ways we could do this. We could try and make it offset it on the canvas and say, hey, you're 20 pixels higher than you think you are. Or we could offset the position we pass in. I wonder which is best.
I feel like the first one...
I think actually it's probably best to offset the position we pass in. Let's try this. So this is different to how I did it in practice. But remember I said this is taking a 3D position and turning it into a 2D position. If we want to add to it, we're going to add a vector 2, not a vector 3. But just as, you know, you've used vector 3 dot a lot. Oh, it doesn't like this, does it? What's the issue so far? That's kind of interesting. Okay, ignore me. We're not going to use vector 2, we're going to use vector 3. What I said was absolutely logical, but turned out not to be true. So this function, it does convert a 3D position into 2D space, but it turns out technically, in terms of code, what it returns is still a vector 3. It's a position that can store a 3D position. It isn't storing a 3D position, it's storing a 2D position, but it could. So that's why we're still going to call the vector 3 hotline and ask it for the up thing. And I multiplied it by 3. I think we're going to go... Oh, no, that's wrong, actually. Because I think vector 3 to up would just be 1 pixel up. So let's actually do it by 30, something like that. Let's see what that looks like. If this doesn't work, I might just go back to doing it in world space, which is how I've done it before. No, that looks good. That looks... Oh, that's interesting. So it gets closer to us as we get closer to the camera, and further from us as we go further away. It's probably a matter of taste as to whether that's the right way to do it. I think... Do I like that? Maybe I do. Should we just... Like, we've got time. We can try
I would
it
say
might just be interesting just to see what the difference is here.
that you're both right.
That was adding a...
I would imagine that it depends on your skill level in the specific thing. Like, yeah, and planning and stuff like that. Like if you are like I would guess that the Factorio developers, I don't know, maybe they've said, but I feel like the Factorio developers planned on ultra optimization from the beginning and integrated that into their development flow based off of the end result. Because I feel like if you put every game ever made on like a spectrum of optimization, Factorio is probably all the way at the end. Yeah, it could just be that they did the conventional wisdom approach, but did it more than anybody else ever has or something. I don't know. I mean, not ever. I'm exaggerating a bit. But that's because I admire the end result that they built. So really, is it Gizon or Gizon? Whichever it is, you probably have the right of it. If you know what you're doing and you've planned ahead, it's probably okay to do. But if you're doing it from the hip as you go, it's probably going to be more of a hindrance because it would be slowing you down from actually getting things done. Like, I think a lot of the problem, from what I understand with optimization stuff, is that what is fast tends not to be wieldy, right? That may have been more true in the past than it is today because things are so abstracted. It used to be like you would have like your one level up code, and then you'd have essentially machine code. And the one level up code is like humans can deal with this. The machine code is humans can't deal with this. That was usually the problem. Yeah, small things add up. Yeah, of course. At the end of the day, there's conventional wisdom, and then there's knowing what works for you, and knowing correctly what works for you. Like, you might think something works for you, and then you find out, oh, this, I thought this was going to be 1 week, and it's been 5 months now. That kind of thing. Like, you got to kind of outplan yourself. You have to outsmart yourself sometimes with things. My friends, we are about out of time here.
The space on top of us before we decide where the health bar goes. Now let's try, before we ask it for the screen space position, we add 3 ups to our world position. This is like the player's actual current position. Let's add something onto that. So let's say, rather than saying, take my position and put it on screen space, we say, take the position 3 meters above my head and put that on screen space. That's what we do in Technical Breach Wizards, and it seems to work well. Yeah. So that, yeah, I think I prefer that. You can sort of believe it in a weird way. Like, you can see where it is in world space, right? Whereas before it was changing as it got closer to us, it was getting closer to them. I think also if we, I guess this won't work at all. No. If I could move the camera, so let's say, rather than saying take my position and put it on screen space, we say take the position 3 meters above my head and put that on screen space, and we can try it the other way. It might just be interesting just to see what the difference is here. So that was adding a.
I just want to absorb this final change, and then we're going to switch over.
Now let's try.
Join the crew.
Before we ask it for the screen space position, we add 3 ups to our world position.
Add 3 ups. We're just gonna add 3 ups. Can I get 3 ups with that, please? Gotta say, Tom, I like this less. Because, yeah, now it's much more like in the 3D space. But my camera is positioned a little bit differently than his is. So when you're down here, the health bar is literally on top of you. I mean, it makes sense. But, well, as someone said earlier, optimization passes, and I would imagine that that's probably maybe the way to go. Like, you don't do it all at once at the end. You don't do it on the fly as you go. You do like passes at various checkpoints along the way. The thing that jumped to my mind almost immediately is the problem of like you optimize something and then you have to fucking refactor it or something later. Like if you have some feature creep, you want to add something and then oh no, it's in a optimized system. I don't know. Yes. Well, initially it was in the right. So now it's in the world space. Initially he did it outside of this, which would have been in the screen space.
This is like the player's actual current position. Let's add something onto that. So let's say, rather than saying, take my position and put it on screen space, we say, take the position 3 meters above my head and put that on screen space. That's what we do in Tactical Breach Wizards, and it seems to work well. Yeah. So that, yeah, I think I prefer that. You can sort of believe it in a weird way. Like you can see where it is in world.
This is a matter of
Before it was
taste.
changing as it got closer to us, it was getting closer to them. I think also if we, I guess this won't work at all. No. If I could move the camera and I moved it directly above us, think about what would happen then. If we are moving it
Yeah,
upwards
it would
in
be
screen
Yes.
space,
directly
I am
over the
Lord.
player.
Insert special inspirational message here.
Woven, thank you for 51
If we
months.
look directly down like this, the health bar would still try and be above us.
Yes.
Which
I am
guess
the
would
Lord.
be
Less than 3.
right, but I think that would feel slightly wrong. Anyway, I like this. I think it's a bit too high, isn't it? We could go. It doesn't have to be 3. It could be 2 meters above us. And
Moose Hermit, thank you for
next
27
check
months.
out this, right? Yeah, that was great. Yeah, so now we want to edit our health bar prefab. I haven't made it green yet, and there's a reason for that. Because actually, I want to. I'm going to right click on health bar here, and I'm going to say UI image.
Okay, so this is where we're leaving off. Let me BRB, but yeah, I'm enjoying the hell out of this still. Very much looking forward to doing more, which may well be tomorrow. I think my plan is going to be to we're probably going to chop Gun Day in half. I've been doing 6 hours of Gun Day on Sundays. I think I'm going to cut the front end off, and we'll do the same thing we did today. Probably we'll do 3 hours of game dev tutorial stuff in Unity, and then we'll switch to Gun Day after that. Will probably be the plan because I really want to continue. I'm very into this. I think the tutorial is great. Tom's got a pretty good tutorial there. I feel like I'm learning a lot in a short amount of time. So yeah, it's good. It's good. All right, I'm going to switch mics and stuff, and then join up with the Undo fam. I'll pop in there and say hello right now, actually. Hello, hello.
There you go.
Hey. I'm switch my mic over and whatnots, so I will
Okay.
be right back.
Alrighty. Do. Oh, well.
Hi.
Hi, 6.
Hi. Hang on. I'm like making sure my audio's ready to go because I know like the sounds are gonna be loud. Also, my cat's on stream right now, by the way. I thought you'd like to know.
Content!
Content!
We missed that from last week.
Oh, I know. I felt bad, but I was like, no, I gotta be sure to save my throat because I
Yes.
have injured it. Hang on. I feel like you guys are probably super low. Hang on.
We super low and sexy sounding.
I mean, I hear you fine, but I want to make sure the chat can hear you. Okay, there we go. There's that.
I mean, do we want chat to hear us?
Hello,
I
hello,
don't know,
chat.
Chad, do you want to hear the other guys, or you just want to hear me?
Hopefully you can hear me.
Or should we just do a mute stream? We can just mute everything now.
Ooh, damn, Henry.
All right. I have to do a double check and make sure that
Hello,
like
hello.
sound. Oh, hello.
Hi, hi. Still getting my stuff together. Just wanted to make sure my mic was working.
It's working.
Thank you, thank you.
No problemo.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Giga, did you get food?
I got food. I haven't finished eating it yet. I have half a burrito here, but I'll eat it later.
Are you gonna share it with the rest of us?
No, absolutely not.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, my chat is very excited because there's a cat on camera currently, and I mean, truly, that's the best content that ever shows up on my channel. It's just the cat.
Yeah.
I like how Manry has taken over Co's spot, your spot, and Gika's spot.
Right? What is going on over here?
It's his kaiju toe. Because he is not the smallest kaiju.
Speaking of kaijus,
Yeah?
I'm a chimera now.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I haven't really updated very much. Like I haven't updated my avatar or anything. But new avatar is now here.
Yeah, I saw you posted it. It was good.
Yes, it looks fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Audio stuff with streaming is the bane of my existence.
Oh yes.
It's
Yeah.
God.
Because no matter how much fiddling you do to get it perfect, it will never be perfect.
Now my other cat is here. Hang on.
Double content.
Let me see if I can get her on the chair. There you go. Go hang out with your baby. Please, cat. No. Oh. It's gonna be one of those sessions, I think. My cats have been bugging me all day.
As they should.
Hey, Clark.
Yes.
There's a sketch there in Geeka's Square.
I thought I did. Let me fix. There we go. There we go.
I forgot. So I wanted to double check because you guys are seeing the canvas right now. If I do this, can you still see it?
I do not. What are we looking at?
Okay, do you no longer see my Godzilla character over here?
I see the teeny bean.
I see Godzilla 6.
Yeah.
The smallest of the Godzillas.
Do you see anything now?
Still see it.
How do you make it so that other people don't see the art?
You got to shift click the eyeball.
Yeah, but it's not working.
Hold up. Can you see my lines?
Yeah.
I can't see the colors, but I can see the lines.
Yeah. I cut the colors off purpose. Okay, so how about still see it?
No, I don't see anything. Oh, my content left. I can't believe this. Now everybody is going to leave.
Okay, so if I did it right, it should be when the eye is blue with no line. Because can you see the colors?
Click and then shift click. Hang on. So click. I see your colors. It doesn't matter.
Eh.
It's fine. I have a setup, no worries.
Also, Geeka, you only missed Chaos last week. It's what
No,
happens
that's
when I'm in
I'm,
charge and Six
I
isn't
am
there to
so
speak.
sorry. I fell asleep. I was asleep the entire time.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You needed your rest. You needed to prepare for your transformation into a chimera.
Yeah, I'm now a danger to society.
I mean, you were before.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
but
say
now
you already were.
like now I have claws.
Hello.
Yep. I mean, have you?
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
We were just
Hello.
talking about how Geeka is a danger to society.
Ah, that true.
Yeah, even more so now because I'm a monster and such.
Right.
Yeah, before I was just a dictator. Now I'm a monster and a dictator, so
Like the two were separate entities to begin
I mean slightly.
with. Oh. So how is learning how to game dev been?
It's good. I like it a lot.
It's completely Greek to me, every bit of it, besides when things explode and make bigger blocks. That that I like that part. I
Well,
understand that part.
I mean, that's just 4 videos ago for me as well. Like,
I
that's
know.
how easy it is.
That's just insane to me. And then he talks about codes and this stuff, and I'm like, all right, bring me back to blocks.
So what are we doing?
We drawn. What do you think we were doing?
My apologies. I had to greet some friendos that came in, but yes, I have the stuff for tonight's shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
So I have one set up already, but one of us needs to change and go to a blank emote or a blank canvas so we can see.
Yeah. Oops. And oops. Oh God.
So
Oh god.
So you might know who this character is, but the twist is you want to fill this up in a way that it doesn't look like the character that you think it is.
Hmm.
Okay.
So, like, clearly this is, just some guy.
Lord Farquaad.
Lord Farquaad.
Yeah, that's his
Yeah.
classic pose.
Yeah, it's fine. So like, yeah, we know what the I have too many layers already. How did this happen? All right. So yeah, we see this character and you're like, "Oh, yeah, it's Shrek." No Shrek. That's the challenge today. You can't make it look like the original character. So, yeah. I have a bunch of silhouettes ready to go. See, Co's already done. Co's perfect. I don't think you need to see the reveal, but I have it for when it's time. I'm pretty sure everyone knows who this is, though.
Oh yeah.
Is Batman.
Oh my god, it's James Bond. All right,
Oh,
so
is the whole time is going to be that stupid Pokemon joke? That's Pikachu. No, it's Clefairy.
oh, it'll happen. Oh, we know it's coming. Prepare yourselves.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's fine.
All right, so what do we want to do for the how minute wise? Do we want to do since it's a quick warm up? Do we want to do 15? Do we need to get into the groove today? Do we want to do 20?
I'm good with whatever.
Same.
Let's do 15 for a warm up for this one. I'm excited because I'm already expecting Giga to try to make them girls. I would expect nothing less.
Geeka, I will have you know, all last week I made sure to include girl characters for you, just so
Oh,
that
good.
way you could do it.
Yeah, I saw Jolene was always in in like the side there.
Yeah, I did a think.
All right.
All right.
Okay. We all good? Mary, you ready too?
Oh
Where's
yeah, we
where's,
haven't
where's
heard
my
from
good friend
Henry.
Manry? Where's my pal?
Manri said always.
All right, very good. All right, 15 minutes starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
How do I make this into somebody else? It's so obviously Donkey from the hit movie
Don
Donkey.
Quixote.
That's the
Don
challenge.
Bass.
You got this. I believe in you.
Hmm.
Yeah, don't forget we do have a community canvas if anybody wants to join in. I'm sure one of our lovely ambassador friends can get that link.
Mm.
If anyone wants to join in. You can suffer with us. We're all trying to figure this out together.
And there's a community Discord as well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Get
Oh my
on
god.
that community canvas.
All my content left. Gosh darn it. What am I supposed to do now? Draw? It's ridiculous.
I have no idea what to do for this one, so I am just.
I have a dumb idea. Hang on. I have the
Those
dumbest.
are the best ideas.
God, no, this is super dumb. I'm gonna see if I can make it work.
Oh wait.
Man, last week I didn't have my mic, Geeka, so I joined in, but I was muted. And the only way I could respond to things was through drawings. So anytime somebody was like teasing me or something, I would have to draw a response. It was great. It was actually kind of funny.
Sounds pretty good.
It was funny last week, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I was just like, what if I just do that from now on? Just don't have mic on. Just let the drawing speak for me. Silent undo.
Focus.
Wait, what's happening? Focus?
Silence.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Silence. I got you. Keep silence. Gotcha.
I have no idea what to do.
See, I think I might be cheating because mine isn't one character.
Is it a room full of vampires?
I will.
Oh, that was
Oh, I
fantastic.
gotta drink the water. Ugh.
Drink the
I know
water.
how to make this into one character. Hold on. We're going into like monster territory with this.
Oh yeah.
Are you making a Geeka?
No, Geek is a cute monster. This one will probably not be as cute.
No, I meant specifically a term.
Chimera.
Look, all right. I can't pronounce shit.
We just pronounced it when you said it just now.
I don't know what I pronounce. I'm gonna forget it in 6 minutes.
A room full of
Wow, this is so much harder than I thought it would be. I can only see.
You can only see Shrek.
Yeah,
This is one of the easier ones too. I'll do an easy
Oh
one.
no.
I had a couple of harder ones, but I won't add them. I think we need to.
Manri said I'm not over him. I see him everywhere.
Yeah. I think we'll definitely be better once
We get the swing of things.
Yeah, and once we get one that someone doesn't know,
Oh, true. Yeah, I got a couple of like more vague characters as well.
Okay.
You got this, Geek. I believe in you. Just don't think about Shrek.
Mm, who is Shrek? I only know of
It shrunk,
Trump.
Fiona.
Fiona. What about Dragon though? I'm always thinking about Dragon.
She's a married woman. 6.
But you can still think about him. You just can't do anything.
Are
with
you
him.
a home wrecker?
Listen? No,
Oh
maybe.
man. What's our time? 6?
9 minutes and 45 seconds. Did you miss me last week doing
I
the timer countdown?
damn sure did. How does she do that?
Shrekker! Oh, Shrekker.
Tracker.
Get out of here. Leave with that nonsense.
Oh, thank you for that nonsense.
Oh my god, Ethan. Yeah, what were you saying a second ago, Clark?
Oh, they just that I don't understand how you do it. It too much brain power for me. I don't have enough allocated power for the brain cells.
I switch my brain cells when I'm in Undo Crew. So like when I have to check what time it is, I have to basically not look at like anything else on my in my peripheral vision and just the phone and just go, ah yes, there's the time.
I had set it up using the timer on Google, so I had it on a different browser and everything. I was not doing it effectively.
I tried that before. Yeah, it's trickier because you're swapping in between browsers.
And it's loud when it
Yeah.
goes off in your headphones.
Oh, yes, definitely. It's so loud. So the other time I've done it, I've just used my phone.
I need to do that next time.
Yeah. And my phone isn't very good, so
I think I have to replace mine soon because I went to take off the what do you call it? The cover that keeps it safe. You know, as you do, you buy covers for phones so that they don't
Yeah,
break.
the phone
And
case.
yeah, exactly. Except I noticed it's peeling open from like the phone itself, where like the battery is behind it.
Oh, you're talking like the battery's swelling and it's pushing the phone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I had that issue in the job I work at. I used to work in the warehouse, so occasionally I would have to drive to supply houses to return items. And there was
Mhm.
one that was a little bit in towards the city out that I'm not too familiar with, so I needed to use the GPS on my phone.
Mm.
And the problem is that the vehicle we had at the time didn't have AC. So
Ooh,
my
gotcha.
battery ended up swelling so bad that it busted the case open. And I didn't know about it at the time, so I went up to Verizon and said, "Hey, and I bought a new case and everything, new tempered glass, everything. I just needed a new one." And they had changed it out and everything, and like 3 days later, my phone case just expanded and
Ooh.
just it didn't work anymore. I was angry, and of course, Verizon was closed that day, so I went to You Break It, We Fix It place right up the
Mhm.
road, and they said, "Yeah, the problem was is that your battery was so hot it swelled, and it's not that your phone's not working, is that it just pushed the the LCDs to be dislodged from their connection, so there was nothing showing on it. And man, it was just so irritating to me that the guys who put the case on and everything didn't say anything, didn't even bother to bring it up. Thankfully, because they had to completely remove the tempered glass screen on it. They just gave me that for free at the You Break It place because I just bought it. But don't take your shit up to Verizon folks. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Yeah, so yeah, definitely
I'm-
definitely fix your phone
Yeah, I'm
before it breaks.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna take it to just the local shop and see if they can fix it.
I
Do
think
something.
I think for granted this is just it's been a couple of years and it's just a local store for me, but it only cost me about $100 or so.
Okay, yeah, which is significantly cheaper than
yeah,
a new phone.
yeah, definitely. And like I said, it worked up until a point where I just decided I needed a new phone, and then I bought a new phone. It wasn't a matter of it stopped working.
We have a little under 5 minutes left, by the way. Just wanted to make sure everyone knew who we're at.
5 minutes left ish.
Yeah, well, it's 4:40 minutes. 4 minutes and 40 seconds now.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Don't worry, I got you. Keeping an eye on you kids, making sure y'all know what the times are.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Is that a pun?
Anytime? If it was, I was unaware I was making a pun. I'm just that good.
You're making a time.
Manri said waiting for
Oh.
6 to get it.
Oh.
The joke had to sink that low before she got it.
I knew you were gonna make a short joke. I could see it coming.
How?
That's it. I'm not telling you guys what the time is anymore. You've done this. I'll only tell
Manry.
No, because even Mary hasn't made a short joke. I don't think Co has either. Co's fine. I'll tell Co and Manry. I'll just
Manri said it looks like we ran out of time.
yeah. You can't think about puns. You're on the clock. Oh my god.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I actually finished and crawled
I
out.
can't wait to see. I felt like this one was gonna be a wild challenge.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for as we warm up and everything.
I do have one that I have an obligation to show later, but to have a silhouette, but that'll come later because I feel like it's going to be a lot complicated considering the shape. But I was told by someone they would love me forever if I did it. I added the shape because I had already had the silhouette for it.
Bribery.
Hey, look.
Wait.
Look, you know the phrase starving artist? I say $5, I take $5.
Fair
I will draw you a thing.
Hey, you know what? $5 is $5. I mean,
Heck.
that's
Heck yeah.
Oh, Geeka, apparently Zuria, the sleeping booty, says that yours won it for them this round.
What? We're not even done.
I know, right? I'm just saying. That's what Zuria, the sleeping booty.
Was this bribery again, or is that a shill?
I have not given any money whatsoever.
Look, I just wanted an excuse to say what that I still have Zuria, the sleeping booty.
I was told it was not a bribe, it's a suggestive gift.
Oh,
Suggestive
I
gift.
see.
Yes, officer. It's not a bribe, you see. It's just a suggestive gift.
Little over a minute left, just so y'all know.
Oh God, why did I start coloring this? I don't have the time.
I believe in you.
I appreciate your
really
belief, but it's not gonna help me.
Not with that attitude.
True.
Believe in the 6 that believes in you.
Yes. What layer am I on?
I did like a grayscale color this time around because I didn't have time. Too busy
Yeah.
being like, "Brr, how make girl."
Oh, I thought it was 5 minutes just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, about
Right?
5.
I mean, Clark's not wrong.
That was my joke.
Sorry, Cara, I didn't get your joke. I'm too tired.
It's okay.
I got your joke, Co. I just wanted to be an ass.
3, 2, 1. Do 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 do.
There it is.
There it is.
I missed that last week.
the beep beep sound.
Yeah.
I wish I could change it so it was something like, "You lose. Good day, sir."
I love that.
Because that would be me when I don't get my drawings done. Like, okay, goodbye.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's zoom out and see what everyone's done. I had to put a little shading on mine because I didn't want anyone to think like she was lifting up her skirt.
Ooh.
She's just turning around to see you and be like, "Hey, it's my friend." It's like a orc lady or something. I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was
Man
Howard
reset, is
from
that
Chainsaw
Lily?
Man.
Is
Is
that
that
Lily?
Lily?
I don't
The
know.
revenge of Lily.
I don't know. It could be Lily in spirit. Her
Spirit
OC.
Lily.
Shirk. Oh my god. I just want to say, Gika, I'm very glad that you made sure to put a caption on Rock.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure everyone knew what it was. Sometimes I
yeah.
just go outside and I just write rock on rocks so people know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lily says it's me, I claim. Okay, so apparently this is Lily.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and you're the only one who reversed the order of the legs.
I had
Yeah,
thought
well,
about that too, yeah.
it made a little bit more sense to me. For some reason, I could not unsee the bottom of Shrekicus's, like, what is it, like his shirt thing.
Oh, his tunic? I always
Tunic.
thought I always thought it was a tunic. I could be incorrect.
I couldn't unsee the silhouette as a skirt, and then I was like, well, I guess I'm doing this now.
These are great.
Yeah. I forgot to reveal who this character is because I'm sure a lot of people definitely couldn't tell.
Oh
Shrek.
my god.
Who is that man?
Oh,
I've never seen him before in my life.
Man reset, oh man, is that the Hulk?
yes, actually.
Man
I did.
reset, he looks good.
Man, Marvel's new Hulk looks great.
He looks like a sex god. Oh my god.
Oh,
I have to
yeah.
God.
do this.
What are you doing? Are you casting a spell? Oh my god.
Oh,
What?
damn, cow. Now you're
was-
you're thinking with 4D chest right here.
I
was
was
wondering-
gonna point out does he got eyeballs on his ankles, but now that makes more sense.
I can't believe Ko's already showing us up like this. We just started and Ko's over here sweeping us away.
Yeah, that's why Ko was like, it's not done yet. I'm about to blow your mind.
The gray thing in the background is Shrek.
Shrek in space.
Hulk, just walk away now. Hulk and
Man reset, co. Fools, you didn't even think to draw upside down.
Oh my god. Yeah, your Hulk's good, Clark. I was thinking like you were gonna go with this idea of just turning the silhouettes into other characters. I think that works.
I couldn't think of anything else.
See,
And then once I decided to give him devil horns, I was like, yeah, it's Montero. It's a little Nas X Hulk.
This is the Hulk that skipped leg day.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
about to say the same thing.
Geekus
Waiting for an opportunity, and then you said it. And I was like, no, my joke.
You gotta be fast, geek. You gotta be
joke.
fast.
Geekus
Hulk's
joke.
Hulk's only angry up top.
it's
He
my
doesn't get
joke
angry down
now.
below.
I claim it, Co.
Look, you
Geekus
gotta
joke.
just you gotta be the fastest pun in the West, all right?
Geekus joke.
All right.
The reason I did mine the way I did was because I had to do something about the legs. I couldn't, no matter how I turned it, I just couldn't get past the fucking very obvious legs and feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Them are legs, and obviously the rest of us all did legs.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
We just gotta step up our game for the next one then.
God, yeah. Code came out batting 100. Now we got to figure out what the fuck.
What the
We gotta figure out what to fuck.
oh no.
Speaking of what the fuck, let's look
Yeah,
at the community canvas.
But when we talk about Manries.
Manry
yeah,
said
come
he's
on
having
now.
a good time under that sweater.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
God.
Okay, never mind.
Speaking of
Let's
what
look at the
fuck, let's look
community
at the
canvas.
canvas.
Yeah, let's go look at the community canvas.
Oh, I like these the ones that they chose for the thing. I can name most of these characters.
Nice. Looks like we've got 4 slots in use.
Yep, Richie coming out with something that looks
Architect, Shady. I can't read the blue one there at the top right.
Wamasi?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I can
Okay,
I can name any of these that aren't Pokemons. So Cactuar, some kind of fucking monkey.
that's Momo from Avatar.
I don't think there's any
Okay.
Pokemon here.
Yeah.
Co.
I assumed that the second one was a Pokemon. I also don't know
No.
what the Gorilla Boy is on the third one.
King Kong. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
big boy.
Sonic, Korok, Dexter. What the fuck is his name from Samurai Jack?
Aku.
Ah, yeah. I don't know what the fuck this is. Mega Man without his with a
That's
monster head
Sans.
arm. Oh, that's Sans.
Oh, see, I wonder if we're ruining this for people because they couldn't tell who it was, and I was like, oh no, I can't unsee Sans Undertale.
All right,
Uh,
let's
oh,
give them
wow.
some time to draw. We'll move
Okay.
on.
Yeah.
We'll move on with our lives here.
If one of these are jumping out to you, maybe steal it before somebody else takes the spot.
Now there are some that aren't duplicates, so you better grab them before they're gone.
Yeah.
They're rare finds.
Oh god, we have a new. Is this? Oh, it's Richard Rat.
So normally I like to hold off on showing the reveal, but I just need you to understand when I was looking at pictures for this. Hang on, where's the reveal layer?
Is this based off of some Rule 34 shit? Oh. Oh, you had to remove the base. It's a fucking Mickey Mouse amiibo.
So I can stick that onto your Switch, get a prize.
Get a prize.
Prizes that you spent money on an amiibo.
What is that? What is that shape? Is he trying to make like a mouse's butthole?
Yeah, no, it's a mouse butthole.
Yep, that's what that is.
Hey, me! I want to have this tonight. My heart? No, your butthole.
Check out my butthole.
Manry
What do you
said
think,
it's the
Vinny?
Shakiko Ho.
Yes.
Oh no! And then we all lose our channels. Disney comes for all of us.
Oh god.
You better cut out that shit.
Mickey, I swear to God, not again. All right, how long we want for this one?
Oh, I forgot we were drawing.
Yeah.
I think I need 20 minutes just to recover from laughing.
Okay.
Oh God, what am I gonna do with this phallic ass shape?
Uh,
I guess Mickey figured out what the fuck.
apparently.
We'll do 17. We'll bump it up a little. No,
Okay.
Mary, no! What?
He was just trying a mushroom.
Henry. I'm
Alright.
so
All right,
Okay.
kids. Focus. Focus.
Focus. Focus.
Calm down. All of y'all calm down. 17 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Draw.
6, you're not even gonna say sorry for slapping me?
Manri said, Manri, what do you
multiple
have there?
times?
A dick.
Mm.
You
No.
didn't say anything while I was smacking you.
But that was.
I'm sorry. I thought you were.
She screamed. She was upset.
I said ow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'll bring you some ice cream. Is that good?
Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you.
You're welcome.
What flavor is this, by the way?
It's whatever flavor that you love most in the world.
Oh, it's dark chocolate.
Oh God! What
Oh, no.
person would make dark chocolate ice cream?
Good people.
I feel like if I do this, I feel like everyone else is gonna have the same idea that I do. But I'm gonna try to do it anyway.
Do it.
I hate that memory did that because I can't unsee it.
Oh
It's just
no.
stuck in my brain, and I'm like, find something else. Find some other silhouette to go with.
Oh God, you clipped that. Oh, pancakes. I will never be able to escape the mouse hole joke now.
Is that going to be a new sound they can use?
No.
The mouse hole.
Don't you say yes to me.
Oh,
Chat.
oh, oh,
Oh,
oh,
No.
oh.
They made these lemon crest Kit Kat bars over Easter. They were really good. I was just thinking about the chocolate because you mentioned dark chocolate. And it was like, I don't know what kind of, they use like a white cream chocolate. It's pretty good.
Dark chocolate is good.
dark chocolate is bad.
I'm not getting in on this debate. I just love all chocolate equally. Except for like super minty peppermint chocolate. I can't handle that.
You know, I'm okay with a little minty. Nothing too crazy. So I watched that Willy's Wonderland movie, the Five
Oh,
Nights at Freddy's movie. That's
yeah.
not a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. It
Uh-huh.
is absolutely fantastic.
I saw somebody reviewed it, and apparently the one person that everybody was excited for doesn't say a lot.
It's
He's just quiet.
yeah. It's just very good. Like it's a horror movie that you can watch
I don't
because
think
it's not a horror movie. It is 100% a comedy. I was laughing my ass off. It's fantastic. So I highly recommend if anybody's just wanting to put something on to escape reality, watch that movie.
Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes reality.
Oh, there goes the MCA.
I did not see that in any way that it was similar to the song. Because it's going to seem like an out of the ball, like a sudden question. Did you ever listen to overclocked remixes back in the day?
Oh yes.
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh, you did. Yes, finally. I brought this up because I listened to a RoboCop one earlier on stream, and it said in their video that they were established in like 1999, and I was like, oh yeah, I definitely was, you know, getting close to college years when I was listening to their music. It's like all chiptune remixes. Some of them pretty good.
I loved Overclocked Remix so much. There's so much game music that I actually wasn't familiar with that I learned of basically just because of OC Remix. And then a lot of the people I didn't know until much later making the connections like back in time. Like Super Meat Boy, soundtrack by Danny Baranowski,
Mhm.
or Baranowski, sorry. Also Binding of Isaac and whatever. And Crypt of the Necrodancer and Cadence of Hyrule.
Oh yeah, yeah,
OC
Okay.
Remix creator back in
yeah.
the
Well,
day.
I think quite a few of them just. I don't know if they've gotten to level that Danny was at, but
Oh,
yeah.
there's a number of them that went on to be like very prominent in the indie scene or in other even bigger spaces.
Hmm.
It's wild. It's one of those like internet melting pot kind of places. Kind of like Newgrounds,
Yeah.
but for music.
Music grounds.
Yeah, when I was younger, I couldn't like I learned about a lot of games through them as well, so it was pretty good. I like that they did like remixes of like really like the RoboCop one, like I said, that was like a game from like 1988, and they made like a nice bouncy little song, very poppy. I don't know if they still make music anymore though. I know they have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Little over 10 minutes left, by the way.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like how whenever you say, I'm just not going to tell you the time anymore, I'll hold true
Gosh
to that.
darn it, I knew I forgot something.
But no, she was telling Co. We just overheard.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you guys have to not listen when I talk about the time, okay? Cool, thanks.
This is way more difficult than I anticipated.
Well, quit trying to flip things upside down, Co. Gosh.
You know,
That's like
I'm more than a
the
gimmick. Thank you very much.
Dang, you tell him.
wow.
Yo, get dunked on, Clark.
Feel it.
Yeah, Clark.
Yeah, Clark.
It's gonna.
Yeah.
This is gonna be way weirder than I intended.
Weird could be fun though.
Yeah, weird is good.
I've just given up on proportions.
I feel like you have to use creative liberties with some of these. I'll have to see if I have another pretty easy one after this. Do you think if I picked one that had like more of a base for the silhouette, you might be able to get more ideas from it? Like there were some that are just way too specific that I'm not including, but there's some that there's a lot more shape to work with.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try the next one. I have an idea for the next one that I'll do. And I won't tell you guys who it is, so then that way you can think of other ideas of what the character could be. We have 6 minutes and 20 seconds left, by the way.
In before it's a Sayuki character.
No. Look. No.
Okay, but the thought crossed your mind while collecting these, right?
No, because they don't really have any interesting silhouettes.
What was
Like
that?
they're fine.
What was that dang old time?
Well, we now have 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hello, Mike. But they like, I mean, yeah, I like that series, but yeah, they don't have any interesting shapes to them. They're just 4 dudes. Like Mickey Mouse, like you see the silhouette, you know that's Mickey Mouse. And that was the challenge, to make it not look like Mickey Mouse.
That's something I've always heard about character design, is that you always want the silhouette to be striking. Yeah.
Like earlier we did like the Shrek one, and everyone knew right away that it was Shrek.
I mean, not everyone.
Not everyone, as in the people who were blessed to know who Shrek is not. I fucked that up, but you know what? You understood what I meant, right? Right?
I may have gotten too ambitious with this. I gotta figure out how to make this work.
I definitely got too ambitious. I bit off much more than I can chew.
Sorry, I totally zoned out when you said what time it is. How much time is left?
I'm sorry, Ko's gonna have to ask me if you want to know what time is left.
Alright, cool.
6? How much time do we have left?
We have 4 minutes and 10 seconds. See, I was kind of, I wanted to answer because when she asked, it was 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Haha, funny. But she's also not allowed to know what time she has left.
You forfeited one joke for another.
Yeah. I gotta keep my priorities and my morals.
Equivalent exchange.
I need to watch Full Metal Alchemist again and just skip the first couple episodes so I don't see Edward again.
Big brother. Oh, she left.
You haven't gotten any content anymore?
Manri said I was waiting for the Chimera to make a full metal joke.
Chimera, my god. Discord bot, please.
Chimera?
Chimera. Mm.
Ah,
Ah, what?
eraser too big.
Oh no. Everything is gone now.
Oh shit! I just realized I went room full of vampires.
Is that going to be our term for doing things too complicated?
It's
We're doing-
for when you're supposed to do a character and you do a room full of characters.
That's fine. I'll allow it. Since I'm the one who came up with the idea for this one, I'll allow
To be
Thank you,
fair, I'm
Six.
usually more impressed by that capability than
a room full of vampires.
Oh,
Yeah.
I deeply disagree. Because if your objective is to make one character, then I kind of feel like slamming a whole bunch of characters is kind of like cheating.
Okay, I can see your points on that.
But if the objective is also just to get your brain drawing skills going, I think it's fine. We're practicing and working with something that we usually don't draw. Also, there's 50 seconds left. Just
Thank
it'll
you,
be fine.
thank you, Six. Thank you,
Well,
thank you, thank you, Six.
except Gika and everyone else doesn't know how much time is left. Obviously.
Right? Yeah, they wouldn't.
I'm just guessing.
Like I said, I haven't been able to draw these fast enough that I could have colors, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's see what you friendos drew. Oh God, everybody did color, but that's it. I'm gonna go hang up my art hat. Goodbye.
But you went for detail.
I guess.
Yes, I am the Lord.
Ah
It-
yes,
does-
my
what-
favorite Disney
Luigi's-
properties,
is he
Mario and
alright?
Sailor
He's
Moon.
is he mad because
Sorry,
Toad keeps
thank you
getting
for
games and he
32
doesn't?
months.
Hello.
I've got
Uh,
ice cream.
Toad stole his ice cream. They're at
Oh.
Disneyland. That's why Luigi has the mouse ears on. See, he's
That makes sense. I didn't even notice the ice cream, and I was like, "Oh yeah, look at that! There he is."
I feel like Manry and I did the same thing, different universe.
I like the cactus girl, Giga.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did a couple. I thought about a couple of different things, but I settled on, hey, they just kind of look like cactuses. Okay. Yeah, she's a teacher.
Oh, hey, Co, your cursor is right smack dab on this cactus girl. Thank you.
Sorry. She's lovely.
And then, yeah, and so is Sailor Moon here. I like how you got both the cats, 2, 6.
See, I cheated too. I had cats. It's fine. Vampires in the room full of vampires. Yeah, I was like trying to figure out what to like do with the bottom part because I mean, Sailor Scouts have very long legs, so like where the cats are is probably where her knees are. The feet would like go 100 pixels off screen, maybe even like 500.
Only legs,
Only legs. See, she-
especially in the remake.
yeah, because
and
it
her-
was very. It's a little bit more similar to the manga, which they're just tiny torso legs.
Only legs.
And then I see
Leg-
there was like, so we had a cactus theme, and then Clark has like, is it a thorny mushroom forest sort of theme?
I've been playing a lot of American McGee's Alice games,
Oh,
so I just had the thought of Alice in the forest on top of a mushroom because Manry obviously drew a mushroom earlier, so I had the idea of a mushroom.
God,
Nice.
I had a period of time when I was younger when I was obsessed with American McGee's Alice.
I'm subscribed to his Patreon as he makes the third game
But
because that is a trip.
it was during a period on the internet where there wasn't very much content on it online, so I was just like, how do I find out more about this universe? And there was just nothing.
No wikis, no nothing.
Yeah.
It's a trip, yeah.
In
Yeah,
these
like I
early
said.
internet days.
Yeah, we actually plow. Me and my brother were playing it. We actually plowed through the first game in one day, and we about went insane.
Well, that's a mess.
I know who this is.
Yeah, I do too.
is this one too much? Because I have another one that's not as.
It's got a lot going on, but it
Okay,
might be
well,
fine. It might be fine.
Well, I have another
They're
one
gone
that's
now. They're gone.
also a thick design. Hang on. Open. Remember, I'm fine with going through my files until we get one that we all are like, yeah, I vibe with this. Okay, how about, I think this one might also maybe be too
Oh.
much.
I actually don't know this character. At least not by their silhouette.
I'm trying to find another. I have another one that also is a thick silhouette. That would probably leave the door open to a lot. Okay, yeah, that's exactly.
Manry said, "Is this Lagosh?"
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm sneak a peek at the community Canva.
Yeah. Let's take a gander here. Oh, looks like Shady is went up here. Arctic, I like what you're going with here.
I
Yeah.
can't help it.
Yeah.
It's like hard coded into my brain.
Yep, Meodis John over here with a very fantastic idea. Richie getting his colors in. And Wasami made a black cactar thus far.
I feel like I'm not sure if Shady is making a Korok out of a Korok. Unsure.
It's still early. It's still early.
Yeah, early days.
Yeah.
That's a difficult shape, so.
But there's still plenty of shapes left. So everybody hop on it.
The reveal. It's supposed to be a wizard.
Ah.
A wizard sitting on a chair.
On a chair.
Oh. Early days. Early days. No need for sad things. We'll come back when you get more stuff done. We'll see it.
The only reason I thought you were making a Korok out of a Korok is because you were starting to do the green in the area where they normally have their little leaf face, and I was just like, maybe you didn't read the middle. But you did.
It kind of
You
looks
did.
like, okay.
I see the
kinda
chair
looks
now.
like
I see the chair.
That long wizard stick, it kind of looks like someone's spinning a plate.
Yeah.
Stick. He's doing tricks.
Yeah.
Wait, I have an idea for a better one. Hang on.
Wow.
I put two
Shady's one
on
is
here.
good. I'm just joking. Back to the main. Back to main.
Yeah, back to the main.
Okay.
And remember, everybody, to hop into the community canvas and get those spots. Or you just want to talk about art, hop into the Discord.
I know
Yeah, we
all
have
of
a
those
Discord.
shapes. Oh, whoop.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking this one though. I think that one would be pretty
Oh wait, my brain might have actually
Don't think
figured
about it.
out.
Don't think about it.
Don't
Because
think
then you'll
about
want to
it.
draw that character. This one I
Uh,
think is good, is decent too. Like I think both of these would be good.
I'm much more.
Henry?
I'm feeling. I'm feeling these top two. I'm kind of torn between these top two.
Well, we can do one now and then the other one next.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Flip a coin.
All right, hold on.
Let's just do
My
the one
best.
that's in the references spot.
Okay, that works.
I just like because I say that every week, and I'm waiting for Six to actually have a coin on hand.
I don't imagine having physical money.
I didn't say it had to be money.
You just said coin in hand.
Oh yeah, a coin cannot be money.
Yes,
I
I
always
can.
have a coin for the shopping carts.
Your shopping carts need coins.
Yeah, you put a. Wait, do you not have that in America?
I don't have it here. I don't know about the rest
Like-
of America.
Manry
if
said we
you-
do.
We do.
Okay.
Oh, I
Okay,
don't.
good.
We just
Yeah.
steal some of the bitches.
Well, they did it to stop people from stealing it. They didn't used to have to take, coins, and you get it back.
I
Let's
remember
rock.
reading about that. Yeah, let's go. Enough talk about coins. It's time to start the clock. How long do we want for this one?
Let's do 20.
Okay, you're 20. All right. 20 minutes in 3, 2, 1, go.
I think I'm seeing something here.
That's good.
Let's try this again. Right. Big eraser.
It's a toughie. It's a toughie, this one.
Yeah, he's more of a pushover.
Wait, what's happening?
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like what I think throws off to be able to do the design is like if there's hands, because then you kind of have to use the hands as part of the pose.
Yeah.
There were some that like were a little trickier too because there were characters with like whiskers, so I had to remove the whiskers to just to
You
kind.
whiskered them?
Yeah, they're
Wow.
fine. They're
They're
fine.
gonna get their heads stuck in things, Six.
Well, then they should have thought about that before they decided to be a silhouette, huh?
It's a great point.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to argue that, Geeka.
sure the people on Carter's stream have no idea what I'm doing.
That's okay. I don't even know what I'm doing.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Trying to make a hand, not a hand.
Yeah, that's my that's what I'm trying to do right now. Sorry, is try to make this not look like a hand. I think I got an idea.
I don't know if I'm cheating or not with my idea, but too late now.
Okay.
I just like glancing over at your chat code and see people trying to figure out the silhouettes that are on the community board.
Unraveling the puzzle.
Yep. Thankfully, I can actually recognize them all, so it's just more funnier to me.
It's not my problem.
Yep, not my problem. I know what they are.
I think it's almost a benefit to not know what the silhouette is, so then you don't want to draw like
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't have that predisposition of, oh well, you know, this is what that character actually is. I've got to keep it like that.
yeah.
Yes, silhouette is a dumb word that is hard to spell.
I agree.
Bill, what?
Words are just bad. We should just get rid of them all.
Yeah.
How am I
Go
supposed
back to
how am I supposed
the
to ask
times.
people for ice cream? They won't know what I'm saying.
With your words. Duh.
Hold up.
It looks like the monstrification didn't give her a monster size brain.
I see.
In case you're wondering, yes, I am still that stupid.
See, we can't overuse our brain cells too much, Geeka, because if we do, we'll forget all the things we've learned for drawing. So we must be dumb in other things.
Wait, we're supposed to learn stuff for drawing?
What is this monsterification I keep hearing about?
Geeka's a chimera now.
Okay, chimera. Number one. Number two, chimera doesn't mean monster.
Geeka wanted to be a monster.
Chimera is a
Manry said, "Have you seen
hybrid.
Geeka?"
Wow.
So she's extra monsters.
Manry said, "Wrecked."
In one. Nice.
Manry, what have I ever done to you that you would hurt me in this way?
Wait, no.
How much time is left?
I'll assume Co asked this question. We have 10 minutes and 50 seconds. You're welcome, Co.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Co.
You're welcome.
Actually, really happy with the way this one's turning out.
I can't wait to see.
Brush.
I really wish, like, I know Photoshop does this too, but when you zoom in a lot, you get this little grid pattern, and you can't turn it off. It always throws me off.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I also hate it.
Just be like Clip. They don't do that. They only show a grid when I want to see a grid.
Yeah.
Control G. Nope, that didn't work. Oh well.
Hey, Dobie, just be like Clip, aka better.
God, that whole thing this week with Adobe, man. Why do you have to be like that, Adobe?
Oh, the Creative Cloud stuff.
The cancellation fee, yeah.
Don't get cancellation fees. Like, I work in basically customer service for a heating and air company now, and the amount of people who think we charge cancellation fee when we haven't even been out to the house is like, no, don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll charge you when we get out there if we can do something, but if you call to cancel, even if we're en route, we don't give a shit. As long as we don't make it out there and actually do any work, then we care.
Cancellation fees are so mean because it's like you almost have to plan way in advance. So apparently the reason that person got charged that much was because the fee was half of what was left from their subscription, essentially. That's why it was like almost $300. And it's like,
Wow.
that's why they're canceling it. They can't pay. So now you're going to have them pay this crazy huge amount of money.
Yeah, no, it's dumb.
Then people get upset when they pirate.
Never-ending cycle. And I remember the good old days where you just bought a copy of Photoshop and it was yours, and that was it. You didn't have to worry. Like there are some upsides to the cloud thing because like anytime they do updates, you automatically get them. But in the downside, you never really own the product.
Yeah.
Like there's pros and cons. But yeah,
Anyway, Clip Studio is king.
we stand Clip Studio. I really wish I could wear contact lenses because I can't wear my glasses sometimes with my headphones. 'Cause my headphones are chunky.
Chunky.
It's
Sometimes
like,
you need chunky headphones.
huh?
So sometimes you need chunky headphones.
I wouldn't mind getting a smaller set. It's just like I'm waiting for this one to just die so I can justify buying new headphones. But yeah, my glasses. If I wear my headphones with my glasses, it like forces the part that goes on your ears into like my skin. I'm like, no.
I got new glasses a little while back, end of last year, and the annoying thing with my glasses is, my eyelashes touch the left lens sometimes.
Ooh,
Oh, that's got to be annoying.
Yep. Tis.
I only ever wear my glasses to drive, so I don't really know those feelings.
I have to
'Cause,
wear
you know,
mine all the time, but thankfully I've got a pair that aren't too aggravating. They used to, the pair I had before mine, would always the ends for the arms would always get caught in my hair. So as I take my glasses off, there's strands of hair pulling out of my scalp. I was like, nope, nope, nope. I
Ooh.
need new glasses. Was not.
oh, I've had that happen with sunglasses before, where it's like my hair always gets caught in it. So annoying.
I don't look forward to the day my glasses finally break because glasses are not cheap.
No, they are not.
I'm just like, please, glasses, just never break. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Give us some damn vibranium glasses, please.
Manri said I buy glasses online.
I do that now. Yeah, they've been pretty good.
Oh, let me see how much time we have left. Oh god, that's 3 minutes. I thought that was 8. I was like, yeah, 8 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, imagine having time to add colors. Huh.
Haha, yeah.
Shh, shh. It's fine. Fine.
Colors. What are colors?
I got like held up on like what I wanted to do with this, so it took a bit.
I cheated a little bit.
Oh, I definitely cheated with my idea. I found a room. I filled it full of vampires and called it a day.
Vampire room.
I mean, I didn't really fill the room with vampires, but
The option was there if you wanted to, but you didn't have to.
Yes, I am the Lord. Damn. Wish I had time to color this one.
I mean, if anybody needs, I mean, I can always add more time if anybody else needs it.
Nah, I don't want to hold up the show.
See, this is where we start doing the Undo Crew coloring book and all the, you know, have all the nice line
Manri
art.
said wrong show. Co.
don't want to hold up the show.
It's not bad. Like I'm
Twisted,
pretty
thank you
sure
for
all of us
54
at one
months.
point have had to ask, "Hey, can I have like an extra 5 minutes?" It's not a big deal.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine if you wanna take a bit to color it, Car.
Yeah. We can talk about how great Godzilla vs. King Kong was.
Again, nice. I'm in. Oh. You guys want like 5 more minutes?
I can give 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I can do 5. Hey, there we go.
So it wasn't just
Manry
you.
said, anyone see that show, Captain America's Friends?
I have, and I've been enjoying it. I'm so upset that we have to wait so long until Loki comes out. It's in June, but I don't like waiting.
June's literally just around the corner.
I know, but after WandaVision ended, it was a week, and then it was Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Manry said, I've just been playing Monster Hunter.
Hunter!
Monster Hunter. Did somebody mention Monster Hunter? Hello, I'm paying attention again. It's
Uh-oh.
weird.
Wow, she's been ignoring us this whole time.
I don't
Yeah.
watch movies. I don't. When movie talk happens, I'm like, all right, I guess this isn't a conversation I'm part of.
You are involved. You are part of every conversation.
That's terrifying.
You are part every conversation you're part of. Every
Um,
single one.
Especially the ones that you're not here for.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter World because I realized that I'm not having as much fun playing on my tiny Switch because it's one of the Switches that doesn't have a port. It's like the
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah
Light?
yeah
The Switch Lite.
yeah the light. That's it.
Okay.
So I've been playing Monster Hunter World, and been having a lot of fun with it. And I got stuck on Tiger Rex for the longest time, and I finally beat him, and it felt so fucking good. I killed him. Well, I didn't kill him. I captured him, but details.
These are words I don't understand, but I am proud of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go, child. Do more hunting of monsters. Or hunting, sorry.
Yeah. I've been playing the DLC, which is really, really hard. And every once in a while, I just get stuck on one monster.
Wait, hold on. Didn't this game just come out? It already has DLC?
No. This is the older one. World is the one that came out like in 2019.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's Rise that just came out for the Switch,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Yeah.
I was surprised Rise came out because I was fairly certain that World didn't come out too long ago.
I mean, Monster Hunter actually has pretty consistent releases.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I didn't know the Yakuza series had like a game like almost every year.
Yeah, your Yakuza's just like a Call of Duty. They come
Manry
out
said there
Lord.
are 2 dev teams for Monhun.
from one.
Manhoon.
Does the texting really not want to say hunt?
No.
This is all
He's-
Manry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Standard Manry.
Okay, I understand.
Also, I've changed my mind about the lance and the gun lance. I don't think they're awful weapons anymore. I still don't think they're for me. I tried desperately to try and use them, but I failed miserably. I just got my
Manry
ass
said Lance
beat.
is the way.
Lance is not the way. Lagonbe beat my ass, and I can.
Manry said I take on
Lagonbe is
all comers.
easy. I feel like
Manry
my
said I
favorite-
take Lagombi, full force.
He keeps hitting me.
Gone by full
And
force.
he's so easy to predict.
Manri said hit me, I can take it.
This is a very interesting conversation.
Well, that's how Lance works. You
Hit
know,
me.
you stand next to the monster and you just keep poking it until it dies. And if it tries to make you stop poking it, you hold up your shield and you go nya 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 nya.
Sounds great.
Yeah. You just make the monster have the worst day ever.
Sounds like a good way to take all comers.
Oh god. Man, I'm about to ruin this whole man's career.
I
So-
like
Don't-
dual blades because you get to mess with the monster by just like jumping on it and then doing a bunch of damage by falling down its spine. I didn't explain it well, but it's a really cool attack and it feels awesome to pull off.
I would play it one day, but like, also I'm just bad
Manri
at
said
this.
check my sick clip.
Oh god. Just adding some quick colors in here real quick.
I will check that out later, Manry. I love Monster Hunter so much. If you guys ever want to get into Monster Hunter, I will play it with you. I swear to God, I love it so much.
Manri said I love it more.
Why don't you marry it then?
I have a hoodie that's Monster Hunter, and I love that hoodie so much. I wear it all the time. Do you have merchandise, huh, Manry?
Oh boy. Here we go.
Mandary's been slowly sneaking in Monster Hunter references to every advertisement he makes.
Hold on. Monster Hunter has DLC with Ryu from Street Fighter.
It also has Dante from Devil May Cry.
Featuring
Yeah,
Knuckles.
So, one of the emotes that you get in World is a Hadouken, and it does 1 damage to a monster.
Hadouken. Isn't it
So you can technically
Hadouken.
kill monsters with a Hadouken in Monster Hunter.
Hi,
Wonder maybe they
Dukin.
Capcom?
I thought it was Hadouken.
Hi, Dukin.
Okay. Hi, Dukin.
Oh, maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Hiya, Dukin.
Oh god. But I still can't believe it has Ryu in it. That's funny. So Ryu is
Manri
now
said check my amiibo.
You got amiibo. You spent money on these.
I feel like we're leaving our no judge zone. Let the people buy their Monster Hunter things. We don't judge.
There's no judgment here. I'm not shaming Manru for buying stuff. I'm saying that I've bought more stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
so
the bigger Monster Hunter fan.
You're shaming him for not being more of a consumer.
It's a dystopian capitalism fight.
Oh. I
That's right,
see.
it is car.
Manri said
That's
check out
correct.
my pro controller.
Oh my god.
I want that. Give it to me. I'll appreciate it more. When did you start playing Monster Hunter, by the way, Manry? Which generation are you?
I think Manry's looking up more pictures of the merch that he owns and can't answer you right now. Sorry. He had to step
I
forward to
would
get.
actually be surprised if Manry started playing earlier than me. Because I was already 3rd gen.
I wouldn't be surprised if Manry's playing it right now while drawing. I mean, he is a robot. It's possible.
It is possible.
Manri said Monster Hunter 3 on the 3DS.
Oh, okay, so same generation. We started at the same time. In the awful, awful water levels of the 3DS. Oh god.
Oh no. Alright, I think I'm done with mine. Whatever you guys are ready to go.
I'm ready as anybody else.
I am also ready.
Manri said I remember Co's Monster Hunt streams. I was there.
That did happen. It was very
Wait, you
temporary.
played Monster Hunter?
Yeah, it was extremely temporary.
Oh.
I don't really get them. It's one of those worlds I stepped into it for a second, and then it was like, I don't know.
I feel like as time goes on, Monster Hunter becomes more and more accessible from like a casual standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Manri said I remember Co hunting the Rotobion with the hammer and doing the spinny flip.
That may have happened.
My only real monstery type fighting game was Dauntless for a minute while when it came out. It was popular. It was okay. It's pretty good. I spent a few hours in it, and they were like, "Oh, you should try Monster Hunter. It's that, but like way more in depth." And I said, "Cool, maybe." And then I saw the download size, and I went, "Oh, maybe not."
All right, I
I think
am also done.
Okay.
I think for me, what I love about Monster Hunter is one, the satisfaction of like killing a really hard monster that's just been murdering you over and over again, and two, he who I look like cute girl and I beat a big monster with big hammer.
All right. I'm zooming out to see
Manri said I like
everybody's.
taking the hits.
I bet you do, Manry.
Oh, Clark, you have like a whole scene like in a forest there.
Well, underwater. But yeah.
Oh, it's underwater. Where are the bubbles? Oh, okay, now I see. I see the bubbles around the little. I see the little man you have there,
Yeah.
or person.
Manri said Thulu.
Yeah. Hulu.
Oh, yeah. Yes, the great monster of the sea, Hulu.
Yeah. Yeah. Hulu.
Oh, so I'm saying Monster Hunter. Oh, several people followed, and I forgot to say thank you. Sorry, friends. So, Asia said Monster DLC crossover: Street Fighter, Witcher, Resident Evil, Final Fantasy, Mega Man, Assassin's Creed, Devil May Cry, and Horizon. I see Horizon Zero Dawn. I can see that.
See Devil May Cry.
Resident Evil's a little weird. I'm not really sure. Oh my god, Co flipped his. Oh my god, it looks like he's doing a little dance.
Do a little dance.
He's like, yeah,
Do a little love. Get down tonight.
So it looks like it's so like what I'm seeing is it looks like he's dancing and like his arms are doing like he's like doing a little motion with his arms.
Oh, I didn't think that was an arm. I thought it was just trees and bushes. But I see it now.
It kind of looks like to me that he's like standing on one foot and the other one's in the air.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Manri said Old Groat.
Old
We
Groot.
caught him when he was like sneaking off somewhere. He's like,
And then also there's like the shadow of the original silhouette, so it looks like it's his shadow underneath.
Yeah, it does. It's neat.
like there's a
Good job.
spotlight coming down on him, like creature found.
Sorry, I was talking to Nakomi. What's happening?
Oh, we were talking about yours.
Oh, of course.
I was saying how it looks like he's doing a little jig and he's got hands like doing like a little motion.
Ah, yeah, he does look like he's kind of like doing a little dance move.
And then the silhouette in the background looks like his own shadow.
Yeah. I like it. It looks good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's a little man doing his little man thing.
And 6, your little dragon buddies are adorable.
Oh, thank you.
I
Yeah,
like
good.
how-
Yeah, go ahead.
So I like how this one's just the anime cut through.
See, he made fun of how he doesn't have blue fire because like the cool kids have blue fire, and they're just like, yeah, well, my fire's still hot. And, Originally, it was going to be like Charmander on a rock because that's what the first thing I thought with the hand was to making it look like Charmander's tail, and then I was like, I can make my own dragon. He would have 2 wings, except I didn't have any more silhouette to work with, so yeah.
It's implied he has 2 wings.
Maybe he just has one wing. Maybe that's not even a wing. Maybe that's a fin.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, it could be.
Manri said Nemo wing.
Aww. Little Nemo wing.
I
And
like
then-
Geeka's, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Geeka's
wow.
lovely water girl.
She's so pretty.
It's a good-looking sploosh.
Sploosh.
Yeah, I saw it as a sploosh, and I was like, all right, mimic time. Well, water nymph, I guess. I also saw Hades' hand as like a little tail thing, and I was like, cool, this works.
Maybe the key to all this is just flipping it upside down.
No.
And that Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to suggest that. How could I?
I honestly don't think it's the key. I think it's just
It helps you unsee the original character, I think.
yeah. I don't really knowing what the original character is actually doesn't bother me. It's just more of like turning the shape all
Yeah.
around to try to find an image in my mind that fits inside of that shape at some angle.
Yeah, no, I agree, Ko.
Yeah, this is definitely quite challenging.
Yeah.
And Mary's got a. Oh, I see now. I was like, I didn't know what was happening with the
Smokestack.
the hand. Yeah, smokestack.
This is a good idea. It's cute.
Is this
Oh,
like
I thought it-
Rapunzel's? Is this like Rapunzel's tower? Where there's the
vines
thorns?
all on the
Manri said
bottom.
yes.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, I guess zooming in, that is very clearly a stack. Because I was zoomed out, I thought it was like a really fucked up, like one of those weather birds.
Yeah,
The weather vane.
That's fire at the top.
Yeah, that's what they're called. Just like a really messed up one like that, because it's like an evil witch tower. So
So yeah. Anyway, before I forget, because I didn't do the reveal yet. This for those of you who don't know, this character is I don't know how big this image is, so I'm sorry if it takes up the entire screen. Why is it so? Where's? Hey, it's our boy Hades.
Manri said Roman god Pluto.
And his assistant, Sploosh Girl.
yeah.
They're a package deal. I always
So-
loved the aesthetic of the Hercules movie.
Man, it feels like they had more fun and they experimented more with different designs.
Mhm.
Back then. Back in
Speaking of-
my day, Disney had
Oh.
Twiggy.
Speaking of different designs,
yeah.
let's take a look at the community canvas. Oh, let's see here. What's on Drew, Mr. Popo?
Well, don't spoil it. I'm not in there yet. Yeah, so
hurry
they-
up.
Oh my god, that's so good.
That's fantastic.
Oh, that is
Rit-
Mr. Popo.
Richie already with this crazy shading going on.
I know. I'm
Indeed.
excited to see what he
Shady.
did.
Shady's got like a little. It looks like a little character with like. Is that? It's not Baby Yoda, is it?
It's like a little
It's
goblin
like a
wizard.
gremlin. I love it.
Yeah, he living his life. No, don't make him sad. Don't do it.
Why is he sad? It's amazing.
Make him happy. Make him happy. Yes. Yes. Let me see that smile.
It's a baby. Baby Yoda.
Put a smile on his on that.
Oh.
No!
No, he
Oh,
angry sad.
What
He's
have you done?
Mad cry.
hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Uh-oh, she's making a layer.
Are you invading?
Look, it's a little rattle. I did draw very quick, but look, I shake it. Yes!
Ladies and gentlemen, you can only get these stories on Undo Crew.
It's just a little shake. Oh, I opened up a new tab. Hang on a second. I went to Control T to transform it, so
Control tab.
yeah.
New tab.
Is that a maraca? Oh my god.
It's a
I think
rattle.
it's supposed to be a baby rattle.
Yeah, it
Oh.
looks kind of like a chicken bone, but you know what? It's entertaining baby Yoda, and that's all that matters.
Well, I thought it was maracas because the big Korok guy has maracas.
Oh,
Mr.
oh god.
Something Ketsu?
Etsu.
Etsu.
Etsu. Yeah, and he goes, "I'm Nikki." That's all I remember.
Yeah, no, believe it or not, I don't actually really know what a baby rattle looks like because I haven't really interacted with one for a couple years now.
That's fair. Also, I like Art Tech. I don't know how to finish Horny Dwarf. That's funny. Miotis John's creature here is looking fantastic. I can't wait to see the end result of this one.
Yeah, no, that is no longer Missed Undertale.
No more Mr.
Manry said gay baby jail must be a horrible place if there's no rattles.
I mean, it's jail, so
Alrighty.
it's where they go
Oh.
for baby crimes.
Alright, I have two options. Again. You guys want to be a top or you want to be a bottom?
Oh god. I'm afraid of the first one.
Can't believe you cut his whiskers short. He's gonna get his head stuck, Six.
Yeah, we need to get this man some whiskers right now.
I will have you know that.
Oh, good.
Hang
I'm
on.
glad that Ganondorf will no longer get his head stuck.
He's got a tiny head. He could get his head stuck.
Okay,
It was
but
really awkward in Link's, in Legend of Zelda when like Ganondorf tried to get the Triforce, but he got his head stuck in that little triangle, the hollow part.
He always gets his
See,
head stuck in the Triforce. That's
you
the
guys
trouble.
are over. You guys are over here being like, you cut off the whiskers, but where the heck? Why didn't it gosh darn it! It didn't copy it. Ruined.
Ruined the joke.
Hang on. Why isn't it copying?
Oh, that's not who I thought it was. Yeah, that's the one from Abu
It's
Dhabi.
normal.
Wow, you cut the whiskers off the official art too?
I swear.
Yeah.
Damn, I can't believe Six just cut the whiskers off this
Listen,
poor cat.
listen here, kid. Listen here. I'll have you know that I also had.
Those
I
are
had a feel.
those
I
are
also
Yoshi
had-
feet.
Yeah.
They are Yoshi feet.
They're missing the ankle the knee.
For those who
Yeah.
don't know, I did base those Yoshi feet off of Garfield's feet. If you look real
What?
close.
Knowledge.
Just to
never
make
do
it
that.
extra horrible.
See, I was gonna go.
Now we all have to live our life knowing that Ko's emote is technically fan art of Garfield.
Yep.
And Yoshi. They're fans of
feet.
Garfield and Yoshi and feet.
Manri said, does Garfield have knees?
No, but Yoshi does. See, as they get bigger, you can see. You can see.
Oh God. Oh no.
Dude, enhance. Oh, they're gone. Enhance too much. Oh no, they're back.
Oh.
The Yoshi those feet come from is over 9 feet tall and a vampire.
Oh. Okay. Why is he a vampire?
Sorry, I'm trying to connect dots that are so far apart.
I feel like I'm missing a lot of context, but you know what? That's just life.
I'm referencing Vampire Mom.
Okay.
From from Resident Evil. I know.
Oh, the hot vampire lady.
Yeah, because everybody wants her to step on them.
Yeah.
Oh, from oh, God. So
See,
I guess the question is, do you guys want to use Nermal or Garfield's shadow, or do you want to use Ganon down here?
I have a
Ganon's
Garfield
field.
question.
Okay.
What the fuck are those things that he has off the top of his head? Because they ain't whiskers, and they're not eyelashes.
No, they're meant to be whiskers.
Are they?
You know what?
Yeah.
Fuck John Arbuckle.
Wait, why him?
Because I don't know the author's name.
Oh God, this image is too big. I can't.
What is his
Well,
name?
anyway.
It's like Dave or something. I don't fucking remember.
I guess they are. Yeah, they're whiskers.
Yeah, no, they think they're literally meant to be whiskers.
He's like a bug. Oh, John Davis. Thank you. Yeah.
Jim Davis.
Fuck
Jim
Jim.
Davis.
Fuck
Jim
Jim
Davis.
Davis.
Make sure you tell the correct person to fuck.
He's clearly a bug. Garfield. He's a bug. Those are antennae or some shit. Or little bug legs.
Then I feel like we need to go with Bug Garfield then.
All right, Garfield time.
Garfield time.
But are we doing Garfield? Oh God, I should have phrased that. Are we drawing Garfield or are we drawing? No, are we drawing Garfield silhouette or Nermals?
Garfield.
Garfield.
We are
Garfield.
doing Garfield.
Yeah.
Bring me that bug.
God. All right.
Present the field to me.
Why does it keep going to this layer? Why does it hate me? There we go. All right, hold on. Let me get rid of all this then. Oh, yeah, that's fine actually.
You got rid of all of it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh God, Garfield's back.
We're just gonna do it from memory.
Oh God, Garfield keeps coming back. No matter how I try to get away, he just won't go. All right. I have too many windows open, and it's making pasting things difficult. There we go. All right.
Manri said, I'm not over him. I see him everywhere.
Oh my God.
Who do you see I'm concerned.
Garfield. He sees Garfield everywhere.
Oh, you've been afflicted with a terrible curse.
Garfielditis.
I don't know if that's the correct term to use.
It's correct in my heart. All right.
Right, okay.
How much time do you guys want to spend on this monstrosity?
Oh, 15 minutes?
Let's hit it with
20
a
minutes?
20.
Okay. I'm expecting at least one Yoshi. 6, can you drop that one in Discord? Oh God. All right. Hold on. I'll post it in the crafty chat real fast. Hold on.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm gonna draw for this.
I don't know
It
yet.
just hit me.
Oh no.
Here we go.
All right. Starting in. Hang on.
Henry,
Open.
cheetah.
All right.
Cheetah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Well, that is the
Execute.
wrong color to be drawing in. Excuse me, Manry.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't.
Drawing on my Garfield.
Oh,
Get off my Garth, man.
that's illegal. Hmm.
Mm.
You all right?
Yeah, I just drew something that was just too cursed to complete.
Wait, what? Were you drawing something and now you don't want to finish it?
No, 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 no. What I decided to put in a place, I just could not continue with. I had to reevaluate my life.
Oh, I see.
Erase it too big.
Okay.
All right. My
The
vision,
word.
my vision is coming into fruition.
Can you see clearly now?
Yeah. And the rain is gone.
Good. It finally stopped raining, man.
Oops.
Sometimes.
Hmm?
Sometimes. Sometimes you choose a pose.
And it doesn't work out.
It's so difficult to execute.
I may have gone a slightly easier route with this one because I didn't do full body.
I'm not even sure what the flip I'm making.
You know, I had an idea for like part of this, and then I've reached the other part. I'm like, what to do?
Oh no.
I feel like I might have came to my idea just way too quickly.
Oh no. There sounds like a lot of regret right now.
Now, see, here's the thing. I'm not regretting mine. I
Yeah,
feel like
let's
you
say.
guys would regret it. Then again, it is still early.
Ugh.
Wait, early as in into the drawing or early as in time? Because it is almost, it's 11 p.m. Eastern.
It's still early.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I felt a sneeze coming, but it's gone now.
No QQs for you, use.
I mean, like, I still like feel it slightly, but it's not as upfront as it was.
It's hanging out
Manry
in the
said
back
look
now.
up.
Look up. Why are we looking up?
He's just trying to distract us from our time.
Oh, which is 11 minutes
Manry
and 10
said that's
seconds.
how you stop a sneeze.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, that's working. Oh yeah, that worked. Thank you, Memory.
Nice.
Henry out of here with the life hacks.
6 is never gonna QQ again.
Yeah. Yeah, Henry, you just got rid of everybody's enjoyment.
Manry said let the debris fall into your body.
Oh, God.
Is 6 getting hit by some QQs?
No. At the moment, no.
Oh.
Listen here, West Coast is better. I don't live on the West Coast. I live on the East Coast. So, yeah.
Yeah.
At least when Nintendo Directs come out, I don't have to wake up at the butt crack of dawn.
Yeah, no butt cracks around here.
By the the way, does my microphone still sound clearer? Or has the quality gone back?
Sounds pretty clear to me.
Okay. I was just curious because I'm streaming again.
Nice. I was wondering. I was going to ask you if you've been streaming again.
Well, I
What you-
started it again today.
What you been streaming?
This.
This.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Monster Hunter.
I plan on streaming once that does. Don't get me wrong. How much time is left, by the way?
Exactly 9 minutes.
Okay.
You guys have any ideas for what you'd want to try out next week for the draws?
No thoughts.
Head empty, only drawing.
Mm-hmm. Brain no work.
I still
Please
have
come again
the
later.
album cover idea. I feel like next week doing something a little more low key might be good.
I was kind of
Yeah.
thinking about an idea earlier of like, how do I explain it? Sort of like when we do our full canvas vibe nights, but
Mhm.
where we have a directed goal. Like we are trying to make an actual final picture.
Oh. What if it's
Anything
like
in mind? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just ask if there you had anything in particular in mind, Co.
I just said it.
Oh no, I meant like a particular final idea you wanted to work
Oh,
towards.
no. I thought maybe it could be like community suggested possibly. Like it's built from a bunch of separate parts, that kind of situation.
I see you like chaos.
Well, I mean,
I mean, it'd be fun. I'd be down for it.
Yeah.
But I just know that there might
Right.
be some chaos.
yeah.
You must be prepared for it.
Yeah.
Manry
You
said
right.
remake The Last Supper.
Are you implying that we're all chaotic? Six?
No, if we're taking community suggestions, I
Oh.
imagine we'll get a couple of silly ones in there.
But I'd be down for that. Co. It sounds like a trip.
Yeah.
Like it'd be fun, and I'd definitely like to see the final outcome.
I'm trying to think of, like, since you've mentioned that, an idea of like drawing telephone,
Mm-hmm.
where like somebody starts off with like a picture and everyone draws something from it. And then like the next person, I'm trying to think how it would be done. Because the way telephone works is that it's fun to see if you end up getting the same idea or the same message at the end. So it could lead for like some shenanigans.
Right.
But I don't know how you'd be able to whisper like to the next person and be like, all right, this is what I was told about this design, this character.
Yeah. I was also wondering if it'd be possible to do like team stuff.
Oh,
Ooh.
maybe.
Yeah, like we fight each other, but like we make a hero, and then chat votes on who wins.
Oh, so like that fighting game on that one game, but
Ye-
except you actually get to watch a straw.
yeah.
And also we work together to draw the things.
Yeah, so almost like a game show in a way.
There's a different one besides TKO. I can't remember the name of it. It was
Champed up.
Champed Up. That was it. Yeah. Oh, we got 3 minutes and 50 seconds, by the way. Dude, whose line is it anyway? Poll the audience for a career, draw the person, then location, then draw the situation.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Might be
Oh,
something
like
to that one.
maybe we could still more Who's Line games, like scenes for a hat, like get a collection of
Wait,
you
is
know.
Gartic on stream a thing? What are these? You guys are saying drawception. You are saying things, and I don't know what these are. So if you provide links, I will investigate further later.
We require research.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
good. Huh?
What?
What the fuck? Someone moved my layers.
Oh, that happened to me earlier too.
Wait. Oh, it wasn't me because I'm pressing Control Z a lot. Nothing's happening. Where's your layer at?
It's
Did somebody like turn it off or something? Or like
no,
did
someone
anybody?
grabbed it and moved it way up.
Oh, yeah, there it
Yeah,
is.
so that happened to me earlier,
That's
and I was
weird.
just so confused. I thought I had deleted it by accident.
Huh. Gartic is phone, like telephone game, but drawing. That might be interesting. My main thing is like as fun as Jackbot games are, you don't really get to see us draw, and there's like a good amount of time where we're kind of silent while we're trying to think about what we're doing, and like while it's fun, like if you're not streaming, when you're streaming, it's like you guys aren't able to see what we're doing. Like I'll still play TKO with friends, but it's a little bit trickier when you're streaming. Especially since sometimes I draw shirt designs in TKO that nobody ever sees.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels wasted.
Yeah, no, it definitely. It's like, oh, well, no one's gonna see that thing I drew.
The one that I spent all my rounds on perfecting. Yeah, no, not this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Mhm.
A big waste of time.
Honestly, the
50
the funnest
seconds.
part about TKO I find is coming up with the
Combinations.
the combinations and the shirt slogans.
Yeah.
Oh, I like drawing like the second round of drawing where you get to like do something based on what has happened already.
Oh yeah, like a continuous theme basically. Yeah. Also mishearing. Uh, 10 seconds left. Oh, that's our time. Stop.
Hey guys, stop! Gosh,
Stop. Oh, I didn't even finish the bottom part. Whatever.
Damn,
Tika, where?
6.
What?
That's amazing.
Oh, I feel like I cheated though, because everybody else is doing like full body characters, and I just did a bust up.
It's not cheating.
No, it's not cheap. That's fine.
No,
Oh,
you fit the category. You made a character out of it.
it's actually it's. I actually looked at the Chiquita banana lady for reference. She does have. I thought she only had bananas in her bowl, but she has all fruits. I was surprised. Also, Garfield's in there.
Is that a pineapple in there? That's not a fruit. That's a berry.
Look, it's in her hat. Look.
I had found out
Are you
today
looking,
that
Kika? Kika, are you looking? See?
Yeah.
See? Yeah. Okay.
I had found out today that peppers are fruit. And that's my fact of the day. Thank you.
Strawberries are fruits.
No, they're straws. Get it right.
Manri said tomatoes and cucumbers are also fruits.
Yeah.
Look, I ain't here for. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to smack you, Kika. I'm not here for a lesson on produce. I am here for art. Let us move on.
Why
What
do
are you
keep
doing to that?
slapping me? What have I done to you to deserve this, Six?
I'm sorry.
Okay, just don't do it again.
Can we ask at least Clark what he's doing to that poor bird?
Oh, Daffy's on affront to God, and God finally caught up to him.
He's a what to God?
An affront.
Okay.
It's
He's an
duck
affront.
season.
Oh, rabbit season.
No, duck season.
Rabbit season.
No. God is literally killing Daffy Duck right now. It's duck season, Six.
All right, fine. Sorry. My bad.
I may have watched Looney Tunes Back in Action earlier today, so that might have been stuck in my head.
Oh, that's a good movie.
Anyways, Co, you got a
Manri
very
said, "Oh no,
sassy
that
looking
cat is
head.
stuck in a bong."
Oh my god.
Yeah, his whiskers are too short, and so he got stuck. That's it. That's the
Geek is
break
just
I did.
keeping on message.
Yeah, no, I understand. I definitely can see that.
Yeah, no.
No whiskers, big stuck.
Look, sometimes you just gotta keep saying a joke until everyone laughs. And that's what I'm doing today because I got like 4
Manri
hours
said,
of
"Heh."
sleep.
Oh my god.
Cool. Everyone has laughed now, I think. I'm just assuming that everyone in chat also laughed. I can't actually tell, but you know. I'm just gonna go ahead and just assume that.
I like
See,
his
someone
very
made the
I
laughing face.
I love his distressed face so much.
Thank you. He goes meow.
Oh, Six, cut my whiskers. Yeah. I don't know why he's an Italian cat, but he is. Anyways, Co, you drew a sassy alien.
I did. That's what she is. I just saw tentacles in the feet area, and I thought, all right, I'm gonna work with that.
Yeah, that's how I do things as well, Co. Just see one thing and you're like, alright, that's the theme.
Mm-hmm. Got to make tentacles work now.
Yep. And then you make it work and you're like, alright, job's done.
Yep.
Spend the rest of this time doing nothing.
I like how you did the cross arms stuff.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I like it. It just.
That was the thing where I was complaining about the pose.
Oh, you did
Well,
good though.
Yeah, you pulled
Okay.
it off.
Well, what's funny, an accidental side effect, is that it just looks like a coil. But then I thought that was kind of funny because if you were folding tentacle arms, that's
That's
what they would
look.
do. They would
Yeah.
just coil around each other like two snakes.
Very good.
Like Mary's got a little frog guy over here.
Manri said ol Yosh.
Old Yosh.
Yosh.
Old Yosh.
Where are his arms?
He doesn't eat arms where he's going.
He's old. He sold them.
Concerning.
Is that like veins on? Oh my god, he's old
I'm not
man.
zooming
Manri
in.
said
In
it's
fact, I'm
all
actually
feet.
zooming. I'm
It's
zooming
all
out.
It's all feet.
No, if you keep zooming in, you see more and more veins.
That's why I'm zooming out. Yoshi,
Oh,
yes, Yoshi has arms. Did you not realize that? He's got little tiny T-Rex arms.
Wait, some people actually thought he didn't have arms. He has arms.
He has arms. They're just small. Well, not, I think they used to be small. Now they're like normal-ish.
I was about to say he's got to play baseball.
Yoshi.
Oh,
Yoshi.
Yoshi.
let's see how many arms are drawn on the community canvas here. Oh God, there's been a few additions. Look at this treehouse.
Good
This
lord.
is fantastic. It's like Kids
Whoa.
Next Door treehouse.
Yeah.
Is that someone throwing up Yoshi feet?
I don't want to look at that one.
Oh my god.
I think it is.
Oh,
It's upsetting.
does kind of look
Very
like
upsetting. Oh, there's chunks in there.
It's
Is that
it's
how
a
they
very good
original-
use of the silhouette though.
Yeah, is that how the original Yoshi was formed?
How is Yoshi formed?
Yeah, like you know how like it's the chicken and the egg question, except it's revealed that Yoshi actually just came from a mass of just green.
And Ethan, what did you do to poor Teddy here? You made Teddy a buff frog man.
I like him.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I like how he's hiding his nips.
I mean, yeah, you got to cover for TOS.
Yeah, he's shy.
And Richie's got some shaded pants over here. I like how Richie just likes to show us bits and pieces.
Yeah, preview.
These are all excellent. I love these. Very, very,
just
very
realized-
good.
I just realized something about Shadies. It makes me think of the mouse from Pinky and the Brain.
Oh yeah, Pinky and which one? There's Pinky and the
Brain.
Pinky and the brain. I like the colors that Miotis is doing. Work very well. Ooh, and Jelly's working on something up here on the Momo. Oh, very good.
It's a leaf.
It's a leaf.
Leaf.
Oh no, we're making Pinky sad over here, or Brain sad over here on Shady's. We
I
gotta
don't know if
Oh
it's gonna be
no!
today. We are
We are the
going
Take over the
take over
world.
world.
What we do every day. Try to take over the world.
The woe.
The world.
The world. There's still quite a few spots open.
Yeah.
Yeah, like-
Do you wanna? If you want to draw, here, Mr. Yoda Man, make him into something else, or Aku, or Guts to be Speed. Plenty
Or-
of options still.
Yep. Or
Mhm.
the second most powerful kaiju, or Cactar.
Manri said got
Yeah.
Hagafastman.
Excuse me?
Gotta go fast, man.
No. We said something else.
We gotta go Faceman.
No. Gotta go Feastman.
Gonna go Faceman.
Oh God, 6.
No, I will. You guys don't have to do this one unless you want to. I will.
Manri said I want to.
You want to do
Yeah.
this?
It's
You
just a
want-
bunch of dicks.
Dang it.
Yeah, we can do this one.
mean,
Well, I mean, I was
we
gonna
have
give
one
you options. You could have
here,
done Ganon if you wanted.
Here. This is a weird shaped one.
All right, look here. Stop looting the silhouette.
Oh yeah, I guess they are dicks.
Oh my god.
Sorry, no, I was like, I could only see the little Muppet hands, and I was like, how are they dicks? And then I like started looking closer. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I see a penis.
You heard
So-
it here, folks.
You know that-
He can see penises.
You know that expensive Disney book that's like the animator's Bible?
Yes.
Everybody buys it, but nobody reads it. The section on basic forms, it's all dicks.
Oh.
Okay,
look.
well, I thought that would get at least a chuckle, but nope. It's fine. I'll go back to my chip.
No,
No,
sorry.
Manri said it's funny because I have that book.
I wish I had that book. I need to see if this is true that there's a whole section on, anatomy.
Kyle, your joke was funny. It was muted and talking to chat.
That book looks good. Yeah. Do you want?
Overrated.
It's
do
okay.
you
I was
want-
just kidding.
I also have Ganon. Like you can have this one that has suggestive silhouettes, or this one which also has suggestive silhouettes.
Manri said give me the tiger. I can take it.
Yeah, I'm fine with the tiger.
All right.
Yeah.
What about you, Geeka?
Yeah, hand them over.
Hand them over, your tigers. This is probably the last one for the night, right?
She's gonna find a way to booba those dicks.
I'm pretty sure most people know who this character is. If not, then
It's Tony the Tiger.
yeah. All right. Do we want to just vibe with this one, or
Let's just vibe.
all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Sounds
vibe
good.
this out.
Sounds good. Just take your time. It's Shrek. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is that the video about? Yeah, I think a lot of people saw that video about AI ups. Yeah.
By Noodle.
Yep.
What?
There was
What
a
video?
There was a video about an animator talking about how they aren't a fan of the software that does 60 FPS. Like they turn older animations into like 30 or something from like 24 FPS.
Oh, I
60.
saw that in my recommendations. I didn't watch it though.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what had me thinking about that book. And then I brought up the book and made everybody who watched the video think about the video again.
See, I thought the same thing
Endless
about.
cycle.
I thought the same thing that with the whole 60 FPS thing. Like, it's cool, but like, it's blurry. And I'm like, does anybody else see the blurry stuff? And I felt like I was losing my mind. And this person, talked about it. And I was like, yes, thank God somebody else sees it.
God, I flipped this over and I hate what I see. I hate what I see.
I gotta do it now.
I don't know how to even tell y'all what I see. It's not good. Oh,
Manri said draw it.
I can't.
Now, here's the difference. You can't or you won't.
Okay, I won't.
Okay.
Look, it's
We gotta have some bit of sophistication on here.
can you
Can we?
you take a copy of that silhouette and put it in the references and then just flip it over, flip it upside
Okay.
down,
Scared. Okay.
and I'll tell you. I'll shamefully explain what I see.
Oh no. Oh, I think I know. Oh god.
What do you think it is? What do you think I see?
I can't say it. My
See?
daughter,
See?
my cat is here next to me. I could never say something so rude in front of my child.
I just realized what it was because I had flipped it upside down and I was like, I don't get it. What is it? And then I was thinking,
What do you think you see, Geeka? What do you
Please,
think
my
you see?
daughter is here. You can't. Not in front of my impressionable child.
Well, I mean, your impressionable child can't hear it, as Geeka says it.
the wonderful thing about tickets.
It kind of
Well,
to
see, now-
me, it kind of to me looks like a cartoony alligator man jerking off.
Wait,
Like,
what?
like this is his face and his mouth is open, and that's his tongue. Okay, you see, and these are his shoes. These are his shoes, right?
Oh, I saw something
All right, we're all on the same page. Good.
Oh, sorry, my chat's telling me to zoom out because I can't see what.
Oh no!
So there. Okay, chat. I'll explain it for you. This part is the mouth. This part is the tongue. These are two legs, and here's where your imagination goes.
Oh, there you go. Manry's got a picture of it.
The power of
Oh,
imagination.
Zoom back into that.
Manry said Wally Gator.
I thought it was something else, but I definitely did not think about what
Oh my god!
No, I definitely didn't go that route, Co. But my hat's off to you on that one.
Oh, thanks.
truly Co's the most creative when it comes to what is seen in
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 Tinker.
silhouettes.
I got a strong imagination for jerking off.
Oh God! Now I can't look at Tigger's face ever.
Their tops are made of their rubber. Their bottoms are made of the spray.
Tops are made of rubbers for sure.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that his head is kind of down in the business area there of that.
Especially since I decided before you said all that to do it upside down, and now that's all I can ever see now.
I just want you to know the person who requested this said money well spent. So good job, team.
Oh.
Okay, I think I finally have an idea for what I want to do.
Cleanse that palate.
Am I drawing on the wrong layer? Oh my god, am I actually?
Wrong
I
layer.
am. Oh,
Rip. That
that's
happened to me
okay.
earlier
It's
today.
okay. This works because then I can just have the base sketch. It's fine. I forgot that I had pasted that silhouette.
That happened to me earlier today. I was working on something and realized my line art was all on the sketch layer. Well, shit.
You did that. Oh, you did that too with the silhouette. Yeah. It's like the bane of every artist's existence. Your piece is looking real good and then you go to turn off the sketch layer and reality comes crashing down.
Don't start that.
What?
Make me yawn.
Good.
No. It's not good.
Mm. There's like a hand, one of Tigger's hands that I don't know what to do with.
Yeah. Like his whole top half of his body, I'm having issues thinking of ideas for.
Hang on a second, I think I figured it out.
Especially after the alligator incident.
That works. Okay. I have gotten somewhere that I kind of like.
That's always the first step.
Yeah.
Yeah, I finally managed to get an idea too.
You know, it's not a perfect copy of the silhouette, but yeah, that's fine.
Close enough. Close enough for government work.
I think it'd be um, another fun challenge would be doing a night where it's just creatures, like no humans, only creatures. Because I feel like I could do with a bit of what do you call it? A bit of exercise in terms of drawing animals and creatures and things like that.
Are you trying to starve me?
I mean, I believe in you. I know you could do it. Furry only night. Yeah, you could. Yeah, there you go. You could. I mean, like it would still be girls. Just
Monster girls.
I mean, like, I'm okay for like doing monsters, but I like drawing sexy monster girls. Because I am a degenerate.
Well, you're not wrong.
I know I'm not wrong. I accept what I am. And this should be obvious too because of what I'm drawing right now.
I'm looking at what you were drawing right now. Yeah, no, I do like the idea of like adding an additional challenge on top of what we're doing.
I still just really like doing color challenges too. I feel like those have been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'd be down for like another silhouette mixed with a color challenge. Or just like a, color palette challenge. That'd be fun.
Yeah, we could try that again. I forgot what we. Oh yeah, the phone, the drawing telephone. I want to do some kind of like Google document where I have all these ideas, and then if we're ever stuck one week, we'll be like, hey, remember that time we came up with that like one really cool idea? And be like, yeah, let's do that.
Hey, six.
Hmm?
Hey, six. I made that document, right?
Wait, is it pinned?
Yeah.
Oh, well, time to add more to the document. Look, I have mentioned it before. I have no memory of anything. If you ask me what our first drawing of the first character we drew was, I probably won't remember.
I'm pretty sure that was a butt.
A butt?
A butt. I'm pretty sure we drew a butt on one of our early streams. And that was like the most notable thing we did. Because that's what was on our icon on
I'm pretty
Titan
sure Six
Studio.
was referring to this stream clock.
Oh, I was talking about our first stream.
Oh my god, you went so far back. I didn't even like those days don't even register for me. I don't even. Yeah, you're saying words that I don't understand.
Those are the best.
Like, I was also thinking about Six, and I was like, what did we draw first today?
That's why
Oh,
we
now
have
I
the archives.
Head
No.
empty, no thoughts, only
Yeah.
butts apparently.
Only butts.
Ogre Man.
I hate when I get hungry and it's almost midnight and I'm like, I shouldn't eat anything, but I want to.
Food. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Well, lucky for me, I don't have anything in the house really to make. I have stuff to make mac and cheese, but I don't have milk. And there's no way I'm making mac and cheese at like midnight. I have to get like all the stuff from the stove and get all the ingredients.
You could if you're not a coward.
Huh?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You
Wait,
heard me.
no, I couldn't hear what you said. I actually couldn't hear it. I heard
said
the
you
word.
couldn't-
Yeah, I heard the word
She
coward.
slammed a gauntlet down and it was really loud.
I was about to say, Giga would never call me a coward, and yet she did. So I don't. I can only question our friendship now.
What are you talking about? I absolutely would call you a coward.
I don't know who you are anymore, Giga. Ever since you became a chimera. A Chimera. You've changed, Geeka. You've changed. Remember when you were cool?
Yes,
And we just talked
I've
about.
literally changed 6. You have to move on.
Just eat macaroni raw.
Ugh. Pass.
No. God, when I was in high school, like this was like when anime was starting to become like a
Manri
little.
said, remember when you were a cool sheep?
God, just because you like Melby Manry.
But
Manri said yes.
Well, he's honest.
Yeah, he is honest.
But yeah, when I was in high school, anime was just starting to become like a thing, and a lot of animes they show like people having ramen and whatnot. So I had a friend who would bring the ramen to like they would bring like packets of ramen, and they would eat it like a snack, as in they wouldn't cook it. They would just crack
Yeah.
open the bag and sprinkle in the
Manri said totally normal.
it must have
I
been.
mean, I would.
Manri
Actually, it
said
was
I saw
normal.
Pio do it all the time.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I tried it once, but
Actually,
it took
I used to do it.
stale.
I used to do it with chicken noodles.
I tried it a couple times, like, but I was like, it's so crunchy. I had a hard time eating. Well, I also have like teeth issues, so maybe that is why.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that either. It was way too dry and just. It's so much better if you just cooked it.
And I'm not judging. I just thought like maybe I'm the weird
I'm
one 'cause I
judging.
couldn't. Well, I mean, I thought maybe I was the weird one because all my like I had a couple of friends do it and I tried it and I couldn't get into it. But it's like any kind of food. Some people are into things like that. Some people aren't, and they're valid. It's fine. I guess I'm the odd one out.
I don't know. And that's
We're all weird ones. It's fine. We're all weird in our own ways.
so. Surely you guys have heard about the.
Don't call me Shirley.
Well, I am sure you guys have heard about the reboot of Powerpuff Girls they're doing, where they're older.
Oh, I've heard of it, but I haven't. I just like I saw something on it and I was like, oh, and then I moved
I've
on.
chosen to pretend it doesn't exist.
Well, here's the thing: I can't pretend it doesn't exist, or at least not tomorrow, because it is filming right in front of a store I like to get chicken Alfredo from. So if I can't get my chicken Alfredo because of the damn movie or damn TV show, I'm gonna be very upset.
Oh my god, is this your villain origin story for the
It
Powerpuff
will
Girls?
be. It will
Oh
be.
my god.
I'll show up there looking like him.
Yeah, this is
I'll
just an
am.
audition.
Yeah, I just want my chicken Alfredo, man. That's all. Just give me my chicken and my Alfredo.
So since we're still on the food topic, I don't know if I
Manri
ever...
said that's your name.
Chicken Alfredo.
Alfredo.
Hear me,
my
for I am chicken Alfredo.
Manri said chicken Afrito man.
Oh. Isn't it supposed to, yeah, it's supposed to be like a darker story where the girls are like trying to live life as just like normal teenagers, but I guess they can't.
The last time I read it, it was they were upset that their childhood they spent saving everything instead of having a normal childhood. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I've noticed edgy is the thing that a lot of reboots, like live action reboots, are getting. Like apparently Winx Club also had an edgy.
Yeah.
I heard about that. Yeah.
God, they're just taking everything I loved as a child and they're like tearing it
Edgy.
to pieces in front of my eyes.
Edgy,
And I'm
edgy. Everything's edgy.
Let me Let my stuff stay pure, you heathens.
Wait. It's hard to hear the word pure from you after you just said you were a degenerate. So
I mean, that is fair.
I'm talking about the stuff I enjoyed as a child.
Manry said
so-
Dexter's lab, but it's a meth lab.
oh my god, we have to cook Dexter.
Wait, don't cook Dexter.
Get
That's
that toilet.
cannibalism.
So who would he be cooking with, though? That one
Mandark.
that
Mandark.
Mandark? Or
Mandark,
what about his sister?
No, his
Edie?
sister. No, his sister would be a snitch, a snitchster, as one would be called.
No, his sister would be dead in the remake, and that's
Dear.
his tragic backstory.
I have to cook so I can pay for the funeral bills for my sister Dee Dee.
That
Oh, my experiments killed my sister. Ugh.
that is
don't
the
do science.
exact same storyline in this one webcomic I've read in the past.
Uh-huh.
Manry said I need to make meth for my mom's ass injections.
God.
I mean that's better.
Nice.
Once
And-
again, I am upstaged by Manry.
God, why is
I'm-
Dexter's mom so freaking thick? Good lord. One of the character designers was like, okay, so this is Dexter's mom, but also she's got a huge butt.
This is Dexter's mom, but she also has it going on.
This is Dexter's mom. Omelette du fromage.
Anyway, so on a similar food story. Oh my god, I forgot. Jesus Christ. Manry, what the heck?
This
What
is
has
why
Manry
Sailor Moon doesn't have, any meat on their bones. They took all that meat and they gave it to Dexter's mom.
God, you're right. Dexter's mom is way thicker than I remember her being. Jesus Christ, why is she...
Alright, next challenge. Making modern versions of cartoon moms. We'll start with Dexter's mom.
I call the vampire lady.
Wait, but she's new. She's not an old,
You just said
like-
make modern versions.
Okay, fine. All right, you can have Miss Mommy step on me, vampire lady.
I guess I'll get Elastigirl.
Oh dear God.
Okay, so it did sure. Fuck, I hope that didn't reveal anything bad.
Uh-oh.
So for some reason it went to like the browser type thing.
And all of
And I
her
typed
degenerate
I.
stuff was open.
Or I think incognito mode. You can't catch me. No, it was uni stuff.
Ooh.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, I
Uh-oh.
don't think it'll be anything too awful. It's just like a
Well,
Probably.
time to delete the VOD.
I would say just take a note of what time you are in the stream, and then you can go double check and look back. And if there's anything that you don't, I've had that happen before. Heroes on from big. God, there's there's so many like characters. Yeah, like the Heroes Aunt, Dee Dee's, and Dexter's mom, Elastigirl. They're just like, give all these women just the
Yeah.
booties.
It's a dump truck.
I don't know if I mentioned. I still just like don't know where this whole dump truck, dumpy terminology came from.
It just sounds fun.
Yeah, it's a good word. How often do you get to say dump truck in a normal sentence?
Whenever they come and get
Manry said dump means poop. Asses poop.
Thank you, Mandarin. Thank you for explaining it correctly.
Nah,
So
I
that's-
don't know if that was correct. You could have kept it like more palatable if you would have instead said the ass is the truck.
I think I'm done.
I understand. Are you gonna come back next week? Manry will
Oh,
still
no.
be here. Is the thing. I don't know.
No, I meant that I finished my drawing. I don't want to. I don't want to overwork it.
It does.
Okay.
It's a very cool drawing, Giga.
Thank you.
10 out of 10. Best degenerates around.
Yeah. No, I just want to draw boob. Get some of that nice underboob.
It's some of the best boob.
Yeah. You know what I realized that I really like drawing?
Boobs?
No, specifically like the stomach area.
Ah, yes, I see you are a woman of culture. I am a fan of thighs personally, but I can't draw them very well. Hips, though, I can draw pretty well.
Manry
those were
said grind me on
thigh-wise.
rock hard ABS.
Those are what?
Thigh lies. Lied about thighs.
Are
Sorry.
Wow, you don't have to start yawning after my jokes now. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to color mine. I've invested too much into this line art. I can always just add colors at another point, or just continue on with the theme of Six is definitely making a coloring book with her drawings, and that's why she never colors them.
There you go. Keep the theme.
There we go.
Oh, I'm suddenly so tired.
Is it early for you when you woke up? Did you get enough sleep?
I mean, and I definitely did not get enough sleep.
Oh,
I mean, it was what, about 6 hours when you asked last?
I went to sleep at like 6 a.m.
oh gosh.
Like I went to bed at like 5:30 a.m. and I fell asleep at 6 because my brain hates me.
That's
Oh,
fair.
mood.
I understand that.
That's a mood.
I hate it when like people are like, "Oh, just close your eyes,"
Ha!
as if that works.
Cool, thanks. Good advice. I've never done that before.
Yeah, I've never tried staring at the ceiling. Sorry, this is just me complaining about sleep issues now.
No, you're fine. I also have terrible sleep issues. We are two peas in a pod on this.
If you are a person who is just able to just fall asleep without any issue, realize how blessed you are.
God, if I wish that were me.
Yeah.
Insomnia. Yeah, insomnia gang, let's go.
To sleep.
Can we?
What's this cassette tape that we're hearing tons of and getting real intimate with?
Sorry, I realized I hadn't taken my meds today, so that was me going.
Oh, okay.
And
That's good. Make sure you take your medicines.
You know
Yeah,
what? That's a good
perfect.
reminder, actually.
Yeah.
Manry said Kika popping in her mixtape.
Mm-hmm. She's about to
You're
drop some
hear-
fat beats.
It's just all weeb music. It's just,
Oh god, I couldn't touch Giga's cassette because there was just so much fire.
Too hot.
Hot dang.
just all anime openings.
Manry said we are fighting dreamers.
Oh my god. I'm ashamed that I know what that's from, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably do.
Oh, yeah. Fighting Dreamers and then Sanctuary.
And then thrown in for some spice, the German Naruto opening.
Oh god.
Sasuke, he's really cool.
Actually, since Clark mentioned the daily mention of Kingdom Hearts. Hold on.
No. I had mentioned Kingdom Hearts earlier in Coestar.
I did have this one as an option.
Oh, you did. You had King Mickey from Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
Huh?
How did you?
Did
how
somebody
did you,
mention the door to darkness?
How did you know which Kingdom Hearts that was from?
Because Kingdom Hearts 2 Mickey wears the black coat for most of it. And
Kingdom Hearts 1 Mickey does not have
Why-
a shirt on.
Why did I ask?
yep. And then Birth by Sleep and Birth by Sleep and Kingdom Hearts Coded, he wears a different hoodie.
What is going on?
I was
Someone's.
showing.
I
I'm
just
sorry.
remember.
Oh, okay. I was like, something's happening to
No,
my layer.
Kingdom Hearts chatter, no big deal.
Clark, I hate that we can both recognize which Mickey Mouse it is from the silhouette.
Well, so, you know, I also think that that's the only time, that's the only pose from Kingdom Hearts 3 that he doesn't do in a different game.
That's true.
I think he does different poses in the different renders
Huh? They'll pay for this.
after they killed Goofy off. I actually had picked up because I went to a comic shop earlier today, and I had picked up the Kingdom Hearts 2 the novel.
Wait,
So-
there's a novel or the manga?
No, novel. Novel. There's a
Nerval?
yep. There's Nervals. There's manga. Yeah, I picked up the first volume.
Huh.
I think we should probably wrap things up here.
Code just is
Probably.
tired of Kingdom Hearts talk.
He could tell that we were going into a spiral.
Oh, I could have kept going for the next 6
Oh,
months.
I was literally about to bring up the manga.
It's so good. I've got a art book, but
Sorry,
other
sorry, go.
other
Huh?
art.
No, you're good.
I do love your bird and your chameleon here. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, it's sideways. I thought that bird was just hanging on for dear life.
They're friends.
Mhm.
Yeah,
They are friends
they're
on
talking
a
about
tree.
Kingdom Hearts. It's Iago and what's the name of Rapunzel's chameleon? Does anybody know?
No.
I don't.
I don't
Anyways,
think
yeah,
anyone
they're friends.
knows.
No, it's Cammy the chameleon. I don't know.
Sixes and Geekas came out so similarly.
Yeah. Except for
It's
one's having a much funner time than the other.
Pascal.
Yes.
Pascal. Yeah. I don't know how my girl is staying employed because she's clearly about to drop both of those plates.
They're glued on.
They give her fake plates and everything to look like
Sorry,
she's doing the job.
Like the person would be able to eat the food just fine, but I'm imagining they try to drink the drink and they lift up their entire plate of food. It's like I'm not coming here again.
No, that's why they invented straws, so that way they could just put a straw in there and drink.
A really, really long straw.
Yeah. Now, here's a question, Six. Does she just float, or did you just not include legs into the?
I didn't include legs because I felt like then she would have like really weird legs. So I put her sword there. So if like people tell her they're not going to give her a tip, she's all like, "Oh, I'll show you the tip of my sword then."
There you go.
What the heck is this mannery?
I mean, that's canon. That happened. He
Shirtless
did
Mickey.
lose his shirt. He did lose his shirt.
It was his shirt. They had to make it canon for Kingdom Hearts 1 where he showed up
Mhm.
without a shirt.
Yeah,
So they
because
had to explain why he was there without a shirt.
Mhm.
Gotta tie up all the loose ends that do not matter.
Yep.
I kind of thought of
Yeah.
something like Manry's there. Sort of. Initially, I looked at the silhouette and I was like, man, that looks like a bunch of giraffes. Bunch of cartoon giraffes.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of puppets or something. Sock puppets, kind of.
Yeah, the sock puppet hands.
Bah, 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 bah. Sorry, you can't see it, but I'm making the puppet motion with my hand. Bah, bah, bah.
It was like I could hear the motion. Very good.
But yeah, I feel like we definitely had like a similar idea in terms of poses.
Yeah.
Geeka.
The difference
Also-
being
Yeah.
that you embraced the gut, whereas Geeka made some modifications. And then said,
Yo,
I really like drawing stomachs.
Yo, let's
Stomachs and underboob.
chubby
Yeah,
appreciation. Let's go. I
Look.
like Clark went with the idea of the legs there. But sorry, go ahead, Geeka.
No, all I was gonna say is that I was just I was tempted, but I was in the end I was like, nope. I just want to draw a sexy zombie girl, and so I did.
Yeah, I like how your Chinese vampire lady has plot armor on. Barely. Barely as well.
Barely on.
I'm
That's
dead,
not really what-
but I'm not wearing a
She-
full piece of clothing. You can't make
well, I
me.
mean, like, it's not very good armor because she lost an arm.
You know, it's funny because I almost included a Chinese vampire girl.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Look at that.
That
Very
design,
cool.
this design also looks pretty cool as a silhouette, but I wasn't sure. A lot of these are just a little too complicated. Anyway, Clark, are these
Yes.
are these Kingdom Heart nobodies, or are they ghosties?
Heartless. But I did at first thought I'd do something Kingdom Hearts related, but then I got down to the jack off face and I couldn't think of anything, so I just kept going with like he'd be like a boss in the game that would spawn minions from the darkness underneath him.
So wait.
Yeah.
Did you just say I was thinking about going Kingdom Hearts related, and then there was the jack off thing, and then I still went Kingdom Hearts related. I feel like that's what you said. You made it sound like you weren't gonna go Kingdom Hearts, but in the end you did.
Kind of. I brushed up against the edge of Kingdom Hearts. The moment I saw jacking off face, I just kind of pivoted a different way, just ever so slightly. Like this could, I feel like this is closer to like Luigi Mansion 1 boss, like the
Yeah, I see that.
yeah.
see
What
that.
was Bogmire? That's his name. The one that was in the doghouse.
Does he have face feet?
No, but he spawned little shadow minions, and that's
Um,
all I remember.
By the way, 6, the way that you tell a heartless is just a heart, and a nobody is just a body. That's the difference.
And the unversed are negative emotions from the darkness of Ventus, but he's not a heartless. He's just a darkness. But the heartless are darkness.
And they're all nobodies
Yeah.
to me. Let's check out that community board.
I was literally drawing my facial expression. Wow.
Oh yeah. Let me get that. It kind of looks like Cartman in a wig.
Apparently, I channeled my inner Cartman when I'm just like,
but wait till I explain
No.
the Dream Eaters.
About that community board.
Clark, no.
Those are actually fairly simple.
Wow.
But anyways,
These are all amazing. Every single one.
yeah. Let's start off. First of all, Jelly's plant Momo thing is fantastic.
Oh, it's so
I love
good.
it. Shane finally finished his angry, totally not Baby Yoda. Well, not finished. He's still working on color.
Goblin King.
Goblin King with this frisbee on a stick.
Goblin Wizard.
He's goblin. an art
Goblin wizard.
treehouse is just so much
good.
detail.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like my Otis,
Manry said
is-
Goblin D's nuts.
God.
and it looks like my Otis is coming along. Looks like he just has a few things
Yeah.
left to fade. This looks
His
fantastic.
monstrosity.
Yeah, his
To think that he
Frankenstein.
was Mr. Undertale at one point.
Yeah.
I love Sitho's Kim Jong Un puking up Yoshi feet.
I love Richie's Baphomet with covering for TOS.
Yeah, thank you.
I love your bull face here, Richie. This is so good.
Very nicely done horns as well. Nicely painted.
I'm trying to figure out
Ethan-
what Ethan's is. Kind of makes me think shark, but also makes me think salamander.
What is he eating?
At first, I thought it was his tongue, and then
I
I,
think it's
started
his
seeing
tongue.
that. Then I started looking at the
yeah.
color, and the color's kind of close to Manry's hair, so I'm kind of worried that he's eating Manry.
Also, are those
Manry!
muscle shorts?
Yes, those got to be muscle short.
Sitho's silhouette was originally Garfield. or Normal.
Nurgle? Oh, normal. I don't remember. And then the Mr. Popo Cactar, which is fantastic. He's all good.
Beautiful stuff. Thank you for joining us, everybody.
Yeah. Had a
Yeah.
good time as always. Oh yeah, did anybody post the link to the Discord? Because we now have an official one.
We
No,
do.
because that would have been a smart idea.
Hang on. Let me get a link real fast. Oh wait, no, it should be pinned in our channel. Hang on. I'll get it. I got you. It's not in here. Well, dang. Maybe it's this room.
Join us if you can find it.
It's like a scavenger hunt.
I thought I made an invite, but I did not. So here is a new one. It will expire in 7 days. If you don't join in 7 days, then I'm sorry. You had all the
No.
time in the world. You should
Now
join because we have art. Yeah, you should join too, Clark.
Yeah, I'll join.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I will this time.
Oh shoot, hang on.
Oh man, I've been invited to join a server.
I thought we agreed not to invite Geeka.
Oh man. Oh,
I
God,
may
what's
have
this little
accidentally
crowd?
linked this in another friend's chat, and I am explaining. That it was...
Tell him to join. Tell him too smart.
just like segue, like, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But if you want to join,
Yeah, it's open. Come on.
click that link.
That's how you sell.
No, I'm just literally going, oh god, I'm sorry. Oh god, I'm sorry.
But the remember,
more,
if you,
the merrier.
and if you do join that Discord, if we do the community ideas like Co was suggesting earlier, that would be the place we would ask people.
Well, yeah, that was fun, guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So same time next week.
Yeah.
Course.
And maybe we'll have an
Absolutely.
idea by then.
Night.
Yeah. Good
Night-night.
night, everybody.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, my friends. That's the stream. Thank you for hanging. I hope you enjoyed. The game dev tutorial stuff was fun, and obviously Undo Crew was a good time. It was a creative day. So I think the plan for tomorrow is going to be similar. I'm going to probably get on and do some game dev learning, and then we'll wrap the night up with some gun day after that. So we'll spend some more time in Unity. But yeah, thank you everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.